on in from Loops with the well, making the spray.
Can you believe, ladies and gentlemen, we are now 10 days into the PMPL Americas here as we are live from Katowice in Poland to bring you all of the action going down here once again. A warm welcome. My name is Kyle Laris, your host throughout all of this, and we have more excellent PUBG Mobile action on the way for you yet again. 10 days in. I'm running out of new shoes to wear. All right, I need to step it up. I need to get more. We'll figure that out. For now, though, I'm going to greet Seven as well as Hot Jukes to my left-hand side here to get them sorted and good to go. Damn, the white shirt with little emblazoned logo. I'm missing out. How are you doing, guys?
How to do it. Doing good. Doing good. Ready for today. Let's go.
Absolutely.
I was running out of shirts, so I had to go ahead and represent for my boy Savu. So there you go.
Fair. I'm okay with this. Guys, yesterday we had a great day of games, of course. Loops came out to play. Seven. You wanted 3 chicken dinners. You only got 2 chicken dinners. Don't be so greedy. But, I mean, Loops was pretty greedy. They got themselves a lot of points yesterday and came top for yesterday's point earnings.
Definitely, and not only that, they were getting chicken dinners with some insane amount of kills. I think the first one they got was 11 kills, and then the second chicken dinner they got was 15 kills. That right there, that's consistency. If they get a win, they're going to be able to back it up with kills, and that's just huge, man.
Yeah, definitely so. And of course, yesterday we saw second place going over to XQ Jukes when it comes to the overall points attained yesterday. And I like to see that with the XQ having fallen down the ranks a little bit. That is now a proper return to form here for the XQ squad.
Definitely. I think this is something that we've been wanting to see from XQ from the get-go, but finally they're starting to get together, and I think now's the perfect time because we're getting into the late game now. Every single day of games matters, so for XQ to finally start popping off at this point is huge for them.
I'm glad you didn't say end game. We might have some copyright infringement going on there. But I've said it. Damn it. All right, anyway, let's take a look at the format here as we, of course, have our 20 teams going to be representing. Of course, 4 teams, as always, will be sitting out for a full day. That actually is a something that is changed in the very last day of the tournament, which is now kind of 6 days away in terms of play days, as every team will be playing that last day. But for now, we've just got our 16 teams going to be playing today here with the 5 matches that we've got coming up. So, and I do believe, I think it's Group B sitting out today. Regardless, it's the one with wildcard in it and Call 2, etc. They're sitting out today. We'll look at those rosters later on down the line here, Seven. But again, the fact that we've got the 3 Erangels available to us each and every day now means that these teams are really kind of rounding things out on that battleground, even if the circles are shifting here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, some teams are just starting to become more comfortable with it, and some teams are actually taking full advantage of that. And one that comes to mind that's not going to be playing today is Omen Elite. In the past couple of days that we have actually played, they have won the last Erangel back-to-back. So some teams definitely starting to take advantage of that. And another thing to mention, since we are going to be talking here about Loops a little bit more in XQG, is that XQG yesterday, I think that was one of their best day because they ended up averaging a 4th place pretty much overall throughout the day. So very high placing for them, something I love to see. And on top of that, they end up getting a chicken dinner, and they won up Loops Esports. Loops got a chicken dinner with 15 kills. XQG got a chicken dinner with 16 kills. Yeah, we just saw XQ actually controlling that circle on Erangel by the fields near Gatka. And Loops, when it came to this Vikendi ending, this pseudo-urban ending, Jukes, really were able to play it very, very well in the end.
Oh yeah, I think that they performed perfectly right here. Just be able to work as a squad efficiently, and this is something that I really love to see from Loops, and they're one of my favorite teams to be able to watch here in the PMPL is because no matter what, even if they get circle or don't, they're able to work as a squad, push together, and be able to get it done.
That damn Hawk. You see its little head bobbing? Damn
right?
Hawk. Get out of the way, Hawk. I need to shoot. All right, I need to see things out of my peripheral vision. But here's XQ. They were going up against, I think it was Tribe, correct me if I'm wrong, in that little spot. And that was a very prolonged fight for them towards the end, which kind of had collateral damage on both sides, Seven, when that was going on. But as you mentioned, Omen Elite did get the win on that last Erangel, and that was cool to see because it was a 4v2 situation, which could have gone either way considering high ground.
But 4v2 that ended in a 1v1 at the end, and clutch day, as my boy Hot Jukes likes to call him. He was able to clutch it up and get that win. Something in regards to Loops, I think we're going to be able to see here, the Loop stat.
Check out the numbers.
They're just able to get so many kills, man. That's something that has just been impressive. Even when they end up in like 16th place or something along those lines of just a very low placing, they're still able to back it up with some kills. And Carrillo with 70 kills, 59 knocks, and not only that, 41 assists. So you can see all over the board, that man is the MVP so far of Loops Esports.
Can he calm down? All right, all he needs is a 5 where that 0 is, and it'd be a perfect number as well. That is some crazy damage jukes coming out for Carrillo to be able to see him. He's not putting. The thing is that when you see something like that, it's quite easy to be like, he's putting the team on his back. Absolutely not. This team is working as a cohorted unit, and Carrillo is just so happening to be blasting out when it comes to damage.
I agree. They work so well together as a squad. I think it's because you see him in this photo. He's got his arms crossed. He's the front man. You know, he's the one that goes in there first, hits some major shots. And I'm telling you, Carrillo, one thing I really love for this Loop squad as well is I think they're probably the best team that when it comes to shooting vehicles. Every single time so far I've seen in this tournament, if anything drives by from them, it's getting blown up instantly. These guys are working together perfectly. And man, I'm gonna make a bold prediction today, okay? I'm done. We're at the midway point here, and I'm gonna tell you what. I bet you $10,000 that today Loops is gonna pass up Wildcard Gaming in the leaderboards. It has to happen.
Aren't they?
Wait, I think they're like 2 points away from passing them.
They're like 2 points behind them, and Wildcard isn't playing.
$10,000, guys.
Hold him to it, I guess. Hold him to it.
We're gonna have to make some phone calls and make sure Loop sits out today.
Oh, let's take a look at the XQ gaming stats and get away from this as quickly as possible. Holy moly. Ball prediction jukes. Big stuff, big stuff. XQ on the way. We have GFan as well as HZL and Starlight showing up here. And again, Seven, it does bear repeating. I feel like a return to form yesterday for XQ.
Yeah, definitely. I think overall for XQ Gaming, yesterday was one of those better days and something we love seeing from them, and hopefully they can go ahead and continue that consistency. Now, out of all this, I know I'm not really sure what Starlight's role actually is. I'll have to confirm that with CFan, but I would like to go ahead and see some more action from Starlight. And this kind of brings me back to something that we saw with Wildcard when we were breaking down their stuff. It was all 3 good players like popping off, and then 1 player just kind of being like a little bit of an outlier. So it comes to mind. Imagine if Starlight is able to go ahead and start giving the support that needs to be done, maybe start giving some more damage to other teams and providing even more knocks for his team. I think it'll be insane to see, because for me, when everything is going their way, XQG is a top 3 team.
Yeah, they certainly have the chops to be. I think as a proviso, of course, he has sat out, I think, 1 or 2 days for easy when it comes to actually playing. So maybe it's slightly lower because of that, but that doesn't attribute for the entirety of the numbers that we're seeing there. So it is a good point to be bringing up. Hot Jukes, what do you think about XQ and how they're faring here so far?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I do definitely know after yesterday what HZL's role is, and that is to not pass any loot over to his teammates, according to Sheepad on Twitter, as he posted that when they won that match, that he had no meds, no rounds at all in his kit, and he asked HZL, hey, you got anything you could share? He said, no, sir. And then after he died, checked his box, found 200 rounds and some health kits. So he's like, nah, I need these right here. So regardless, I mean, they work well. They're when I see something like that, I just see that, hey, you know what? These guys are gunners. Because if you got 200 rounds and you say, I got none to share, that means that you're ready to use them all right there. So.
He's spraying.
Oh, yeah.
Jukes, you were just here to troll today. You've made bold prediction bets. You're delving into these Twitter fights.
That's how it's all done.
I mean,
that's what it's all about here. And I love the fact that that's what you could actually do. So for anybody who hasn't followed some of these players here, you get to get a whole different insight of what this tournament is like. And I love that fact here when it comes to the PMPL.
Yeah, just small things that we couldn't possibly know just watching it, and fantastic stuff. All right, let's take a look at the rosters and how they shape up. Group A to start things, and we have B4, Team Queso, Alpha 7, and Grunto. B4, one of my big front runners at the moment. I think a lot of people's front runners at the moment with the performances they've been putting up. 7. Who else is standing out? Grunto has stepped up tremendously as well.
Definitely. I think Grunto is one of those underdogs for me. I'm not sure if it might be a little bit too late for them to go ahead and make a push to 8th place. Actually, you know what? Checking here, I think they're less than 100 points away from 8th place. So if they go ahead and continue to have the games that they kind of had so far, I think we seen them with 2 chicken dinners. So hopefully they're able to go ahead and continue that momentum. I know 6th place has been getting some kills, and not only just 6th place, everybody in that team is now starting to come into place. Now starting to have pretty much the conversations, the talk. They're making the pushes and everything they need to go ahead and do, and it's nice to see.
Yeah, their survivability seems to have shot up for the past couple of play days that they've had, so that's been cool to watch. Let's take a look at Group B as well, as we kind of breeze over this because these gentlemen will not be playing. Wildcard Gaming, Tribe, Omen Elite, Cool 2. The ball predictions coming out from Mr. Hot Jukes himself to see if Wildcard will get knocked off that top spot. Yes, they will.
I got a feeling. What can I say? It's in my gut. I just think that the way you see Loops playing lately, that they're going to be able to do it today. And yeah, like I said, $10,000 if they do not. But at the end of the day, I have a strong feeling that they're going to be able to get it done. I don't know, something down there.
Jukes, yes, they are going to be able to play today, and that's going to be enough. So moving on into Group C, we have our next 4 teams. Loops, Tremkareta, we have Cloud9 and Mazexis. Loops came out blasting yesterday. Tremkareta ended up in some unfortunate moments yesterday, and I would love to see Mazexis rise to the occasion. They're down towards the bottom of the table here so far, 7, but I'm hoping for more.
Yeah, I want to see more action out of Mazexis. I believe they took on to Loops Esports yesterday at one point, and they actually won that fight. So hopefully they go ahead and continue to win those fights, because they're becoming that team where anybody knows that Mazexis is going, they're pretty much going up against Mazexis, they're going to full rush them. And we saw a couple teams do that yesterday. So I wouldn't be surprised if they don't pick it up. We're going to see more teams just going full-on rush on them.
Yeah, 1 or 2 to their downfall, though. Can't fully underestimate some of these rosters. I mean, they qualified here for a reason, right? So that is very important to know as well. Let's take a look then on towards Group D and see how our 4 teams there fare, as we have XQ, Cremrail, Batiste, Ace1, and Enshame. Again, we saw the step up from XQ yesterday. Back to form. Cremrail, Batiste, going to be the cream in my little tea here, Hot Jukes, and I'm hoping they get top 8. What do you think?
You know, I think it's so possible. That's the one thing I really love about this tournament so far and looking at this scoreboard, because in reality, almost any team can get top 8s. There's still enough games left, 20 points for a chicken dinner, and so far every single chicken dinner we see usually end up in that kind of 5 to 10 kill range. If you get one of those, usually it's about 30 points solid. So, I mean, if you're only 100 points away from that top 8, with the amount of games that we have left in days, any one of these teams can make it if they have a good performance.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, final groups then. We have Group E on the way. Let's take a look at those 4 teams and round this all out. Tempo Storm, Pittsburgh Knights, Lazarus, and Team Solid. Tempo Storm, they've been very consistent, kind of apart really from yesterday. Yesterday was not the easiest of days for them, 7, but I'm sure they're going to shrug that off and be like, well, we know we can do a lot better.
Yeah, and we're seeing some of those teams every now and then. They just kind of have an off day, right? And it's completely fine. If you're currently towards the top of the leaderboard, they are one of those teams that has 35 games played. So today, at the end of the day, we're finally going to get a good look at the leaderboard. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some chicken dinners out of them. Keep in mind, they do land Pochinki. Nobody challenged in Pochinki. Can they go ahead and continue with their rotations just fine and make it towards the end of the pretty much of the game? They have the firepower to go ahead and just outgun anybody too. And
of all the teams to benefit mostly from having 3 Arangels, it is kind of teams that land in that central area, right? They've got the better odds of being able to get to whatever circles they need to shift to. Let's take a look and shift over towards the overall rankings as well here for the PMPL Americas, as we have up towards the top. It's Wildcard Gaming, but maybe not for long, as Loops is in 2nd place, just 2 points behind them here, and B4 in 3rd place. Jukes, what do you make of it so far?
Hey, you know what? Like I said earlier, I think that the Loops is going to have a great performance today. But look how close the rest of the scoreboard is. Tempo, I mean, only 30 points away, and now with an extra wrangle match that they're going to be able to be playing. And like you mentioned earlier, they land Pachinki, they land Central. So wherever the zone goes, they're going to have the best opportunity to be able to rotate there as fast as possible. So really looking forward to see how this board mixes up and finally finding out who is actually on top of this tournament. Because after today, everybody's going to have the same amount of matches played.
Yeah, definitely so. You saw XQ in 5th place, just below Tempo Storm, which coincidentally is exactly where they end up dropping on towards Erangel. So very, very close to one another, 7. And this has become a little bit more of a theme here. We are seeing these two teams butt heads a little bit and have a slightly tumultuous time about being next to one another throughout the tournament so far, 7.
Yeah, and I know Temple Storm's one of those teams that usually doesn't like when people land close to their spot from previous stuff that we have seen in the community. So I want to go ahead and see what happens. If they actually do get into an engagement earlier, how is that going to go ahead and change their strategies in Erangel? And I know John Allen has been mentioning throughout pretty much the games as well. Just keep a close eye on those teams. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some kind of early fights going on from here on out.
A little bit of fireworks, even if it's just hitting into each other with cars. There has been these moments. Let's take a look at the schedule then. We've got 5 games coming at you for today, and 3 of them will be Erangel. It's my toaster rack of Erangels. That's right, no more bookends. It's my toaster rack, and Sanhok and Vikendi is the toast. Yeah, it's a stretch, but you know what? They got bored of my bookend jokes, so...
Oh, man. So this minute's going to go pretty much get everybody in the chat hungry. Okay, I see.
You know what?
Let's go.
There's nothing wrong with a bit of toast. And let's start.
Hey, what can I say? The bookend joke is now officially toast, ladies and gentlemen. But now, the return of the toaster rack. Let's go.
That was even more impressive than your bold prediction. Talking about Erangel, 7. What have you got for me?
I think for me it's going to be Loops. That's one team I'm going to be looking at for today. Can they go ahead and get a win? That's one team as well. They got 4 wins so far, and every single day that they do end up getting a win, they always back it up with another one. So one of the hottest teams that I'm going to be looking into. And XQG, I know we've been talking about those 2 teams, but those 2 currently at the top for me.
What's been eye-opening for me on Erangel throughout these past 40 or so matches, Jukes, is how people deal with military circles. When you see who's going to be going to bridges first, who's going to be opting to go for boats, and more than I kind of expected was the forced swimming that we're seeing from a lot of these teams who have to try and get over there via that. And unfortunately for those teams, it can be very dangerous, very treacherous, but obviously there's many different methods of how you actually get over to Military Island.
I think that's an excellent point and something that we definitely saw yesterday. I think it's since we've had so many military zones coming so far in the PMPL, we're noticing these teams finally starting to see that urgency and they need to get there quicker than later. And unfortunately for Loops, you saw them. They drove straight into the water and started swimming really early, and unfortunately, just a little too early because Team Solid was right behind them and was just laying down shots, taking them out piece by piece while they were just trying to swim across and get into the zone. But yeah, Military Island Circle is definitely a tough one for all these teams.
Yeah, creates a brilliant challenge. I love watching it. All right, and I love watching with you in-game as well because you can actually get yourself some cheeky rewards. So let's go and take a look at what you can actually bag for that for potentially a limited time. As of course, you should tune in not only in game but also on Twitch and also on YouTube as well. Join us everywhere here for the PMPL Americas. It's a very exciting time for PUBG Mobile esports, and we love being along for the ride with you guys at home. And we might even be hanging out in the chat whilst the games are going on as well. 7, before we go to this, actually, you know what? No, I'm not going to ask you any more questions. I'm going to allow you to go, and I'll ask you questions whilst we're watching the game together. I'll see you in a few, boys.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right, let's bring on the commentators here for our first Erangel of the day. We have Mr. John Allen and Xander Padwick. John, how are you doing, fella?
Doing great. I was really very worried that I'd stayed muted just then, and I had a quick panic moment. I don't know if you saw that in my eyes, but it's fine. I'm here. I'm ready to get to the games.
Don't you worry. The amount of times I've done that on my online broadcasts is probably been more than you. So, yeah, I apparently don't learn either. That's how it's going to go. How about yourself, Xander? You doing good?
Also just had a very scary moment that I was muted.
No, you didn't.
I'm plunging in now. You can hear me. Perfect. You all got me really scared there, but now, yeah, I'm ready to get into Oracle. Unmuted, of course.
All right, time to mute me. I'll see you in a few, boys. Enjoy.
All right, we'll hit the mute button on that one. But game number one of today's games, Erangel, as we say, the newly dubbed toaster rack of games we're going to be getting into.
I'm okay with it, you know.
Getting into the skies. I love Hot Duke's line. I think the bookends definitely are toast. I'm going to be remembering that one. I might steal it if no one was paying attention earlier. But fantastic stuff. Game number one, playing path from Zaki down to Sosnovka.
Yeah, but a difficult playing path, I would say, for especially this team. Team Solid, you can already see making a different rotation, going up towards Severny, which is where Wildcard tend to loot up. Obviously not playing today, so they will have that free to themselves. So good call from Team Solid. We saw them actually hot drop onto Pittsburgh Knights towards Gatka as well. So this team definitely seems to be doing their research, because they usually drop North Mansion, but they've seen an opportunity here. They'll go take Severny, play a little bit more passive, and then just move down just like Wildcard. So decent. Omen's not in the lobby either, so they won't have to worry about having to make their way all the way over to Milta. So really it's going to be very much a Western shift for a lot of these players this match.
Westerly rotations, we'll see where they opt to land. Team Solid, they're going up to Severny, as you're saying. That's Wildcard's location, so we'll see how that pans out for them up in the north side. Loops and Cloud9, they've been pretty much log ahead. Okay, hang on a minute. Blank, what do you think of the circle, huh?
Yeah, I was about to say the circle's a little bit wacky, a little bit different. I mean, we were talking about the military island on the desk, but yeah, we are going to have a north circle here. So there's even potential for Stalber to be in this one. And, you know, I love me a Stalber finish. It's probably one of my favorite out of all of them, just purely because it creates some really awkward situations where you've got kind of layers of players where you have someone on top of the mountain, someone maybe towards the mid way down the mountain, and then someone right at the bottom. If you're right at the bottom, you're in a tricky situation. If you're in the middle, you're even a worse situation because you're between a rock and a hard place. Alpha 7 rocking up on Mazexis straight away.
Wow, very close fights. Alpha 7 actually getting the pump action out into the fray. Rikitas will be able to get that first blood, and Mazexis down a player very early on.
You know, this makes a lot of sense though, John, right? Because we have a relatively new playing path. I would say pretty much all the playing paths on Erangel for its entire tournament have been relatively kind. Let everyone go where they want to. And I think this is the first one that's thrown a spanner in the works here. And it feels like Mazexis and Alpha 7, those are the two ones to clash early on. Maybe weren't sure of where they were going to go. Obviously, this is the first time Team Solid has gone up to Severny to start off with. So there's some very new little landing zones already thrown into the game. So maybe that's just unlucky on the part of Mazexis. They were slightly split in the open, and maybe Alpha 7 watched them as they dropped down. But at the moment, yeah, you've got a lot of teams towards the south side of the map. You've got XQuest Gaming and Xiaomi, B4, Trem, Grunto, as well as Team Queso. Grunto in Ferry Pier, Team Queso obviously liking to loot in Primorsk. So a lot of teams do have to move their way upwards, and they also still have to cross the river. So I'll be excited to see whether we do get a shift onto the northern side of the map. But remember the other day, John, this shift wasn't as clear-cut as we thought it would be.
It had a few surprises left in store for us, and maybe we'll have the same thing happen again today. Nobody made their way out to Yasnaya, so Alpha 7 moving out to the east. They've been allowed to do so. Team Solid heading down into the bunkers near shooting range.
Yep. Loops. Yeah, let's get some loot on. That's fine. That's fine. You're okay with that. I mean, he is a little bit lonely down here, is Kevin. Team Solid no longer have NTX on the team. Pepe actually joined the team the other day, but it feels like, I think it's Proza, Rezi, Kevin, and Mafioso. So, I'm not sure what's going on there. But I think they're just picking up new players as they go. But that was the information I was given. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Alpha 7 now finally making their way down to their preferred location over towards Yasnaya. So things have kind of worked out quite well for them, albeit there has been a little bit of a long rotation for them to get here.
Lazarus, Pittsburgh Knights, and Loops, you can see them all on your screen. They're making this similar rotation from Georgia Pole, trying to get into the zone, and Cloud9 are going to back them up. Lazarus controlling the hillside. They will spot out the Pittsburgh Knights, and hits the deck, wants to go for the spray. An immediate knock from Lolo. That's a kill onto J7. Really nothing doing there. That's some hella good accuracy from Lolo. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, Lazarus, we saw them yesterday on Erangel. Minwoo was the one to absolutely demolish B4 as they kind of rolled on past them and forced B4 very, very far out of the circle. So Lazarus are pretty damn good when it comes to shooting vehicles. And I would say that, you know, Lazarus is kind of my dark horse at the moment. They were 140 points total towards week 1. Now they're sat on 186, and they've still not finished the week of week 2 yet. So they're starting to really ramp things up. Talking to Minwoo, who's saying, look, we had a rough start, but you know what, we're going to really try and push it for that top 10. And you know, I love that. They've got some realistic goals ahead of them, and I think if they can keep going at this pace, there's a real chance we might see them in the top 8 if they continue this way.
I'm going to have to double Olo Knightsbane, I think, because he keeps sending for these Pittsburgh Knights. He 1v4 wiped them, if you remember, a few days ago, and he wasn't going to give up there, managed to just take an easy frag. So now we'll see if they can have a similar performance against Loops here. Carrillo, one of the heavy fraggers of our tournament, top of the boards, really. He's going to be first to face. And nades are being pulled. He's primed it. It's cooking. Sends it out wide towards Minwoo. Nicely landed, but half HP now found, and they could respond. Nade pushing Carrillo away from the tree. Gets away just in time, but not before taking a bit of damage to the heels. There's a flank coming out from Darden as well, with the nades landing on the side, and I think Lazarus wants to reposition.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights are here as well, so Darden drops out, takes Minwoo down, so an unfortunate beginning to them, but they will just cut the losses here, John. I'm okay with this. Lazarus just leave, and now Loops have to deal with Pittsburgh Knights. Currently, Loops hold a really nice position on the hillside, but yeah, not the greatest of starts for Lazarus there. That's definitely not how they wanted it to begin, and they'll have to leave this fight with one less vehicle as Loops try and mount over the top of this hill and get at least one more pick, but it looks like Lolo has just about made it away.
Going to be getting out of there, sending for the hills. Not quite out unscathed, though, as Darden
hits him.
Cheeky little shot with the DP there at range, but will survive. Some meds being earned. Mezexis now close to the last, one of the last players. I say last players. One of the players from Pittsburgh Knights. And again, Carnage gets caught with a nade in his hand. I mean, that happened over yesterday, if you remember, holding in the warehouse against the Tempo Storm push.
I mean, it's a reoccurring trend.
Oh, it's happened twice. It's happened twice.
Yeah. I think he has been just as successful with his nades as well, right? So it feels like a double-edged sword he's holding at the moment. Either he gets a big 4K, big 2K, or he just gets absolutely knocked and then just ran over from there henceforth. The rest of Pittsburgh Knights are making their way up towards Severny, so right on the coastal side, on the north side of the map, and pretty much everyone else is now just about making their way into the circle. They know that there is still a difficult road ahead of them in terms of maybe having to cross this bridge, cross the water, find some compounds on the north or the south side, so they want to make sure they are in Circle 1 to begin with, but Tempo Storm, they are just taking up this compound here, which is actually really strong. You can see out pretty much everywhere. It also controls the bridge side. So yeah, this is a good spot for Tempo right now.
Like Spec has some vision on Shama Gaming. Lupita jumping around, trying to land those shots. So not quite able to do so. The Rock giving him some decent cover there. Not really going to trade anything more than information.
We say that, but Lupita takes some nasty shots to the back there.
I lied to you, Blank.
You did. You did. Feels great because I get to call it, you know. So it's fine. I get to call you out. That's what I love. That's my favorite part of the day, you know. You know it is. You know it is.
It's a solid hobby, and I mean, I give you ample opportunity to do so.
Yeah. Exactly.
The next circle will be coming in again. Will it shift, you know, and decide the side of the river? Because at the moment it's still unsure and uncertain. And next pop goes pretty far southwest on the circle, but again, just given the nature of that first circle, it doesn't really displace too many teams. However, it gives teams a decision to make, north or south.
It does. I mean, south side's no good. There's Rozhok and School there, and then very little compounds towards the very much south side. So if you are playing the south side, you're forced to play on the edge, right? So if I'm these teams, I'm looking to play in the forest zones, find a little compound, maybe find a Harry Potter tower to reside in on the north side. Criminal Betis taking a completely different approach, and we're expecting that Stalber finish like what I wanted, and currently they're having to make the long rotate over the northern side. But currently got Mezexis on the screen. They took an unfortunate knock at the beginning of the game, and now they're just holding a crossfire. Cloud Cloud9 off in the distance over there, trying to get some information. Yeah, they've got a decent spread out at the moment, like a conga line on the hillside. It's not too bad. They're just going to be wary of losing a knock early, because what we tend to see is that when Cloud9 wins games, it's with 4 members alive. When they go out early, they've lost a member early, and things just seem to crumble from there usually.
They've been able to hold it down for now, however, and they've got a decent position, as you say, on top of these hills, so we'll see how far they can get in. Tempo Storm, a similar story for one of the NA heavy hitters. They have a really strong compound and a strong location to control these river crossings, so teams like Alpha 7 are going to struggle to get through. Tremcareta Furacão, they're on the northern shore, but they're a little bit too close to comfort to Loops, and not to mention Lazarus are knocking down the door as well.
It's true. I mean, Trem's a team that I was talking about yesterday, John. I was saying that, look, they've been having some decent games in Erangel, and now we've got 3 a day. Potentially it's time for them to start ramping up a bit. But yesterday they made some questionable moves, in my opinion. I think there was the one where they sent it into the middle of the field and were shot at by like 3 separate teams, which didn't make much sense. So it feels like they get to the end of the game and then there's a panic moment where they press the red button and everything goes to hell. But I hope they can have a bit more of a calmer day today, play it slow. But currently trapped between Team Queso, Lazarus and Loops. Already they're in the fire. They're in the pan at the moment.
Team Solid have managed to send Rezi up on the top of the roof of their warehouse and going to be scouting out some information. Needs to keep moving as he has broadside to several different angles. As soon as he gets displaced, they have to just fall back. But it's good, good information gathered. Crimreal Betis will get spotted out, and now they're going for a little bit of a plinking battle between the ranges.
Kind of like ping pong, right? You throw one tag back, they throw another, and then you're in this little bout between one another, seeing who can get the ace on the headshot. But we'll see what happens. I mean, right now it's quite calm. It's quite calm. Nothing's really happening as of yet. With this circle currently in, there's a lot of compounds to take control of, and a lot of hillsides too. So you can safely isolate fights between 2 teams without have to worry about another team actually third partying. But there's Cloud9 uneven. The big fragger on that team already taking a shot to Mazexis there from the hillside, so they will have an idea where they are. And Pittsburgh Knights, they don't really want to get into this fight. They're currently a member down. They want to survive for as long as possible. We get this next circle on screen for you. It goes north side, so yes, we're in a good position now. But if you look at the area, really there's the forest over to the northwest. There's scatterings of basically shacks and a few compounds available to these teams, so it is pretty awful. I would say that currently Cloud9 have one of the best spots to make this happen because they can take a really good ridge side, but now Pittsburgh Knights also know that's a good position, maybe want to move down.
Looks like Loops might be challenging it out as well, crashing onto Mazexis potentially for Cloud9 up on the northern side, but Team Queso need to move out. They're right next to Tremcareta Furacão. It looks like they managed to get the first knock. That's a big gun going off in my ear. I'm not sure if that was the... I think that was the M24. I don't think it was the Orm. I'll double check on that, but... One of them goes very low, and it looks like they are going to get the res, but the sprays continue. Axial actually gets knocked from the sidelines. A nice flank coming out from Swagwin here. Has the suppressing fire. Will be spotting out through those windows as Marco flanks around the outside. Hopefully he has enough cover to get that res up, but... Tremcareta Furacão, they don't have a lot of time to be playing with here. The next zone going to push them towards each other.
This is very interesting though, because we've got another fight going on screens at the same time between Mazexis, Cloud9 and Loops. We saw Mazexis in a very powerful compound, has a lot of areas to look into. Currently they're being aggressed upon by 2 separate teams, and Loops currently have the advantage, right, because they've found the first pick. They know they can start to move in onto Mazexis. The question is, can Cloud9 hold off Loops as they make their way in? Looks like they're going to go for it first. Cloud9 know they want to take this fast so they can maybe defend versus Loops, because if they don't do this fast, John, it's going to get hairy really quick.
Rapid crash and out through the window. Gamma gets the spray down with the micro Uzi, but in pushes Cloud9 and Mazexis. They go down. They can't hold this compound. Loops not able to claim any of those lives, and crucially, Blank, all 4 members of Cloud9 are still alive.
And in a really strong compound. Usually when we see Cloud9 get a center circle with a strong compound, they're able to hold it down. They're a hugely experienced team. We saw them in the global finals yesterday. Last year, and not yesterday, last year.
Yesteryear.
Yesteryear. And obviously they battled it out to get there in the first place. So once they can get into a position where things are starting to look good, you see all that experience just flooding back into this team, and they know exactly what to do. So I would say they're in a really strong position. Trem Coretta for the cow. On the other hand, they've left the fight with Team Queso, and now they're making their way to the same position that Cloud9 were holding beforehand. So all eyes are currently on Cloud9, and that's maybe the issue that they'll be looking out for.
You've got the Pittsburgh Knights who have been pretty lucky here after their rotation. I mean, we saw them get plinked away at earlier, losing down 2 players at this stage. And they're up in Severny, and they've managed to get it in this far, but 15 teams remain. They still have quite a ways to go. They will be playing the edge and actually having to push past quite a lot of strong teams here. Hang on a minute, the circle is going to go hard southwest, south of the shooting range. Lazarus in a compound, Loops have their compound there too. Lazarus' compound not so safe, there's plenty of teams who want it.
That there is, and they've already got a knock onto Russell. Russell, one of the stronger players on the team, showing himself up to be. But this is a hard shift, like you're saying. I mean, the circles on our angle just do not want to stay central. I think we had that one game where things were nice and calm, and then straight back to the hard shifts again. Grunto, they're making their way up. Lazarus have a free story here, which is really good, but there's only one player in it, and B4 are also chiming into this fight. So maybe Grunto just want to hold this one out for a little longer, wait for B4 to push in. You kind of got a stalemate here for Lazarus in the time being.
Have got 2 players left standing as Russell did get confirmed. They have the buildings, and I don't think Grunto want to make this cross. B4 have sight lines here. It'd be disastrous to do so. Loops are guarding on the northeastern flank at this stage, and Charme not doing so well with that one. They are going to take a few knocks, but we'll see what they're able to do. Sixless with the M24. Goes for a shot, but gets his head taken off.
That was a pretty fast turnaround from Capgiar there with the K9 coming out on top over the M24. So a slightly old-fashioned gun, but it gets the job done, at least. And there's Trem Coretta for a cow actually finding big nades over to Team Queso. Team Queso obviously were behind them.
That was 3 kills, or 3 knocks certainly onto Team Queso. Marco going down, and that might be the end of it. Trem Coretta for a cow, they'll know that they have a massive advantage coming through. They'll see those knocks, and it's like Ayala's going to be finished off. Queso eliminated.
Yeah. It was a smart move from Trem that they knew that the terrain that they were walking into, they could find a really good position on the hillside. And you know what? Team Queso had to push them. So an intelligent decision this time, and it's worlds different to what we saw from them yesterday, so I'm very happy to see it. But currently we've still got this fight between Ace1 and Grunto on our screens. I wonder if they've picked up Sixless or if he has finally gone down here. He's still in the game for the time being. And Ace1, they have to push uphill, but they've got a nice little flank here from Nunez, as well as the rest of the team just trying to make their way through with the aids of some smokes.
Any cover they can find will give them maybe just enough time to get something sorted out. It's going to be tricky. All 4 players for Ace are still alive. All 4 players for Grunto as well. They didn't lose Sixless. Tempo Storm, they have this ridge side. They're worried about B4 further down the hill, but instead they want to get a little bit more central into the zone. Levi gets spotted out, and it's them taking a fight from quite a lot of angles there. But that is not going to be the best situation for B4. They're very close to, I think that's Lazarus right next to them, and you've got Grunto just over the hill. It's really unfortunate as A7 as well, just over the north side.
I mean, Lolo's in a really bad spot within that shack versus B4. But B4 know they have to take that compound, regardless whether or not they know that Lazarus have a player in there, because they're about to be aggressed upon by many players. Good nade from Nunez, and now he may be calling for help from Ace1 because the rest of his team is elsewhere. Throws another in. Let's see where it goes. A little bit too far, but it's still just OQ. Nunez now going to make the approach jump.
Wants to crest this ridge, sends out wide, will spot out OQ. They know where each other are now at this stage. Grunto has supporting fire from that ridge line, so Nunez has to be careful. Sana going down, however, they want to try and invest into getting him back up, and it seems like they might just be allowed to do so, but in the meantime, Irish getting aggressed upon. B4 send all the way up the stairs, one goes down, but it's not going to be enough to stop the tides coming through. Lazarus eliminated here, Blank.
Yeah, that's just not gone well for them. Lazarus just slowly lost members. They found a really good compound, but just were not able to hang on to it because they did not have the player advantage on side. And now Ace One have all moved their way up. They have the vehicles, but Grunto, they hold a really good layer of players moving up the hillside. It's very difficult to Ace One to approach this.
They're pushing over the top, and it's Grunto who are winning out these duels. 3 players down now for Ace, last player standing. Gets the M4 reloaded, 35 bullets in. The reload comes through from both sides. They're back into a fresh fight. Oh, Kinwabala flicks up and to the left. Beautifully done. The Micro Uzi now in hand, swings out. Very, very low. Has to hold it down for his team, but he's not going to be able to make it happen. Ace One eliminated, and Grunto stay alive.
Tense. Tempo actually think just removed Alpha 7 from the board. That was a team they absolutely had to get rid of if they wanted to move forward. But now Loops, they're making their way down here and clockwise. Going to run into Tempo very, very fast. And Tempo are coming off the back of the fight, so they have someone to deal with, and deal with them fast they will have to.
Loops are on their north, and 2 players left standing for Tempo Storm, H and Tensor. 2 heavy hitters, and to be honest, if there's 2 players you want to pick out of these 2, it's them. Still be alive. Cloud9, however, still in the fray. All 4 players alive, but Pyra gets knocked. Nasty from Sixless, but quite able to land the shot. Ooh, he gets it onto Maxon, but not able to get the knock. Tempo now under congestion from Loops. The nades are ringing through. Charme out in the zone might prove to be a little bit of a sidewinder there, but Tempo want to disengage this.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Tempo and Loops, they're defended from all the other teams because of this hillside across here. So this is a singular fight, with the exception of Dudu off in the distance there. So Tempo kind of have to take this one with Loops if they want to make their way in. If any of these teams moves first, then they're going to get shot in the back. So they're kind of forcing the fight here, and they're right on the edge of the circle, and we're about to get a shift coming through very soon.
See where the circle lands and where it's going to force these teams to go. We're down to 10 at this stage. Blank H gets knocked again. Beautiful stuff coming through, but the nades are echoing in kind, and Loops has to fall back just a little bit from this fight. Again, they're going to be able to get the res for Tempo, but they're taking heavy hits. Fortunately for Tensor, his armor seems relatively unscathed at this point.
Yeah, but this is the issue for Tempo right now, is that Loops, they are adamant that they know they have to win this fight, so Tempo is going to continue to take fire from this team, and Tempo have no other saving grace in terms of third parties coming in here. So really, Tempo just have to bank on winning this 2v4 with the help of maybe Dudu, but you know Dudu's just going to hold out in the distance, try and play for placement. They have no vehicles to play around with, and now Loops looking over towards Cloud9, who just took a knock of their own. Now B4 looking to finish the job that Cloud9 started onto Trem.
Oh, they get the res back up for Cloud9, and the DP not quite able to land the damage, but Primreal Betis will get taken down. Tempo Storm getting run over, but Tensor's still alive. Still going on and healing. Will get a knock and actually get a flush. Loops going low, and it's just Tensor now for Tempo Storm. They continue to go into the fight. Trem Carreta Furakawa eliminated, but he's down and dirty behind the Dacia. Holding it up right now for Tempo Storm. H has been spotted. Becker goes out wide. Will get flush on towards H. The spray is there. They line up, but they're not quite able to get the damage in. Tempo Storm eliminated 8th place. It's an unfortunate start to the day, but Loops, they wiped them out on the south side. Now they have to push in.
Yeah, Loops knew they had to finish it, but now they have control of the northeastern side, barring Dudu, but we'll see how quickly Loops actually finish with him. Now, Cloud9 in a slightly awkward situation. They claim a lot of the northwestern side of the map, and Loops do just take out Dudu almost immediately. Now they can start to make their way in, but before, they've got good sightlines everywhere, as well as 4 players still alive. Cloud9 kind of on their last legs. Wow, this is a good spray from Levi.
Oh, goodness me. He's able to get one in the distance, Darden very low. A sliver of HP left for Loops. Last player standing for the squad now, and their strength completely shredded from that northeastern push. Tempo did a number on them, and everyone else is picking up the pieces for it. XQuest Gaming, you can see they have a solid ridgeline. 4 players. Grunto, they take a knock from B4, who again have all 4 of their players up.
And this is kind of uncharacteristic of Grunto right there. They've not been doing fantastically, but throughout week 2, I felt that they've slowly gotten better and better and much more solid as we've gone on. And Cloud9, they've been taking fights with a lot of people, whereas B4, they have a decent compound. That's the loops now finally done. Really, it's going to be a Coliseum battleground because right in the middle of the circle is so free. Now, XQuest Gaming, they're throwing in the grenades. Let's see if it's good. Goes a little bit too far, but As finds his way behind the tree here and now can open it up for easy.
Cloud9 got shredded on that push, but another push that's shredded right now. XQuest Gaming, they just wiped Grunto out, but B4 chime in for a little bit of help. Not too sure if they managed to get any of those kills. I don't think they do. 8 kills now found for B4, 4 players standing. The same story for XQuest Gaming. Cloud9 down to 1, uneven, trying to make it as far as he can. Into the zone, the ridgeline, the point of contention, but the circle's going to move them both away from it.
Oh, this is a really cool circle here. And I think the B4 have the slight advantage in the terms of they still have vehicles on board to play around with. They can actually just slam into the loot crate, right, and make a pseudo compound, but it means they have to make the run. So if I'm XQuest Gaming, I'm waiting for that moment. I'm waiting for the moment that they mount up, try and take them out of the vehicle, make this maybe a 3v4 and slightly more manageable. Cloud9 uneven still in this one, playing for placements, and HCL does go down. This becomes immensely easier for B4. XQuest Gaming desperately looking for that pick here, and there's the mount up. Great timing on that. They saw the knock goes through, they take the vehicles out without any pressure, knowing that someone has to res.
They are going to go over the top, and Easy finds out just how dangerous that can be. Takes a lot of damage, manages to survive going out, and even still snaking around. We'll see if he's able to even get into the next zone without being spotted by XQuest Gaming. Do they know he's there? That's really the question, but B4 right now, they have a dominant spot, right?
Yeah.
To be launching forwards.
And it was so smart. They got the knock and they were like, instead of pushing this fight, let's just get a better position in the circle because by all means, XQuest Gaming are going to have to snake in. We'll have trees, we'll have vehicles, we'll have the loot crate, and now we've got these smoke set up as well. Mixero goes for the cheeky little spray there. Grenades coming through, but Pedro finds the first one onto Easy. XQuest Gaming, they're just hemorrhaging.
It's so difficult to get over this ridgeline. You got B4 scanning it, giving all the info. Uneven. Looks like he's going to be able to make it in. Doesn't want to be too close to XQuest because remember B4, as I said, are scanning. They will be looking out and they'll spot that angle.
Oh man, this would be an insane game from Uneven if he managed to find second plate.
Yeah, no.
G-Fan puts an end to that one very fast, but that will have revealed his position slightly. He gets shot down.
Yeah, they're shutting 2 down, actually. XQuest Gaming, they've taken 2 knocks and a third as well to follow. Just AZ now, standing for XQuest Gaming and B4. Precise, deadly, accurate. Able to claim that chicken dinner on Erangel.
Oh yeah, I mean, B4 have been just immensely good on Erangel. Like, throughout the days we've watched them, we're in double digits, day 10 now, and they're still performing extremely well here. I think this is a team you've got to watch out for, and having freer ankles just really help it for these other teams at the moment, but just great decision making, good gun skill. It feels like this team has it all at the moment.
Yeah, it's they've done really quite well. They had a really good start to this tournament. They had a few solid average days, and now they have started today's festivities with quite a strong performance.
That's right. Oh, it takes a while for me to materialize. I'm sorry, guys. But we're back. Xander looking at that last kind of 4v4 fight with one snake towards the end, one spoiler.
Yeah.
It did feel like B4 had really good knowledge over where XQ was, and that kind of was a big, decent advantage for them in that final fight.
Oh, hugely. I mean, just going back for it slightly, I remember watching Pedro actually just briefly clip over the top of the ridge side, see that XQuest Gaming took the fight with Grunto Sixless and see about 3 of the players. So they had great intel there. So when they got the first knock, as I was saying on the cast itself, they were like, okay, this is a great opportunity. We've still got 2 vehicles in this one. Let's go take place in the zone. Let's find the little cover there is out there in terms of trees and rocks. And XQuest Gaming, they're going to force to be used smokes, the rocks in the way, and then just snake other than that. So I think B4 just took basically every advantage they could do and gave no opening for X-West Gaming to bring that one back.
Thank you very much, gents. I will see you for the next game in a few as we now head over to 7 and Hot Jukes here to break down how B4 were able to kind of make this happen. And obviously with that northern circle, welcome back, gentlemen. You look like two rival warring volleyball coaches from high school. I was saving that for last segment. You know,
that was so good.
B4 gets the win 7. What do you think?
As Blank was saying, man, B4 has had so many good performances so far in Erangel. That's one of those teams that we really didn't see them take full advantage of it last time we played through Erangel, so maybe here today taking a little bit more advantage of that. But overall, I think XQG, one of the teams that we are actually focusing on today, 12 kills in 2nd place. That's very impressive. And I know something Jukes was mentioning is that they're now starting to play a little bit more passive. They have that switch that we've been talking about throughout this whole tournament. You got to be able to turn on the switch for aggressiveness and also turn it off. And it seems like that's finally starting to work out, Jukes.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I think so. Another stellar performance for XQ Gaming, because I think earlier on, I think that's why Tempo kind of would be a little bit annoyed by them, because they were so willing to take on early fights. I think now, though, they've matured a little bit, and now they're saying, you know what, let's just last towards end game and then turn it on when we have to. And it worked again here in this start of the day with the wrinkle.
Of course, B4 with the 32 points up toward the top, but as you're saying, the sledgehammer for XQ has become more refined, it feels like, as we look at our 9th through 16th. Pittsburgh Knights with 6 points for themselves, but down towards the bottom, very few kills coming in here for our 9th through 16th. And is that kind of a result of the circle shift? Is that a result of how these teams have to then get all the way up to the top? Because it's uncommon, Jukes, that we're seeing these northern circles come along, and we don't have too many teams kind of dropping up there. So why is it so stacked up towards the top, do you think, here for this game? Any thoughts?
Well, especially when you have a northern central circle like that, you have everybody that likes to land south, Team Queso, all those teams, they're going to have a harder time getting up there. And the issue with that is usually when you try to get into that northern zone, there's only so many bridges that you can take. And those squads that happen to get there earlier are just gatekeeping, trying to get those early points. They know that there's teams coming through there. And I think that's what we saw here. Just on the rotation, just trying to get in there, getting caught out early.
I mean, even going around Yaz Lake is a choke point as well. It's not that wide of a location to even rotate around if you actually want to go that way. Let's take a look at how the stats are broken down for B4 with the 12 kills that they were able to accrue here. So what's in the numbers? Let's find out and see how that does look. We have 2,000. Ooh, geez Louise. Oh, wow. That's more damage than I expected, 7 coming in from B4, but, you know, no disrespect meant, just they have blasted out this game.
Listen, I'll be completely honest. I was kind of focused on other fights like between Ace and Granto and Loop speeding out tempo. But that is definitely surprising. I think that is the most damage from a team that we've actually seen in a couple of days for just one match. And it's good to see. And they actually got unlucky. Look at that. They got 14 knocks and they only ended up with 12 kills. So missing out on those 2 kills right there, I know that's probably killing them right now.
Yeah, they were ruling the roost when it came to some of these final circles, I suppose, Jukes. And of course, in some of those hills terrain where there's low compound on that snaky road, there is some up and down terrain, things like that. But towards the end of that circles, it's actually quite flat in the area that it actually finished in, right?
Definitely. I think you look at Erangel, they perform so well on this map constantly. We've seen them do it in the past. And I think when they hit those laydowns, they're able to spot people out so much better than other squads. I think that's why we see them doing too well. Going over to the highlights now, you can see Lolo. This is the problem with those northern circles, getting caught out, just trying to rotate in. We saw some good shots coming from Gamma. A lot of Uzi work today, Q as well. Just great performances, a lot from all these squads, man. This was a tough circle for them.
Yeah, 7 thoughts?
Yeah, and I know right here at this spot we're going to be able to break it down in a little bit, but it was interesting to see just Ace kind of push up on Granto, and it didn't end up working out their way, especially with the support from the other players of Granto that having that little height advantage, keeping him at base and right there at that jump. Don't worry, we'll be able to break that down a little bit more here in a little bit. And this was one of the fights that I was focused on, Loops versus Tempo, and then you got Insame trying to move up, and CFan being able to go ahead and get some shots there on Cloud9. And at the end, I know I think it was Uneven that was the only player alive there from Cloud9, and XQG also remembering that and being able to get that kill. So it was nice to see those teams just being able to start clutching and start being able to get those, pretty much extra kills at the end.
You know, the funny thing is that up until the kind of final moments of this game, similar to you, Seven, B4 was not one of the teams that I was really focusing on, but they were just quietly stomping the rest of this lobby, Jukes, whilst we were kind of focused on some other things going on. But it is great to see, and that's kind of the essence of PUBG, right? There is just, it's chaos incarnate when it comes to some of these games, and B4 was able to thrive in this chaos in this game.
And I think that's what separates them from a lot of other squads. When you have to hit the deck and just try and spot people out, their communications have to be on point right there. And the way that they were spread out in the grass, laying down, they had to know exactly where XQ was, especially knowing that terrain. There's only that one divot, so they knew exactly where XQ was in this position. And I think XQ, as they were trying to find out, I mean, they could be anywhere. We saw smokes all over the place. B4 able to just spot those pixels and hit some big shots to get a huge chicken dinner here in the late game.
Yeah, very nicely done. Let's take a look at that total damage then. If B4 didn't soak it all up and kill everybody with 2,800 or so. Oof, Loops.
Wow.
Jeez, I mean,
Wow.
it's actually rare, the Seven, that we see two teams stack up that much in a single lobby. Normally it's just one riding high, but that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, we actually have not seen that often in Loops with those 8 kills. That amount of damage, my goodness, man. They came in hot today as well. And something actually to mention about B4 that you guys were mentioning, how it kind of like snuck up on us, that they were doing so much damage and doing so much work on other teams, is that this is not the first time they actually do that. Thinking back on previous games that they have won in Erangel, they are very quiet, and then towards the end is when they start just popping off. They usually try to play that that edge of the circle, and then at the end is when they're like, you know what, now it's time to go ahead and turn on our aggressiveness, and they take full advantage of that. So it's great to see that strategy is still working out for them.
Definitely so. 18-12 overture as soon as those cannons kick in. Jeez Louise. B4, well played indeed. A great game by them with the 32 points coming in, and they were already pretty high up the leaderboard here, Duke. So they've got a great, I mean, technically we've got quite a few teams with a great opportunity to, you know, pass your $10,000 challenge. Nope, you didn't bet to the teams, but we already know that your money's safe, Jukes.
I think we're safe, baby. Let's go. I'm so pumped for it. There you go. I'll make sure to put my PayPal in the link, guys, so the chat can start finally going and making sure that they pay me for that bold prediction we got here. And as we go, start breaking down these fights. This is the one that Seven and I were looking at enamoredly. And it's, as you can see, Ace, Grunto going at it back and forth on this little hill here. And this is a tough fight for both these squads. It's all about who is able to hit the first shots. And as we saw here, Nunez, he had that advantage he was able to get a knock earlier, but Grunto with the support coming up, getting some huge knocks, trying to get it finished here. We saw that big jump shot at the end to be able to finish it. Seven?
Yeah, and I think the support from the other players of Grunto, just being able to have that height advantage and kind of keeping the other players from Ace at bay, was just a huge advantage here for the extra Grunto players that were alive. And here, that 1v1, that jump, once we saw that jump and we knew that man had a Newsy, we knew it was all over there. Grunto was going to go ahead and win that. And it's nice, because remember, I said at the beginning of the broadcast, Grunto is one of those underdog teams, but I know that if they're able to go ahead and start clicking the way they are, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see them go ahead and do a push for 8th spot.
Yeah, I think the final Grunto player, I can't remember exactly who it was just in that moment, but them transitioning from the 1 car to the 2 cars at just the right moment to close the gap was very impressive, because oftentimes you can just be caught in the middle of it and just die straight, but that was very nice. Let's take a look at the overall rankings. Wowie, wow. Not only did Loops take over wildcard, but B4 has as well, as we have 3 more teams underneath wildcard with 36 games played so far. So today, there's going to be a lot of shifts, Jukes, it feels.
Oh yeah, I think we're gonna see the leaderboards change up big time. This is something that I knew that was gonna happen eventually. Once these other teams caught up with the rest of the squads as far as the games played. And as you can see right here, you know, wildcard, I'm not sure exactly where. I wanna see some predictions in the chat of where do you think wildcard's gonna end up after this one here, because man, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean,
they might end up in 5th place, I'll say. What do you guys think? That's my prediction, 5th.
I'm gonna go with 6th.
Yeah, 6.
Okay.
I mean, it's a fair assessment, right? They have played more games at this point in time, and again, we're only kind of this is finishing week 2 now, is today effectively here between all of these teams, and that's when we see everybody having that even footing of played exactly the same amount of games. So it's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be interesting indeed. Let's take a look at the schedule and see how that fares. And also, whilst we look at the schedule, with B4 winning the first game of the day, that puts them at 5 chicken dinners here for the PMPL Americas, and that is the first team to do so. So congratulations to them. We're going to be going to Sandhawk, Erangel, Vikendi, and Erangel next up. So it's time for wait.
Wait a minute.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Right.
There you go.
Sandhawk!
There we go.
Here we go!
Yeah, okay. So, yes, we are back on Sandhawk. We've had a variety of different circles. We had a lot of quarry endings down there, but then since then, Seven, it's been very varied, and we've seen teams, you know, thrive in some of those situations and not so much.
Yeah, I've been enjoying the northwest to northeast endings, and I think I kind of want to actually continue to see that. We just got used to seeing so much quarry. We thought that was all we were going to see here on this PMPL, but it's a good variety because we're seeing teams take full advantage of that in regards to where they usually land, and also their rotation. They're able to readjust strategies, so that it's good to see. What kind of circle you're looking for here, Colin Jukes?
Go on, Jukes.
I'll tell you right now. Well, first of all, like I just want to see. I want to see a good, normal, like clean circle here in Sandhawk. I was talking to Juicy with Omen the other day, and he was saying here in PMPL, these circles have just been going all over the place. So I want to see a Sandhawk circle that's kind of even across the board and see which team is going to come out on top, because we've seen in the past few games, if one team gets a favorable crazy circle, they end up with like 20 kills and a whole bunch of chicken dinners here on Sandhawk. So I want to see what happens when the playing field's a little bit more even.
Are you saying you want a boot camp circle?
Boot camp or paradise. That's usually the two right there. Yeah, boot camp or paradise, I think would be nice, good, clean fun.
Nuts. Absolutely nuts. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm going to let you go for now, and I'll get you whilst we're going on with the game as we bring back on John and Xander. And I think that's a fair assessment, even though we've had a lot of circles. Hello, gentlemen. Even though we've had a lot of circles down towards that quarry area, and to the untrained eye, that might look like a decent location for a lot of teams to play. John, if you commit to one side of the quarry and the circle shifts to the other, you're almost a dead duck. You're a sitting duck when it comes to, you know, actually being able to do much with that circle, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty impossible to get across there. You have to invest pretty much all the smokes that you have in the world, and then you're pretty much scuppered once you get into the next fight. So it's very, very hard to be able to clear those angles. You really rely on fights already happening as well.
All right, well, thank you very much, gents. I'm going to disappear. No, I'm not. Wait a minute. Let's find out.
1 second.
Hold. Phalanx.
Hold the line.
Hold
the line.
I'll stop being weird. How about yourself, Xander? When you're looking at these circles, obviously Jukes is wanting something a bit more kind of...
Good, clean fun, he said. Yeah.
Did he say good, clean fun?
That's what he said.
You know, when I think Jukes, that's what I think. Good, clean fun. So
me too, Ben.
That's exactly. I'm exactly the same.
Yeah, it's weird, that, isn't it? So, boot camp and paradise were his two choices for a good, clean fun. I don't know. It gets a bit mental in there sometimes, Xander.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, we've got Team Case, we've got Loops in the mix. We've also got Cloud9 too. But get out of here, Calaris.
All right.
You've held the line long enough, but it's time for you to take a break, Sonny.
Zippity zapper, let's get rid of him. We are going to be heading into game number 2 of today at Sandhawk, and we're going to have a couple of montages over in boot camp, or will there be trouble in paradise? It all remains to be seen here as we head into Sandhawk.
That it does. I mean, look, Calaris does a fantastic job there. I mean, he held the line for just long enough, and then they broke through, but they've broken through onto Sandhawk, which is actually where we want them to be in the first place. Circle goes south. We've got B4 as well as Team Solid actually being in this circle. B4 just coming off a really good game there, starting to come back into their stride, right? I mean, they're doing really good. They're staying towards the top, and it feels like there are some teams, John, I don't know if you agree with us on this one, but it feels like there's some teams who they'll do really well and they'll drop off for a few days. But it feels like B4, they'll do really well, they'll drop off for a day, reconsolidate, reconsider things, maybe do some reviewing, and they'll come back really strong on the next. It doesn't feel like there's ever a circumstance where consecutively they've been that bad.
pretty spread on these drops now at this stage. It feels like the Sandhawk drops have been figured out by most of these teams. You can see they are starting to go a little bit more split generally. That happens when everyone's a lot more confident and comfortable in where they are going. So we'll see how that pans out for them. But the southern shift should be pretty nice for most people.
So, John, going back to my previous point, would you agree that P4 haven't done badly 2 days in a row?
Is that what you asked? Did you ask?
Yeah,
Oh.
I did.
Yeah, go on then. I'll give you that. You're okay.
I was just expecting an answer, and then you were like, you know what? Look
They're
at
my
these
points.
teams. My boys, they've all found a location on the map. Things are good. I was like, yeah, man, the great news. Cloud9, on the other hand, John, I mean, these guys, they find themselves a little spot. My homies up here in Paradise Resort, and then what happens is they'll go down and they'll find a decent-ish position and then play from there. Not really an option this time, John.
No, it's a little bit trickier there. Unless they want to sort of stick and play hard edge, they'll have to try and send a little bit more central, but those paths are treacherous. And actually, the southern rotation between boot camp and quarry is notoriously difficult to make your way through.
Yeah, massively, John. I mean, it causes a lot of basically traffic jams for a lot of teams. They're not sure whether they need to move through or not, or maybe you wait for the next circle to think, oh God, maybe I need to go through this way. And by that time, you've already been flanked by a whole other team, and another team's actually watching you with the binoculars, waiting to third party at the exact opportune moment. Currently, though, I mean, Cromwell Betis, they play Coastal quite a lot, and they were the ones to be able to catch off Tribe Gaming yesterday. This time they don't have to deal with an aggressive team on that side of their map, so they can probably comfortably move in here. I think the biggest issue for most teams is whether they jump on either side of the river. Tempo Storm, though, controlling Painan, they're pretty happy. They've probably got both sides pretty much covered. You can see H already scouting out, so they have a fair bit of information available to them already.
Loops up to their north, though, so they might want to be a little bit worried about the team taking some of that control that they've gained. Staying in Painan in a circle like this, you know players are coming your way. It's one of the main crossing points, and it's one of the places where you know you're going to be found on out. So, as you say, they send H, the scout, out to the east. They back it up with, I think that's Rain as well, to his west. And most of the players now have made their way out of Painan.
You know, the H1 on our screen is a team I don't want to say I feel sorry for them, but like every time I see them, I just want them to do really, really well, right? Because I mean, we saw them.
Oh no!
Dear. I mean, yes, this is not what I wanted. It's not. This is not how I thought my statement would start. Why? It's
not going your way today, is it?
I'm not happy about it.
You were going on about uneven, and she found just like, bap, and then you were like, oh, cool.
And then I'm like, Ace1, and then it was like, bap. Oh, you like that team, huh? How about now? But yeah,
Circle gods, dude.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with God, I can't even get my words out. There's just fighting going all over the place. Tempo trying to get away from this one. Team Queso as well as Trem taking fight. But yeah, Ace1, we saw them yesterday at Wrangle get it all the way to the end, right? And they had a great position, 2v4 versus Omen. They get the 2v3, and then it's Zute, the man himself, the myth, actually is able to finish on that and get the chicken dinner away from them. I think that, yes, I will continue to run the story on, be that spiritual successor to Glitter, and try and wish that chicken dinner on for Ace1 at the very least for them.
Wherever she is, I'm sure she's proud of you, Blank. I'm sure she's...
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
She's seeing you waving that flag, and she's,
the Ace1 flag.
A tear brought to the eye, just rolling down the cheek.
You know, I need
solemn
that
nod.
Now. You do know I need that. Like, at some point over the next year, I need someone to bring me an Ace1 flag, and I will wave it on the desk.
Fantastic. All right, fantastic. Let's get that done. Enshame over out to the eastern sides, just west of Kampong. As Enshame are guarding them currently, but both of them in the circle. It's going to be all right. Maybe not for much longer, though, as Unico Edu will land a couple of shots over towards Enshame, but nothing more than damage found.
Oh, nothing yet. I mean, I don't know why you I don't know why you take this fight, because you have information on it. Unless Xiaomi Gaming knew that Cream Real Betis was here, there's no real reason to take that, because now, because they're playing on the edge, if it goes to the west side, Cream is quite royally stuffed, really, because then they have to push through in Xiaomi Gaming as well as Ace 1. And Xiaomi Gaming, I guess the thing for them at the moment is they're kind of trapped between two teams. And Cloud9's actually making their way down from the north too. Pittsburgh Knights, on the other hand, going for the wildcard approach. They're still up in Cow and Tap Mock, and they're going to play this one very, very slowly. So it feels like the wildcard playstyle, just go to the very, very northern edge of the map and then just trunch your way on down to the south. Seems the other teams are starting to pick this one up. I mean, Team Solid did it last game in our angle, and now the Pittsburgh Knights, they're taking up the mantle.
Fair enough. I mean, we even saw Pittsburgh Knights head out to Severdy last game as well. They joined up.
Something must be going well for a wildcard. It must be the landing zones.
Well, they are certainly doing very well. They've sat towards near the top of the table. Everyone trying to emulate that. Alpha 7 still outside the circle on the northern side as the Pittsburgh Knights do start their rotation southward, but everybody else gonna be all right. Loops have taken fully Painan now, as Tempo did leave it to control the hill that they wanted out to the east.
I mean, they're watching for both the teams beneath them, right? They have a really good position in terms of the hill, and they can kind of gatekeep Trem as well as Team Queso, because neither of those teams can actually leave the compound, because they get shot at one another. There's Cloud9 trying to take some fight over towards Chrome Real Betis. Beowulf kind of scuffs the spray there, and Unico Edu actually gets the better of him. I think Unico Edu has actually been one of the better players on Chrome Real Betis. I feel like he does come up big a lot of the times, and he's usually one of the last remaining members for them too.
Don't sleep on Nitsu though.
I won't sleep on
Nitsu,
Nitsu, for sure.
From him, Chrome Real Betis still very much plugging away, surviving after the knock against Cloud9, maybe trying to get some angles in, but next circle just about to pop as Cloud9 make a hasty rotation.
Yeah, they want none of that. They're very much okay for it. Next circle, like you say, going to come in very shortly. And, we'll see where that one does go. We've got it on our screens now, so you've got a better picture of where all the teams are. I mean, most teams in their general spots. Loops are the only ones who have made a drastic change here, taking up residence Painan, which is Tempo's usual spot here. Grunto, they've made their way down from the Northwest Island. Now they're holding on the bridge side, ready to cross at 8 times. We get a south shift, so now B4 could be very happy with this one. They've had all the time in the world to loot up Sami, and they'll be very heavily looted. So if we see something similar to what B4 usually plays, they're just going to wait around, try and maintain 4 members, and being one of the only teams in the circle that's not surrounded by other teams, they should have an easy job of it. So if I'm them right now, I'm probably going to move over to Camp Charlie on the bridge, try and gatekeep that one.
Rotating around and making sure that they have the best of it. I mean, that's PUBG Mobile in a nutshell, Blank, isn't it? I mean, it's a game of not dying and finding the best spot to do it.
Yeah, and some teams tend to be very, very good at it. Some teams are just finding their way. I mean, Tribe, I know they're not playing today, but I think that right there is just such an incredible team in terms of playstyle. I don't think we've seen much like it in Americas in the first place, because they find a knock and they will just run you down. But I think that's a team that could wildly improve if they took less fights. I mean, every time we see them on the statistics page on the desk, right, we see them with a huge amount of damage and then not many kills. So I feel like if they toned down the amount of fights they took and then selected them properly, because they can win all of them if they just fought less. Anyway, but they're not in the game today, so let's take a look at the teams here. I mean, I'm just going off on I go to sleep and I think about PUBG Mobile, I wake up and I think about PUBG Mobile. That's what I do, all right?
That's fair enough. If it's your daily routine, you make it work for you. And even getting knocked, Alpha 7.
No.
Oh dear.
They can't go anywhere.
They can't get. They're getting turned away at every doorway. It's unfortunate.
Can we come here?
They're alive, and that's what matters. They should be able to get this res off, and next circle shifting down south, they will be really quite close to it, but they're trapped kind of on the eastern side of Quarry here.
And we're seeing Tempo actually take shots over to Trem, who did leave that compound. This is exactly what I was talking about. They don't really have time to turn around and fight Tempo, because they have to fight Team Queso at the same time, whereas Tempo have a really, really good spot to just stop themselves being shot. And now Ace 1 are shooting at Cloud9 too. We can stay here? No, sorry.
Do you guys mind if we just no, sorry guys, you gotta go, you gotta vacate the premises.
You haven't paid for this spot, I'm sorry.
Oh, they pay with their blood, unfortunately. Pittsburgh Knights, they're rattling down the shots downhill towards Lazarus, as they do get the confirmation as well. Irish very, very low. A nade going a long shot, not quite able to tickle the damage. A nade is being cooked as well as they find another knock. Raven, consumed by the blue, takes damage from the nade, but Irish swings out wide. Very low on HP, so he has to stick the heal if he wants to get into the next zone. But Cloud9, they might be thanking their lucky stars for this one as they can pick up the pieces. Lazarus eliminated on this push.
Wow, that's kind of sad for Lazarus there. They do go down. I think it was a fight they could have actually won, but Pittsburgh Knights actually play that one pretty damn well, considering the fact that they're outside of the blue. But yeah, now they have to make a push in. And there's the quarry here in front of Ace1, Alpha 7, Cloud9, Pittsburgh Knights. So it's going to be difficult for them to actually make their way across. And even if they do, they have to deal with Team Solid, who are currently held up in a shack towards the southern side. You can see that on the east. And in Xiaomi Gaming, Cromwell Betis, all going to be wanting to make that same kind of rotation. So Cloud9, having that information ahead of them, they've been knocked by 3 different teams. They know there's a lot of people here. They're just going to immediately head into quarry early on and try and make their way across.
The Western migration will come through, and this is what Kalaris was talking about, right? So we'll see if they get trapped in quarry, having to invest those smokes.
Kind of like a spider's web, really, at the end of the day on the map. And a lot of teams, in a sense, can play the spider as well, because they start to hear the twanging of the webs in quarry and can just start to shoot down to the players there. XQuest Gaming have finally rolled up just outside of B4. B4 haven't had to move whatsoever. So a little bit of that B4 circle look coming through, and now Loops again fighting with Tempo.
They are both vying for position near Painan, and Tempo get the worst end of it, but XQuest Gaming, we're going to help out Tempo this time around. Loops, they lose a player as well, so it's now 1-for-1 overall on the trade. However, the points obviously not going to Tempo. I'll be happy with it nonetheless. Federal swings out wide. H gets spotted, but oh, that was so close.
You have to admit that H has got some fancy movements on that guy. Oh, yeah. You see how he almost like just flew. He flew away like a small bird back behind the actual compound, and it's like, no, I will not be knocked today. Thank you very much.
Even if he
it's like David Blaine.
Even if he does get knocked there, he can get rezzed. I mean, he's already flying through, and will dynamo his way back to cover.
So. He was literally flying. But yeah, Loops in a slightly awkward situation there. I think they took a fight without properly actually seeing what was around them. I don't think they expected XQuest Gaming to suddenly turn around. But it's Tremcoretta versus Cloud9. How has that happened?
They didn't spot it. They didn't check the angle. Adder.
No way!
The spray. Oh, that's so unfortunate. You need to be taking those. Gets the micro Uzi. Caught on the reload. 11 bullets might have been enough, but Bayo will shut it down, but not before a heavy price is paid. The toll has been exacted.
No way. No way does that happen. Mufasa, you absolute god of a player. Okay. I enjoyed that one greatly. And Tremcreta for a cow, by the way, they still have a bloody player in the circle down towards Cave. So they're still chilling. Cloud9, on the other hand, feeling pretty sad about themselves.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty tricky to handle. See if they're able to do more with 2 players left standing. Team Queso.
They really haven't had a break, though, have they?
No, they really haven't. It's been time and time again that they just take these fights, and they will get eliminated finally. Alpha 7 the ones to do so. Next circle just about to pop. You can see Team Queso. They're vying on the northern side. They have the overlook down onto Pittsburgh Knights, and is going to be able to get that first knock, but maybe a little bit slower than they would have liked. Jagger takes a lot of damage as well. Managed to hit the deck, but going to be unfortunate for the Pittsburgh Knights. They're all going to have to move, though. The next circle shifts them down.
Yeah, B4 staying it. Just a very leisurely little game here on Sandhawk. Not too much action for them. It's more been like a game of Vikendi for them. Pittsburgh Knights, on the other hand, like I said, John, they will have to move. And they'll have to move up into Team Queso, which is the unfortunate thing. Now, they can try and move down to the eastern side, but kind of a bad idea because I know all the teams have had to crunch their way past Quarry to get down in the first place. There's also a lot of compounds they can shoot out towards. Team Queso, they can be afforded a really nice little compound, though, which is just to the south of them. So no one's taken residence in it yet. Cloud9 were the closest, but they just do not have enough players to hold down a single compound by themselves. And now Axial just on his belly, snaking his way in, I guess.
He's stepping. He's stuttering his push. Criminal Betis, though, not going to be so lucky. And Shami guiding it out in Camp Charlie. Trying to breach the beaches around here is not going to be the easiest. He heads back to the boat. Okay, interesting decision from Unico Edu.
The land boat.
It's only zone 4, so you can survive for a little bit outside there. They are just going to shut it down. Criminal Betis, they're really struggling here. Cloud9, they're holding fast for now, but they have to move in. They're on the eastern side and not in the circle. Nade being cooked. I think he knows that Escanor's there. He's waiting for the cook, and it will be perfect. Yeah. Beautifully done.
That was gorgeous, wasn't it?
Yeah. Gordon Ramsay be proud on that.
He would be like, oh, just a pinch of nade there. Just beautifully seasoned onto Escanor. And Tempo, they have to make their way down towards the bridge, so they'll at least be able to camp there. But Team Queso have taken up residence in that compound I was talking about. It is right on the north side, right on the edge. B4, on the other hand, have a huge amount of pressure in this circle. I would say they have around about like a whole eighth to themselves, like, of this circle, which is kind of ridiculous.
Oh, and even gets caught on the push and will get finished out. Actually, it's Team Solid to steal it away. They do get the kill, and it's unfortunate. Cloud9 now down to 1, just Beowulf. It looked good there for a moment. Ace 1, they took a knock, but unfortunately gets caught out in the open, and Team Solid are ready and waiting to pick up that kill. Ace 1, they're shifting into the zone, but Beowulf has other ideas. Gets a lot of damage out, and we'll know about the flank now as well. Tempo going very, very low. I think they will lose another player. There's Rain getting confirmed now. It's just Spec alive for them.
Beowulf just pulling out his nade, just waiting on it. Gonna move to the other side, tosses out a nade, see if it hits anyone, but it's Mixera who's taking shots onto Grunto. And this is a really good decision from B4. They want to get rid of Grunto, who are behind them. They do have to worry about Loops, who are towards the north side. They might just be able to enter into this fight. And we all know that Loops are one of the kings of the third party.
B4 guarding the western side as well. You see, they're picking up shots on towards Grunto, making their life hell. And they have a dominant position in most of this zone blank.
Oh, yeah, it's what I was just saying. They're trying to get rid of Grunto from the western side. XQuest Gaming, though, they still have just about the breath's edge of this compound towards the north. And now Beowulf actually taking down Team Queso quite heavily, but will be immediately refragged, so it is a little bit all for naught. But now Team Queso, they have to cross the river. Team Solid opting to use that bridge rotation that they so very well held down for a long time. Kevin's made his way in, and Shami Gaming are to the south, though.
Loops and B4, the Titans clashing right now over the top of this hill. A strong position, but Loops have greater pressure on them. B4 can bide their time. And Loops down to 3 players as well. They're going to send out into the blue. They want to head out wide. Federal tucks the gun away. He's going close. This is risky. But will he manage to make it pay off? Levi, I think he's been spotted. And behind the tree, they swing out wide. And Levi there.
Oh my god.
Just dismantles the push from Loops. Finds 1, finds 2. The guy's a machine.
We have to look, that fight there just shows how in sync this team is, because Mixera spots the push, takes a few taps of the 2 players who are flanking Levi, immediately drops the floor into cover, and Levi pokes out whilst both the players look towards Mixera. So perfectly coordinated. That is a scary team. And they still have Pedro within the circle towards the northern side to ensure that there's not many teams around them when they do finally return. This is just perfectly played. I don't know what's happened to B4 today, but they are on something ridiculous.
They're on an absolute tear, certainly. We'll see if they're able to get the second chicken dinner on the trot, still on the cards. All 4 of them standing. The only other team to be able to do that so far is Mazexis, and they're going to be maybe next up on the menu for B4. down towards the south side of the zone, but first they have to deal with all the players at their back.
I mean, if they can get rid of Loops, get rid of XQuest Gaming, then they control all the northwestern side. And depending on how the next push comes through, and I mean, they're just running players over at the moment.
Well, there's Loops, and soon to follow, probably XQuest Gaming here. They are going to spot out Chiffon. There we go. As it was written, so it shall happen. And Charme as well, going very, very low on the opposite side of the circle, and will get eliminated. 4 teams now standing.
As Rezi taking some shots onto Maxon. Maxon will fall, so Team Solid got a decent little flank here. They are making their way around the circle before holding onto those barrels, which is basically just a laser beam now in the game. Mazex is also still in this one though, as Team Solids and B4 who have slight hillside, and the circle will shift just towards B4. It's still out of their way, but this is a full 3-way fight going on. No one's having a good time whatsoever.
I don't know if you caught that, but that was 12 kills for Enxame, by the way. They've had one hell of a game despite going out down a little bit earlier. But B4, they take a 1 death and 1 knock now, and Mazex is starting to ramp up the pressure. All 4 of them alive, but Darius, he is going to feel the retribution just about now. There you go, gets spotted out.
I love
Team Solid.
this.
They're not done just yet, Blank.
It's a triangle fight at the moment. One team takes a shot at the other, and the other team takes a shot at that team. So no one can really look out without getting shot at by someone else. And B4, they don't really have much cover whatsoever. They're just hoping that Team Solid and Mazexis start shooting at one another a little bit more. Mixera trying to make his way out, does get shot. Pedro goes down, so does Mick. There's only one player remaining. It's Levi. He has to do something and do it fast indeed. Rezi just goes down in the blue. B4 actually have a shout into this game.
1 versus 1 now, Blank, as there's knocks on either side.
Okay.
And I don't think they're going for the reses just yet. Levi throws out the nade. Mafioso holding it down. There was a flashbang. It is
Try and force the run out. Yeah, it's smart.
last player alive. 14 Solid, sends out wide. Levi wants the trade, but they dip back behind cover. Not going to be going for the res just yet. He's going to be trying to stick it, but he knows Mafioso's pushing close. Instead, stops the res. Mafioso goes out wide, hits the deck, but misses the spray. He sends left, but no. Levi jumps out, and he's on a tear. B4, 2 on the trot.
I mean, that was an intense moment for Levi, but 2 chicken dinners in a row already for B4. Levi, though, in those final moments, he had to make some very, very quick decisions there. I mean, from the fight towards Loops, where he quickly peeked out when Mixera was taking fire, to that fight there where he was like, look, I have to kill the players on the western side of me so I can actually push down here and find a rock to play around, is just really, really well played. It's a pleasure to watch them, in fact.
The speed at which they're able to make those decisions is absolutely phenomenal. It's the gaps between seconds that really make the champions.
Guys, imagine you have 5 games in hand, all right? Just entertain me for a moment. Imagine you have 5 games in hand, right? And then the first 2 games, you just decide, you know what? We're just going to pop off and then just push it from there. Unbelievable. John, that was ridiculous. Double chicken dinner to start off there. 5 games in hand. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it shows their consistency, and what we've seen from them today, as Blank has been saying over the course of these last 2 games, is just precision, right? They are coordinated, they are precise, they know when to take these fights, and when you've got Levi fragging out like that, I don't think anyone's going to be able to stand up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Impressive.
Call him an Ackerman at this point.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll see you after this as we get on 7 as well as Hot Jukes here for the breakdown. Because, you know, do we need to talk about B4 some more? I guess we do need to talk about B4 some more. Another win off the back of this. And up until some of those final moments where they had to come down the hill 7, they were making it look easy.
They were, and the way they were able to recover even from a player being down, I believe it was Team Solid that went ahead and knocked the player as they were coming down the mountain. I was like, okay, maybe with Mesexis also shooting at them, and now Team Solid shooting at them, maybe they're not gonna go ahead and back-to-back this, but boy, did they prove me wrong. That was impressive. Their recovery is what actually impressed me the most. Not worrying about the player that was down and just focusing and getting those shots, hitting those shots. What a performance here. And also, the engagement they had with Loops Esports and winning the engagement with Loops Esports. B4 came to play today, baby.
Yeah, whew, definitely. So let's take a look at the overall rankings and talk to Jukes about this as well. They are up at the top here for this game as they bag themselves another 28 points. Just the 8 kill points, not the double digits, but it is certainly enough to make them stand out amongst the pack, Jukes, especially since a lot of the other front runners did not have the easiest game here. So this is putting B4 even further ahead.
I mean, what could you say? I mean, B4 Esports was just another astonishing performance here in Sandhawk. I mean, and that's what I love so much about watching teams like B4 and Loops here in the PMPL Americas. They just make it happen. Even when they don't have zone, they play together so well as a unit, able to pick each other up when they're in trouble, get it done. B4 all day today so far. Back-to-back chicken dinners. Will they get the turkey? Oh, I can't wait to see it, man. What a game. What a game.
Maybe. Astonishing is a very good word to describe it here, as we have 9th through 16th. 7 points coming in for Loops, who actually survived quite long throughout this game, but only got themselves the 2 kills and really kind of got caught up in some of those northern locations as the circle was descending a little bit here towards Camp Charlie, actually, which it shifted more south than I expected it to, 7, given the spot. So some teams did benefit from that down towards the south.
Yeah, it's good to see circles like that. As we mentioned earlier before the game started, we kind of seen a lot of quarry. We kind of see now starting to see a lot of northwest, northeast, and now going a little bit southwest and seeing that it was kind of nice. It's refreshing, and it's good to see how the different teams react to different terrains right there with B4. Just coming down that mountain, owning it in a way, and getting that win was nice to see.
Here's the numbers as they do show up. Not that much damage coming in for B4, just playing it patiently, playing it quiet up towards the top. Get the 8 kills with the 6 knockouts. So a little cheeky kill steal here or 2, Jukes, as B4 continues to roll on.
They're able to just make it happen. They're able to just make it happen, and that's one thing that I think really separates these other squads that are just dominating right here. And that's it. During PMPL so far, these zones have been pretty vicious. They're going all over the place, and I think every single one of these teams, no matter which one you look at, are good enough that if they get the right circle, if they get blessed well enough, they should win. They're going to win majority of the time. But you look at teams like B4 and Loops just separating themselves from the pack, showing that, you know what, we don't need to get the zone. We can just play together as a squad, execute to perfection, and still pull out a chicken dinner.
And as if there was any other things to talk about, they were, of course, the first team to get to 5 chicken dinners. And now, of course, they're the first team to get to 6 chicken dinners. Are they just going to kind of keep going? Is this just B4 day 7? Because it's looking good for them.
It could be. We have another Erangel coming, and trust me, I'm pretty sure right now one of the other stats they're looking at that are currently Loops Esports has been in the mat is kills. Loops Esports currently has 200 kills, being the first team that crossed 200. So I'm pretty sure B4 is now saying, you know what, that's another good-looking stat. Let's go ahead and take over that one as well.
I mean, yeah, they have the opportunity to. Geez, 200 kills in, what is it, 37 games, right? Yep. That is an insane average. Ridiculous. But anyway, let's take a look at the Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments, as we took a look at those in the first game, but I didn't mention it. But now we, of course, moving back in once again, quench that thirst, maybe thirst some players. Who wants to know? Let's take a look at the highlights. Jukes, what have you got for me?
So you can see right now, you got Raven hitting some big shots as he's trying to get in. And this was really tough for me to see Lazarus, you know, just kind of getting caught out. I think that we heard John and Blank say how they should have had that fight. And I think so as well. They're just having trouble clicking here so far, the PMPL. This was a really clutch moment as well from Trem Carreta Mufasa, almost having it right there, but Bayo shutting it down, living on to survive piece by piece. This game just, man, this was a tough rotation for so many of these players. Uneven as well, hitting some big shots. 7, what are your thoughts here? The rest of the highlights go on.
My boy Carnage being able to go ahead and secure a kill right there before he died, that was nice to see. And look at this, Beowulf once again getting some more of those kills. We know he's the IGL, and we know he can back it up with those kills. Right there, he just too many people at the same time. It happens all the time, and you can't really do anything about it. And right here, this was one of the fights that actually kind of impressed me the most. Levi getting those 2 players from Loops Esports. They were distracted, and he came in just at the right time and finished those. Team Solid. I'm actually happy to see Team Solid kind of start a little bit, push a little bit more, getting a couple kills here as well, and being towards the top. I believe they ended up with 7 kills themselves. And Miss Exis, that's another team that we have been talking about. They're currently sitting on the bottom of the leaderboard, but we want to go ahead and see more out of them. That way people don't just, in a way, start picking on them. It start just rushing them and owning them. But overall, B4, what an amazing play. I'm really impressed by what they were able to do there at the end.
Yeah, definitely. I'm hoping that at some point we get to shine a spotlight on B4 and look at their overall damage breakdown in terms of their players individually. Maybe we'll look at that tomorrow, but before the show, similar to how we did with XU and Loops today. But anyway, let's take a look at that total damage coming in for across the lobby, and it will be solid. Geez, doing a solid. We have a 1,700 damage coming in from them. That's got to be one of their best games here throughout the PMPL America so far, right, Jukes?
Absolutely. I mean, Team Solid, they need to score some points on the board right now and going forward. And they're going to have a tough time because, unfortunately, you know, they've been struggling so far in the PMPL. And we've been mentioning it earlier, and I kind of want to just kind of clarify it here. With Team Solid and Mazexis, currently at the bottom of the leaderboards, I think they're going to have it harder than anybody else going forward because of their performance so far. I think it's a fact of the matter that these top squads, when they get a knock on one of those players, they may feel that they want to just press the action a little bit more because of the fact that they're at the bottom of the leaderboards. But I mean, you still have to be careful. We saw Wildcard make a pretty crazy push and Mazexis able to take him out. But in that situation, still another team took advantage of their situation and were able to take him out early. So yeah, Team Solid, Mazexis have a whole lot of work ahead of them if they're trying to make top 8.
I think that's a realistic point of view, looking at how the lobby is shaped up so far across the 20 teams. It's survival of the fittest, right? In a game like PUBG Mobile, and when the fittest see an opportunity, they're going to take that opportunity here in a long state format quite like this. Then let's take a look and see how things are looking here when it comes to the overall rankings. We have up towards the top B4 now with a sizable little lead, gaining up towards the top there, as Loops did get themselves 7 points in the previous game, but 478 points there for B47. What do you make of it?
That's impressive, man. That's impressive, and what they're doing so far today here, it's impressive overall. One of the teams that has actually been kind of quiet for me and that is currently sitting in the top 4 is Temple Storm. We haven't really heard much of them. I know this game they kind of ended up, I believe they ended up in 13th place. So hopefully now going into Erangel for the second time today, they're able to go ahead and put out a performance of that we're now they're capable of. HH24 and Tensa. I want to see that dynamic duo again in the top players.
One thing that stands out to me is that Pittsburgh Knights, only one chicken dinner, yet so high in the leaderboard. So if they can really kind of grind things out a little bit, they could be jumping up quite dramatically. But here's our 11th through 20th, as we see Alpha 7 making a little move. Lazarus will fall down one position here throughout all of this. And I'm still... Jukes, I still want that ace win. I'm on the glitter train now. I want the ace win.
I'm an underdog kind of guy as well, so I'm still rooting big time for Lazarus, Ace, Grunto, and Shaman, Team Solid Mason. Everybody on the bottom of the boards, they deserve to be here. They worked hard. They were some of the top teams here in the Americas, so I really want to see them be able to pick it up. I'm just explaining, you know, the kind of issues that they're having and why I see it being harder for them. And to be honest with you, if you look at it, the inverse is the same effect for the top of the leaderboards, because now B4, if they have such dominating performances, Loops as well, you know, now guess what? A team may knock a B4 member and be like, oh, it's B4. Maybe we just not push this one like we normally would. And that little hesitation could mean everything when it comes to a match. So yeah, I mean, they definitely, there's mind games being played here at this high level.
Yeah, there's respect between some of the teams that they know will give them harder times. And if we go back to something that John was kind of alluding to throughout a few days, is that you've got Tempo Storm and XQ going up against one another, and when they've been in standoffs, somebody's got a knock and they've been like a bit less eager to actually make that push. But anyway, here's the highlights. What have you got for me, Seven?
And right here, one of the fights that we wanted to go ahead and showcase was B4 against Loops. Loops Carrillo, currently the aggressive player. He was just trying to go ahead and move up, and guess what? B4, now we're kind of moving forward a little bit more. B4 distracted the players. I believe it's Mick, Zara, and Maxon. Had those players from Loops distracted, and guess what? Levi was able to just sneak up on them and get those knocks, and right away confirm the kills. That's something I actually love seeing from Levi. Before he even went and picked up his teammates, he said, you know what? Let me just confirm you guys right away. That way you don't send also any information to your other teammate. I think it was Kawasaki that was rotating around. So love seeing that. And then right away he starts rotating and trying to get those pickups on his teammates.
Absolutely. Here's the final moments as well, going up against Team Solid, and just doing that kind of dance with, am I picking up, am I actually taking the angle here against one person, and that makes the moment very tenuous for the Team Solid member, right? Oh, actually really good movement around that rock there, Jukes, to keep that going.
Yeah. That was such a crazy play right there. And one thing I think I really want to highlight is you saw Mick Zara. He was knocked. And what he was doing in that situation is you saw him. He was putting himself out to give intel for his team. He's already knocked. They know that he's not going to be able to get packed up. So he was kind of baiting out and giving that information that was much needed for his other member to be able to get that clutch finish. And it was close. We saw that that member hit that drop shot, and it was just a little too early because he saw the knocked member, and guess what? The other homie came up, was able to hit a good jump shot and finish it off. What a play.
Man, we're hyped about all this. We're going into the Erangel preview. We don't even care. We looked at the schedule before. We don't care. We want to just break things down, Jukes. We got a lot going here. We got a lot going for us, I'll tell you that much. We're going back to Erangel, and of course here B4 has just been on autopilot. They are cruising right now when it comes to the points coming in for them. And coming into this Erangel here, 7 of course, I'm interested to see how anybody is going to accommodate to what we're seeing from B4 so far, because they just seem hot right now.
Yeah, even in Sandhawk, they had 2 teams shooting at them and they were still able to survive that. Now going into Erangel here, one of the teams that I'm actually kind of look forward to seeing, and even though they're currently in 17th place, is Grunto Esports. That was one team that was dead last. They're pretty much kind of where Misexis is right now, and they've been able to pick it up. Now they're starting to, even though they didn't get any kills in the previous game in Sandhawk, they've been being consistent in the top 10. So it's good to see teams like that trying to still fight for it, trying to be in this top 8. They want to go to World League as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. And yeah, I don't do this often, but if there was ever to pick an MVP from a single game, I think Levi would definitely stand out for that B4 performance for him there. And you can be an MVP at home as well. If you're tuning on in-game, you can grab yourself some nice little goodies. So make sure to be watching there and be one of our MVPs. I've got lots of MVPs in my heart. All the viewers out there, they're the MVPs, as well as Levi. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll see you in a few, and we are heading over to the commentating team here for game number 3 of the day. It will be Erangel once again. Who have I got? Oh, it's Snot and Dave. Hello. How are you doing, Alex? How are you faring?
Well, thank you, Kaplan. How are you?
Kaplan? Did I just get called?
Well, you're about to call me John, so,
Oh, yeah, almost. It's just, I didn't know.
We almost fooled you there. 2 games, 3 games. We keep you on your toes, Kalaris. That's what we do.
I see. How about yourself, Dave? I'll ask you both this time.
Oh, thanks for asking. I am pretty cheery today. I'm pretty cheery.
There is no way on God's green earth I am as tall as Kaplan in any way, shape, or form.
I don't think anyone is.
Oh, no, I suppose not.
7'8".
Yeah, he's going. All right, I'm gone. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. Dave, it's a wrangle this time. Erangel typically we're starting with Vikendi. We're used to seeing that slower start, compound heavy, typically heal-offs. But now we get all the action. And also what I want to think as well is, Blank and John were saying how during their games they had these favorable circles, these safe circles for these teams, whereas for us, Dave, the past 2 or 3 have all ended on the military island.
Yeah. I mean, we're like the good luck charms here. We will definitely be shaking it up and making it a little more entertaining when it comes to these zones. And I gotta say, B4, cracking the Da Vinci Code here, making Nicolas Cage proud. I mean, it took Nicolas Cage about 3 movies to crack the Da Vinci Code. B4, cracking it in 2 games here today. And just real quick, Alex, just real quick, B4, you know, just kind of analyzing their play styles in games 1 and 2. They play the edge, they play really passive early game, and they gatekeep. They gatekeep in the mid game. Then when it comes to the late game, the final zones, they're there with 4 up. So it has been working out so well for them here today, and they're really taking advantage of the fact that a lot of teams, they like to go center pretty much the whole game. So B4 doing the opposite of that.
Yeah, and I think a reason for that is if you can try and play towards the edge of the circle for the first half, as you said, it's like you only have to worry about one angle of approach of the circle, whereas if you jump straight into the middle, you've got the whole peripheral around you where teams can third party you if you take a fight, or teams can also just come at you from every single angle. So yeah, the idea of playing the edge for the first half and then try getting the center of 4 players live and lots of utility makes a lot of sense. But we do see the first circle, and it is going to be fairly centered around ruins. We might even see the Gatka open fields come back again. We saw Kultur have an amazing game on that one where they took it. No tribe today to take advantage as well of Roshawkers. It's going to be Ace1 who are dropping there, and then Team Solid, going to be dropping towards Severny up north as, of course, Wildcard Gaming on here either.
Yeah, definitely utilizing those drop locations for teams that are not in the lobby here today. Smart move. And looking at the first circle, at least, I'm kind of going to be feeling that north shift. I'm going to say, I think circle number 2 will have some runes in play and, you know, kind of favor more towards Zarky area where we see Team Solid and where we see B4. Just to mention real quick about B4, Pedro Dog, currently 3rd place on the overall kill leaderboards with around 50 kills. And then their squad mate, the closest one to them would be Maxon in 12th place on the overall leaderboards with 39 kills. So both of those members putting up real big numbers for the squad here when it comes to kills alone.
Yeah, we've got to mention as well, Dave, because of the playing path towards the northern side of the map, actually, for B4, they're not able to go towards Nova like they like to. Instead, as you said, going towards Zaki instead. So that's actually going to work out really well for them because of the, as you said, northern side on the west of this circle. If B4 were to drop towards Nova, they'd have to rotate all across Military Island. They'd have to go all the way up through Grunto, Pittsburgh Knights, even X-Quest Gaming as well if they wanted the chance. So they're going to be happy with the fortune that's been met with them after maybe not so fortunate in terms of playing pathing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the playing path just not going to allow it. And I'm really liking it. I mean, B4, they pretty much drop on like opposite ends of the map. They either go Novo or Zarky. We've seen them go Zarky before. Team Coretta, yep, up there in Stalberg, Kameshki. I think this is their 2nd game in a row. I think game 1, if I'm not mistaken, they dropped there as well. So, I mean, when it comes to Stalberg, Kameshki, especially Kameshki, solid loot. Stalberg, you know, we see Swagman up there. They should be able to get geared out, but we just never really see zones favoring up in that direction. So it's kind of like an area where you just kind of want to loot up and then, you know, just get in their vehicles and start moving along. And that's what they're going to do. That's what they are going to do. And Yesnaya, we got 2 teams. You know, Mezics, they are going to be one of those squads in Yesnaya. They love Yesnaya. Looking around, though, I mean, there's going to be maybe some conflicts between Charme and XQ down there in the south, just on the edge of Milta. Well. Yeah, Loops, you know, they might be popping off. But for the most part, Circle 1, not too harsh on pretty much the whole lobby, which is a good thing. It's a good thing, Alex.
Yeah, and I think as well, as there's, I believe, no Omen Elite here today as well, a team that typically drops towards Milta or just guards that western bridge. It's the same affair again where this zone wouldn't have affected them in a positive way, but actually it's going to be Loops up against Pittsburgh Knights here as Raven finds Kauski and actually finishes it off as well with the micro Uzi. So that's one player already out for Loops as they did drop on towards South Georgia Pool, and I think they found Cloud9 early. Then they went away to try and loot up some vehicles and loot elsewhere, and then that's where they found Pittsburgh Knights in their rotation.
Yeah, Knights, really aggressive play right here. Wasn't it yesterday they went all the way up to the top of Mount Everest trying to scout out, trying to get some information? That's a smart play if it's played correctly because you already know Cloud9, they go South George and Loops go Hospital. The thing is with Loops, they're in and they're out. They're in and out of Hospital in 3 minutes or less. So you got to really be quick on your looting if you are the Knights trying to get a one-up on your opponents over here, as they found out firsthand with that early collision. Fortunate for the Knights, they were successful in that, and that's what you like to see because, you know, yesterday, today, they've been having some tough rotations. We always see one of the members from the Knights get picked apart real early on, maybe Carnage or Raven. So for them to just win that engagement right off the bat, pretty good.
Yeah, and also we can see loops in their vehicles now rotating in towards the center of the circle, as are a lot of other teams too. We've got Grunto currently rotating in, Mazexis, Kremril, Batisu on your screens currently, and we are going to start to see that big cluster of about 6 to 7 teams inside the direct circle, and then you have the juxtaposition of teams that like to play towards the edge, but Loops, they want to see if they can come back into this one after losing their brethren early. Ooh, that's already a kill so far found onto Kremril. Batiste, they can fight this, but instead, I think they saw it was Loops, and they said, you know what, Corral, we're going to leave him alone for now. We're going to rotate to a different sector of this first circle.
Yeah, just unlucky for them too. And they actually tried to take the safe rotate. They made sure to go through ruins and tried to limit the sight lines that teams on the outskirts of ruins might have seen. But, you know, Loops already there. Unfortunate, but looks like Cream, they are going to find themselves a decent position for the time being. A nice little ridge. They have a little mountain. They can go up there. They can go scout. They can maybe take some shots on squads doing their rotates as well. And then down here in the trenches, they have nice little dips where we see them keeping that US, keeping those tires safe, keeping the Dacia, keeping those tires safe, because really, it's only Circle 1, so it's all about utility. You want to make sure that you have these resources available moving forward.
Yeah, exactly. And moving forward as well, we don't see any teams towards the open areas of Hospital or towards Gatka as well. I mean, there's Grunto there towards, what, west of Pachinki. But besides that, there's Team Queso now making their rotation up from Primorsk, where they're going to be going around the left side of Quarry. I think one of the reasons, Dave, is there's so much open area between Gatka and the center of the circle. A lot of these teams are opting to rotate around Potato Hill, but that's going to cause a funnel. What, 4 teams it seems? Mazexis, Tempo, even XQuest Gaming are going to be rotating through Pachinki. So Tempo, ooh, they might have their eyes on a few vehicles zooming past in just a few seconds.
Yeah, and Tempo, they might actually be able to kind of catch teams off guard. Everybody knows they drop Pachinki, but Tempo are usually, you know, kind of similar to Loops. Tempo are usually in and out of Pachinki. They loot real quick, and they're already on the move. Except for when it comes to this game, they're still going to be inside of Pachinki, just kind of holding it down for the time being and trying to capitalize on, like you mentioned, teams doing those rotates on past them. We've even seen in the past teams go through Pachinki when it's favored in these types of zones to kind of utilize it as cover. So we'll see what Tempo will end up on doing with that position. Team Solid, though. Didn't they get top 3 last game? Whoa, okay, doing some bike tricks. Thankfully for them not losing their life, but the attempt definitely there.
The Hot Wheels there going on for Mafioso, as I thought they're about to rotate into B4. Actually, yeah, you can see them now. Mixera. Ooh, is he going to take the shots onto the motorbike? I'm not sure. Maybe you saw the quirky maneuvers in the air and he thought maybe not, but instead, oh wait, no, they're going to be surrounded. B4 have players on top of the hill, and they have players that are up close to Team Solid. Mafioso is going to be by himself. Rezi's there, just going to be rotating away towards the east as Mafioso not going to be anticipating the players from behind. He can drop the smoke here, Dave, but yeah, is probably the best way to define this. Yeah, now even Maxim's going to be pulling up, so this is basically just a gravestone, this smoke grenade from Mafioso. He's going to be dropped, and that's going to be the taunt, really, for the rest of the Team Solid players to try and revive him, but they're not going to be walking into the trap of B4, are they?
No, not at all. I mean, Mafioso, they had some security, you know, when they hit that prone, and they had a little tiny ridge that was blocking them. But fortunate for Levi, had a huge stone, and went right on top of that stone, was able to kind of overlook Mafioso and get some pretty nice sight lines. And honestly, Mafioso, all the way out there in the fields, the other 3 members of Team Solid, they just can't commit to this. They can't really provide that support that's needed to get that revive. So we see Proza taking some shots there across the way, just trying to pepper them and maybe trying to put a halt to the thirst, but it's bound to happen. Let's be real, it's bound to happen.
I think they're baiting, Dave. Yeah, they're baiting. They're sending 2 players off their vehicles to mimic as if they're actually falling away, but no, Mixer is here from the flank, and so is his teammate as well. Oh my gosh, Team Solid, they weren't expecting such clever plays to come out from B4. Oh, it's chess versus checkers here as Mixera is going to be strapped into the vehicle. Might even go for the run over as well to rub salt into the Team Solid wounds as there's pros onto low HP there towards the west side of this Wizard Tower, but there's 2 players that are going to be dropped now. Pedro going to finish off Kevin, and now it's down to just 2 from Team Solid. Mafioso is going to be finished off eventually as he was bleeding out for ever so long as Rezi tries to find some cover. And he is going to be alive so far on the Wizard Tower, but even so, he's got his teammate Proza just behind him, who again has to heal up and take time. But no.
Uh-oh.
B4,
Grenade.
here they come. Yeah, they're going to be crashing on that grenade. Oh, trying to suicide himself there. Go for the kamikaze play with the HE, but it's not going to work. At least they're going to get one kill, or excuse me, one downed, but easily going to be revived here for Maxon. And I think for Proza, you just have to leave B4B. I think you just have to try and play the Lone Wolf and get that top 8 somehow by snaking it.
Yeah, and that push from Mixera right there just demonstrates how confident the squad is in their individual gun skills, you know? Because realistically, Mixera, if they weren't that confident, they might have opted to push with a teammate to provide that support instead, you know, just sending in that vehicle solo and pretty much, you know, 1v2 up there on the high ground, able to connect those shots. Of course, the support from B4, it was coming, but Mixera definitely putting themselves in a risky position. But I believe with this confidence that they were able to acquire in games 1 and 2, they're able to come in here with that momentum, and now they're just snowballing, Alex.
Yeah, I think snowballing is a really good point to make, because now it's almost like they have nothing to lose. They're 150 points above. I think it's Team Queso right now in 8th with 330 points. I think they're at 480 or something ludicrous. So they're feeling very safe going into Worlds, and with that, they can start to get creative. I mean, using 2 players as a decoy to try and keep the players from Team Solid located there at the Wizard Tower, or just have them shoot at the vehicles to act as a distraction. I mean, Blank pointed out too at Levi and the way he got those 2 kills at the end on Sandhawk versus Loops. You know, the team play coming from B4 just seems to be leaps and bounds above the other teams here today.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you could do here. You know, once when you start to gain a big advantage, a nice gap between the safety net of 8th place, obviously you want first place for that $50,000. But the real goal here, top 8, so they can go on to the World League and, you know, play for $850,000. So with that safety net, I believe we're going to start to see squads like B4, like Wildcard, start to come up with some creative plays. And we do see the next zone. Looks like the pull up from Loops early on to Runes is going to be paying off. Same thing with Tempo. Pachinki still in play. So really, it's going to be a testament. How will B4 be able to rotate on past Lazarus, on past Cloud9, even the Knights? So B4 with a huge objective in front of them right now.
Yeah, but you can see there's no one really towards the northern side of the river of Roshok. I mean, there's Alpha 7 far on the east, but they have to make their own rotation. So we might see B4 actually take up that vacant land just north of the circle above the river. Actually, there's a little island right now inside the circle, so they could try and take that. Ooh, Ace 1 started to find action now as they're the ones rotating inside the circle. I actually didn't miss which team it was, but I'm sure we'll find out. Oh, it's Mizexis, okay. Darius, he should be okay. I think Ace 1 have instead opted just to go for the rotation. Play it safe, they've dropped Darius, and with that, they can now rotate safely and get their own position and compound inside the center of the circle. They've actually paved their own way.
Yeah, Ace 1, no kills so far. I mean, getting some nice air on that one. They should probably park right there. Ace 1 yesterday, definitely making a come up when it comes to placement points, but just not popping off with kills. Not really. I mean, the last game, obviously they got second place and they had that radio tower overlooking everybody. They're only able to acquire around 4 kills themselves. So if you are Ace 1, you got to start making these plays. You got to believe in yourself. Believe you can fly, like MJ would say, and just, you know, get into these fights.
Lazarus making their rotation, actually going to be avoiding any fights here with C9. You questioned it, how are Lazarus going to get inside the circle, and they've actually found themselves a nice ridge line just to coast across, and with that find themselves towards the northern center of the circle. Slight bit of ruin here, not really much cover behind them. Obviously the Knights, if they were to catch them out from behind, there wouldn't really be anywhere for Lazarus to fall back behind. But then again, it all comes down to where Pittsburgh are going to be deployed.
Yeah, and B4, just a quick little update, they're actually going south of Mount Everest. So instead of going north, which is the most direct path on into the zone, they're going to be, you know, wrapping around the blue edge just a little bit, actually going on top of Mount Everest and doing some scouting. Very smart and well thought out play from them. They might be able to spot out and recognize the Knights over there in the ruins, Cloud9 in the ruins. I mean, Mount Everest sightlines for days. So looking around though, Lazarus, you just said they pulled up on into ruins, prone right now behind the ruins, using it for cover.
Charme on our screens. I think it was that last game, or maybe it was the first one on Arangal, where they actually had that high 12 kill game. Although I don't think they finished too high up at the end of that match. Although they have shown us today that they do have prolific skill. Ooh, as does Dudu with the DP28. Can't quite do more than just 2 shots though. As in half HP, mid-tech will be fine. The smoke is well deployed by Abdul, so they are going to be okay for now, but that does indicate exactly where they are, and we're going to be seeing that next shift, Dave. Take it away.
Easy. Easy for Lazarus. Easy for Team Queso. Tempo will be right there on the edge. They might be able to square off with Grunto, as Seven mentioned on the desk. Grunto is a squad that not only is he looking at to make some moves, but also myself, because they didn't play yesterday, but the 2 days before that, they got 60 points in total and then 56. So in 2 days alone, they're able to double their total points. So with that, maybe they can come into today's matches with that momentum. I believe game 1, they got 4th place. Last game, top 10. But we're about to have a fight right here. Looks like Abdul from Alpha 7 prepping these grenades onto Tempo Storm.
Yeah, finally we have a team trying to take out Tempo Storm in Pachinki. Maybe Alpha 7 were expecting Tempo Storm to make a rotation out Pachinki by now, as it is outside of the current zone, although Tensor, HH24, they're still here, and they are ready to kick it into 5th gear, as the Molotov now going to flush out behind the smoke. That's going to force Abdul out to try go for the peak. Also, Tensor going to be joining the fray here with HH24, so we now have 2 players here from the side of Tempo. We've got to remember as well, Rolex has been killed off already, so really it's just a 3 versus 4. Oh! Is that a third party? Yes, it is. It's XQuest Gaming. No, it's not. This is really hard to try and work out. It's going to be Spec actually from the flank. So he does get the knockdown, but going to be rotating back towards behind them now. So now Alpha 7 are going to have their exit cut off too.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff going on right now. A lot of teams trying to push on into this edge of this new zone. Like we're checking in with Alpha 7, trying to go on full retreat and avoid the conflict with Tempo. As they lost 2 members, they will have 2 vehicles. Will they be able to find themselves a secure spot right now? Also on the flip end of the zone, it was Cloud9, B4 we saw in the kill feed just moments ago. Spec recognizing the vehicle from Proza, trying to pop those tires, trying to get that vehicle explosion. Proza, isn't Proza the last person alive for Team Solid? Yeah, I do believe so. So Team Solid, very dangerous position right now.
Oh, Beowulf being dropped early, as is Proza 2 from Team Solid. They're going to be out in 16th, and Beowulf is quite far away as well for C9 to try and recover, so he may actually end up bleeding out. It's uneven as well. Going to hop in the vehicle, try and get him up if they can. But up close though, Jagger has the Sky. His teammates as well are going to be about 20-30 meters behind him, so they can push up 2 if they need to, but Uneven's going to be dropped as well. Oh, the DP28 from Pedro this time is B4 as well are coming into this. As Tempo managed to finish off the job onto the side of Grunto. And now it's going to be Pittsburgh Knights up against C9. So 2 players already dropped. Anna as well taking shots too. It's the DP28.
Pedro,
they don't know where he is. I think they'd have no idea the fact that he's actually shooting from the left side here. And now that's 3 players dropped from C9. It's all down to Pyra. And this is deja vu, Dave.
Pedro needs to make sure to continue going with those sprays, get those vehicle explosions, and get these thirsts, because the Knights, they will see the kill feed. The Knights are going to be attempting to push on over this hill. Hopefully Pedro can keep them at bay and keep them from finishing his points right now.
Exactly for B4 though. I think they already have enough points. Pittsburgh Knights, they want to take the points away from Cloud9, solidify themselves as one of the best teams in North America. And what a way to do it, by taking out what's left of C9. Well, what B4 started and what Pittsburgh Knights finished off as the new zone will be coming in here. Is it going to be centered on Ruin? No, it's going to be centered around Team Queso instead. Grunto, they've still got 6 lists left alive. He's actually the last player left here for the side of Grunto. The Zexis are going to be taken out in 14th. So, you know, by this point, Dave, I think we're at 3 teams when it was Sandhawk. And now we've still got 13 left at 19 minutes here on Arango.
Ooh, Spec taking some shots over there on the swag win. So that last engagement with Pedro, kind of bittersweet, because Pedro and Levi are the last 2 remaining members alive for B4, and they got separated because they rotated on into Cloud9, and Cloud9 were able to take out 2 of them, and then that's kind of where they split past. So now they're just trying to, you know, go for as many points as possible, but pretty much playing the solo game. Look at all these smokes right now. There's about 10 smokes. Tempo making the push, trying to get the kills onto Team Carreta, currently gatekeeping them in this new zone. XQ also right there on the west. I mean, this is a fiesta.
Yeah, as you said, towards the south is Team Carreta, who are trying to hold off not only Tempo Storm, but also XQuest Gaming as well. Not really the best 2 teams that you want to be trying to fend off from either side, as even in Charme too want to try and silence what's left of Tempo, as they've already had 2 players drop. There's 2 left that are standing, whether they can still fight back, as Tensor manages to get 1 drop back onto XQuest Gaming, set up as well from Tremcaretta, does make this a third party as well onto more of the players from the side of XQuest Gaming. So it's really just a back and forth here towards the southern side of this circle. Tempo Storm have to be wary about these teams fighting just behind them as it's Team Queso too who are in the center. So once you pass these 4 teams, you still have Queso who are the only ones who have a compound right now inside this Phase 5 circle.
Yeah, and then Charme kind of getting distracted. They're currently in 2 fights. We see a couple of their squad mates taking shots onto Team Queso's down in those yellows just north of this. But I feel like in Charme, they need to concentrate on this zone, on the edge of the zone. Tempo Storm right in front of them. You got to make sure to take out Tempo before worrying about going on into zone or else you'll get backstabbed. So we got Tempo Storm currently the sandwich, the cheese in this grilled cheese right now in Charme trying to make the pull up. We got to be wary. XQ right behind them. Once we see the kill feed start to pop off, XQ might opt to push onto this as well.
Yeah, as you said, Tempo have now spotted out exactly where Team Queso are lurking. And they kind of want that compound for themselves, maybe if they can fend off what's left of Encharme, as Criminal Batiste now are going to be taking out some of the players there from Ace. This is XQuest Gaming, who have now joined this 4-man fight for the southern side of the circle. As it's all down to HH24 here for Tempo. They're very high up on the overall scoreboard, so in terms of the amount of pressure on them in this game alone, this is going to be the highest, but for XQuest Gaming, they still need to get a few more chicken dinners and points here. As we do the live season rankings, yeah, exactly, XQuest Gaming are 9 points behind Tempo, so they are going to be wanting to try and eliminate them as we see Grunto go out in 9th, and I believe that's now Tempo Storm out in, no, 10th for Grunto, 9th for Tempo, as now we have what's left of Loops, and it's 2 players. Darden going to be standing, Corral is going to be dropped though, so Darden going to try go for the revive if Corral can try and just ever so slowly crawl behind the vehicle and get that self-revive with Darden. But look at Lazarus here with the high ground. All it takes is minimal to peek up, spot them both, and Loops' dreams are over.
Yeah. Let's see if Darden can get this revive onto their squad mate. This could be clutch right now, especially with the fact that Lazarus, they're going to be focusing on the next zone. There's actually a crate right on top of them as well, so they're going to get that level 3 armor, maybe an AWM. Who knows? We'll have to pay attention to the kill feed moving forward. One more member up. Levi from B4 in the grass right now. But over here, Pittsburgh Knights Raven connecting and getting more points. 7 kills so far for the Knights, and they have the whole team up. Right now, the Knights are kind of spreading apart. They're trying to assert their dominance right now on this play zone.
Yeah, they are. So a B4 though, it's Levi. It's the lone wolf now from the B4 squadron. No, it's Lazarus. Baby. Irish there with the saw cutting through B4 as now they're going to go out in 7th. We have Pittsburgh Knights getting more kills, though they're now at 8 for themselves, maybe 9 as well as Zyphan is behind slight cover there of the tree. J7 trying to change up the angle of approach, but instead Zyphan is ready for it. Denies the chances. Now it's J7 forced to heal as Team Queso, they're on the precipice of the eastern side of the circle, but they have to move into the next circle eventually. But so do Kreml Batiste, so do Lazarus. Pittsburgh Knights definitely have the best positioning here.
For sure. They just need to make sure that they're within range of one another, so if one of them gets knocked, they can easily toss a smoke and attempt to get that revive. Nice aerial view right now. This is beautiful. She-Fan all the way out there trying to make their way on into the zone. Dadden was able to get the revive. Oh, as I say that, Dadden, the last remaining member alive right now. Team Queso making the pull-up, making the push on the east side of the zone. Cream, the Snakes, trying to heal up themselves. And Lazarus, we got to mention, one of them had an M249. I'm not sure if they're dead. I just see Russell right now.
Yeah, Russell is the only player left there from Lazarus in the smoke, but maybe not for much longer. No, he's going to be taken out too. I think that's going to be Lazarus taken out in 5th. Yes, indeed it is. And now it leaves us with Kreml Batiste, XQuest Gaming, Pittsburgh Knights, and of course, Team Queso. Only one player though for Kreml Batiste says, oh, Zyphan's killed. That's now XQuest Gaming going to be taken out in 4th. And now we're down to the remaining 3. As I said, it's 1 for Kreml Batiste, 4 for Queso, 4 for the Knights. But in terms of positioning, we're about to see which circle is going to be favoring which team. As Kreml Batiste don't want to go out quietly. They take the shot now onto Marco, who's going to be dropped. And this might be the cool time now for Carnage and co. Pittsburgh Knights to try go for this, but Kreml Batiste will be silenced. Down to just 2 teams of 4 versus 3 as Marco has actually been finished off.
Yeah. I mean, the solo member from Cream right there playing such a crucial role for the Knights. Not only that, Team Queso, they don't have the zone. So right now, we see Pittsburgh Knights, they're setting up for this zone. They're trying to make sure they have all the angles. They're trying to make sure they have all the dominant cover positions. Axel trying to cook up this grenade, tossing it right on top of Raven. Will it connect? All right, 49% HP. Axel going for double or nothing right now.
Double or nothing. I mean, they are a man behind. It's a 3 versus 4, but now a 3 versus 3 now that Raven's been catching some grenades. And with that, Team Queso may choose to attack now while they go for the revive, as they're going to be deploying a wall of smokes as the vehicle does come through it. Ayala going to be tagged up now, down to low HP, going to be forced to go for the heals. That's him out for the next 5 or so seconds. Axel creeping to the left side, wants to spot out Raven, try to get that conversion kill, or better yet, drop another player here for the Knights. Oh, that is precise and perfect there from J7. And now into the 2 versus 3 as Raven may actually be picked up here. That's going to be a 4 versus 2 if he does actually manage to stand back up on his 2 tiptoes. Ooh,
the double DP right now. Carnage.
Exactly, it's so hard with the smokes. Exactly, they're just spamming through the smokes here, Dave. That's another kill as the revivers come through now. It's going to be the 4 versus 2, Axel and Mystic. 1 towards the left, 1 towards the right. Mystic probably having the best angle here, as he can try and stand up and look down the slight ridge line onto J7 and Raven, but Carnage and Jagger, they're ready for the trade kills if they were to emerge. Jagger going to be dropped. Carnage now knows exactly where Axel is, and Axel's going to drop. Now it's all down to Mystic. 1 versus 3. And remember as well, Jagger's not even dead yet. So for Mystic, this is really a tough task to be asking for, as the zone is coming in. He's not even inside the zone as well, Dave. I don't think this is even really going to be opportunistic for an even chance here for Mystic, as the grenade goes out, going to be tossing out exactly where he is. Now they know where the indicator as to where Mystic is going to be lurking. And now J7, yeah, J7 going to be finishing that one off. That is a monster game in terms of kills there for the Knights. And in total, they end up with 11 kills. Actually, all of the kills, Dave, are on J7 and Raven. Carnage and Jagger, well, they just had to sit there and look pretty.
Well, they put up a lot of numbers when it comes to the damage, for sure, because Carnage and Jagger, we saw there at the end with the double DP meta, they're just prone, so that allows the tripod to be utilized with more accuracy, and they were putting up a lot of damage right there. Just the other squad mates were able to get those flushes, get those confirms, which is also very important when it comes to those points, but really, the Knights right there, runes, I mean, all day, baby.
Yeah, literally all through the smoke. I mean, Kalaris as well, what are your thoughts on this double DP meta, apparently, where you just put down the wall of smokes, you spam it with those 40 bullets, and you just rain down hell?
Big fan of it. I mean, considering the fact that you're in a lot of those for later circles, lying down, you got your little bipod out, Dave, you got, you know, you got a little bit of extra stability, firing on through, but I feel like even the Pittsburgh Knights got themselves the win, and I think they would have got it regardless. Cremreal Batiste with the knife in the back just towards the end, causing a little bit, sowing the chaos between Team K, so that's unfortunate.
It was, yeah. I mean, it was a 4 versus 4, but obviously Cremreal Batiste, they just had to throw a span in the works and make it 3 versus 4, and then at that point, they're playing catch-up. Yeah,
absolutely. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time now to go over to the analysis, boys. We have 7 and Hot Jukes joining. Very much so. That's, yeah, who are you shooting at? You turned towards me just then, mate. No.
I was picturing what Carnage was doing there. Even though he did get 0 kills, I'm pretty sure he was just spraying everybody with some bandages. I know him too well.
Yeah, the big man himself. So looking at this, Pittsburgh Knights, actually, it's funny because we coincidentally were talking about how the chicken dinners are stacking up towards the top there, Jukes, and Pittsburgh Knights stood out to me as one of the only teams that has 1 chicken dinner up there, but then they get themselves the second one almost right after we talk about that. So impressive stuff by them.
The Pittsburgh Knights, the 2-time. Now, they needed that one, and man, this was a huge finish for them. I got a little bit of concern there. There was some plays that I thought that it could have possibly gone the other way. You know, Cream, I think, definitely helped them out in that situation, but man, it was 11 kills from 2 players. They ended up working as a squad there. I know for a fact that the other players got some good damage downrange, but man, what a way to finish that game right there for PK. Huge game.
Yeah, brilliant stuff by them. As you say, the 31 points do come in for them. Team Queso had access to that compound that the circle ended near, not on, unfortunately for them, for a long time in that game, and they were able to accrue 22 points from that. So Queso 7 getting themselves that spot, very beneficial to them to then eventually get that second place.
Yeah, them having that compound pretty much the whole time, it allowed them to go ahead and just chill a little bit more. And one team, Tempo Storm, they just got so unlucky with third parties. They were engaging with Alpha 7, and out of nowhere, Shami just came up behind them and started destroying them. And on top of that, they had XQG come up from the top and just finish them off. And right here, we're seeing the second page. Cloud9 not having the best of days here, as we're truly in 13th place, 2 kills, and only 1 placement point.
Sometimes it happens, and that is how it's going to unfold. Thank you. That's our 9th through 16th as a whole. Not too many points coming in, unfortunately, for some of the guys down towards the bottom here for this game. But an interesting circle, interesting choices actually going down throughout this game as a whole. The circle kind of south of Ruins isn't something we're seeing too much of as well here. And although that being said, for the most part, a good wealth of the team's Dukes were new to a certain degree that they wanted to commit to the south of the river. So by the time we got to that circle 2 or so, everywhere was quite heavily populated for people to just hunker down and play out their game from there.
Man, one of the toughest zone shifts right there for all these squads. I remember even seeing B4 going all the way down the Georgia Pole Bridge just to even get into that type of fight. But yeah, there was a lot of different perplexing kind of fights I saw, and Shami had a really good opportunity to third-party Tempo Storm. I got to give mad respect to Mustache Dave as well, because he saw it and he called it out. When they were going to get that third party on Tempo, you still saw some of their players shooting at Team Queso in dead center of the zone, and just that little itty bit of, you know, miscommunication between the squad and that split, I think ended up forcing Shami to not really get that strong finish, and unfortunately ending up in 9th place. But yeah, Pittsburgh Knights with a remarkable performance right here. 1,600 damage, 11 kills, and this is one that they needed here, so we're about to finish up the PMPL.
Yeah, and steals for day 7.
Yeah, 5 steals. That's great to see. And I mean, they kind of had the position to go ahead and steal certain stuff too. I know one push that we saw from them was finishing Cloud9. It was a wonderful executed push by them, and something I love to see. I know Kalaris, that was one team that you were saying earlier, as you mentioned. Hey, they're at the top, but they only had 1 win. Well, now they got 2.
Yeah, I think when you see teams all the way up to the top, whilst we take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments here as well, when you see teams all the way up to the top stacking up against all the other teams that have got a few chicken dinners under their belt, it's literally a matter of time before we actually see that come in for another team like Pittsburgh Knights, and indeed they do it. And they had huge control over some of those last circles as we take a look at these highlights here. So Jukes, what have you got for me?
As you can see, we got Team Solid right here, Rezi, getting some unfortunate shots on by B4. And these guys, man, they were rotating all over the place. We saw them practically over there in Zacatecas trying to get into the rotation, and it didn't end up working out for them. But you see Pittsburgh Knights, man, these guys, they had a really good position in the zone, hit some big shots. Tempo, unfortunately, just getting pinched in that moment. Really tough for them to finish. And this is a squad that really needs some major points there. And this is a really surprising one for me, too, is Levi, no matter what, still trying to get some extra points for B4. And man, this end game, this was what it was all about. 7, take it over from here. You got this.
Imagine having your 4 players and all of a sudden Team Queso gets surprised by somebody from Creme Real benches. They're like, wait, where did that man come from? And on top of that, he gets the finish. That's something that I actually like that he did. He made sure he at least got 1 finish and made it worth his time, because he could have just totally healed up and tried to get a little bit more into the zone and waited out even longer. But overall, that grenade from J7, I think that might be one of the best grenades. And we're going to have a chance here to see it in a little bit in slow motion. But that was one of the best grenades we have seen so far in the tournament, at least for myself.
Yeah, definitely so. So a cool finish towards the end there. It wasn't quite the 4v4 dream that I'm always kind of looking for, but Pittsburgh Knights, decent spread going up against that. I feel like sometimes there are moments where smokes are revealing your location a little bit too much, even though you're using them as cover, and that is kind of, you got to walk that fine line. And once you've thrown one down, that paints a target on you for those grenades. But let's take a look at the total damage here throughout this lobby and see how that has unfolded, because it's going to be a nice little kind of ramp up here whilst you've seen Team Queso and Pittsburgh Knights looking to dominate the headlines here with this. And Creme Real Betis snaking on into that 3rd place spot. Don't do too much damage here, 7, but they get something done.
Hey, they don't do too much damage, but they're still able to go ahead and secure 4 kills. And something you were mentioning in regards to smokes as well is we kind of seen that a couple times, right? Unnecessary smokes of players that are trying to use the flank. It completely... It pretty much stops whatever flank they're trying to do. As soon as the enemy team sees that smoke, they're gonna be like, oh, well, somebody's trying to sneak up on us. So hopefully some of the other teams are able to catch up on it. And Shami, right here, look at the damage. They were able to go ahead and put up 1,200, but getting very unlucky and only getting 2 kills. And I think that comes down to what we were saying earlier, what Jukes was saying earlier, is that they were just focusing on too many teams instead of just being focused on the one that you actually need to go ahead and pretty much take care of. And at that point, it was Tempo Storm, and I think that extra damage just came down from them shooting also at Team Queso as well.
I'd love to get your perspective on this, Jukes, as well, and you can completely disagree if you want, and that is totally fine, because of course, smokes in a lot of these situations, they are very useful, right? It's a denial of information, but we're trying to say sometimes you're actually giving information as well when you actually do it. So what are your thoughts, Jukes? Shut us down.
Really quick, the one thing that I gotta disagree with is unfortunately, it's Seven. Seven said that it was unlucky there from Shaman, and in my perspective, that wasn't unlucky. Like, that was just a misplay from them, just straight miscommunication. They had a great position to be able to take out Tempo. Just unfortunately, we're just looking at 2 different teams, and I think that that's something that they definitely need to work on. But as far as smokes, I have to agree with you completely on that, especially at least in my experience playing. I was really paranoid when it came to them, because offensive smokes can be one of your biggest tools in fights. If one bad smoke can actually change an entire fight for your squad, let's say you're on top of the hill and you have all the view hit points. If you smoke yourself, that allows the team down to be able to push up on you for free. So that is something that these teams need to be really, really careful of. Sometimes throw that smoke all the way on top of them, because if you throw it onto you, you can't see them and they know exactly where you are. So yeah, you know, having that high-tech smoke play is just so important.
And I think talking about offensive smokes, I think you just were able to kind of see right there in a perfect situation from Pittsburgh Knights. As we're seeing here, the beautiful grenade. Look at the art on that thing. And that man is going to be able to get the knock. I know we all pretty much gasped for air once we saw that happen. But going back to what you were saying in regards to pretty much offensive smokes, Pittsburgh Knights was able to play theirs in a great way, right? I feel like offensive smokes, you do need to go ahead and use them every now and then. But if you are flanking, if you are trying to in a way surprise a team and they're not really sure that they have no idea that you're there, it kind of becomes pointless, because you're gonna go ahead and give away your position. Now, if the team knows that you are pretty much right in front of them, then yes, you want to go ahead and throw an offensive smoke, because that's gonna go ahead and allow you to just go ahead and rotate.
And here's the overall rankings at the moment. B4, they didn't really get a huge amount from this game due to kind of the situation that they unfortunately put themselves in, and the circle continued to put themselves in, but it's 487 points up towards the top. And the only move is Team Queso being able to move and bump up towards 7th place spot. Omen Elite will be the one that actually falls down here, Duke. So not too many shakeups from this, but it's still, you know, it's points.
Yep, 100%. I mean, these teams really needed them right now. Pittsburgh Knights, with getting this win, I think was absolutely critical at this stage of the game. And just to kind of add on to that last fight we saw, the reason why I particularly didn't care for the smoke play, and I'm not sure, I didn't really get to see it exactly if they were all coming from PK or if they were coming from Team Queso. It just, we saw all the smokes in the middle of that kind of fight right there. And because Pittsburgh Knights, they had control of pretty much the entire zone. They knew that Team Queso had to come outside to them. So I would have liked to see those smokes way deeper if they were coming from PK. So that way, and then just pre-fire through it, make it tough for Team Queso to even come in. But the second you throw a smoke mid-range, that just cuts off your ability to gatekeep completely.
And this is why we have this segment, so we can talk about things like this. Thank you. I do like a big deep dive into even the smaller nuances here as we take a look at 11th through 20th. Lazarus will make the move up a spot there, while Alpha 7 having a bit of a rough spot. And that's the standing so far. That means we have 2 more games remaining, and it's going to be Vikendi coming up next. Let's confirm that to my right-hand side. If you just take a little look over here, we can see that we have those 2 more games on the way. We've already seen a start, though, from B4, like no other, with a double chicken dinner. Very impressive by them. Pittsburgh Knights gets their second chicken dinner on the board across the entire PMPL. PMPL Americas. And now Vikendi is on the way. 7, talk to me about the beautiful views of Castle.
Beautiful, beautiful indeed. We have still yet gotten to see just a castle finish. I want to see it at some point, at least during this PMPL. Just let me have that fun. Let me have the curiosity of what the teams are gonna do. How are they gonna go ahead and react? How are they gonna try to rotate in there? Especially if a top team is in castle and holding those angles. Imagine Loops just holding off everybody trying to rush in. That would be fun.
That would be great. Again, as I say, Helm's Deep, Lord of the Rings, all of that. It'd be great fun. Here's Jurassic Park. Sorry. Here's Dino Land Park. I got movies on the brain, mate. I got movies on the brain. Jukes, how are you liking it?
It's a good one. It's a good one.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, I think it's because you were thinking about that castle finish and Loops just screaming out, "You shall not pass." You know, that would be interesting
Gandalf.
to see here. This one for sure. But yeah, man, Vikendi, as you can see, it's gonna be interesting to see because this Villa, we're looking at Villa right now, and we know that Wildcard is not in here, and they'd like to drop that spot. So I'm curious myself to see who drops here, knowing that Wildcard's not in the game.
Absolutely. Actually, of course, we're going to take a look at the rewards that you can get in-game as well. So if you're watching in-game, you can get yourself some goodies. So make sure to be doing that as well. Watch us on Twitch, watch us on YouTube, watch us everywhere whilst the PMPL Americas is going on. And we will appreciate you. All right, Jukes, I asked Glitter and 7 the same question. And speaking of movies, I'm going to ask you now. Have you seen Battle Royale, the Japanese version of the movie?
Of course. How could I not? Oh, that's a great movie.
7, did you watch it in the time that I asked you to watch it? Did you balls?
No.
I'm going to have to message you.
Inception or Interstellar? Which one do you guys like?
Interstellar. Because
I gotta go
Inception...
Interstellar. If I could learn anything on the piano, it would be that tune. For some reason, it's so good.
Well, all right, what, you,
Thank
7?
you.
Oh, you...
Interstellar, of course. Come on now. I have worlds in my name.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, wait. Here's the hot take, all right?
Oh, okay.
Inception is a movie for people that think they're smart, but they're not smart. Because it's not that smart.
I don't think I'm too smart to get that.
It's not smart. It's nothing about it smart. And then at the end, they do a little spinny top thing. It's like, oh, is it still a dream? Nobody cares. Anyway, right, okay. It's gone. All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll see you later.
I love this.
Nobody cares. Don't set it up on a stupid cliffhanger. I'm going to get sued. Let's bring on Alex and Dave. Alex, do you like Inception? Don't be an Inception person, please.
No, I'm actually Interstellar, but I know the song Hot Jukes is talking about Time by Hans Zimmer, absolute classic. But yeah, I'm an Interstellar fan.
Dave, are you going to go the opposite way? You're on the Interstellar hype train? Or hype?
It's all about Superbad, man. Superbad, if you cannot understand Superbad, then I don't know. I don't agree with anything anyone's saying, really.
What planet are you on, Dave?
I'm gone.
A flat one.
He's on
Yeah, you
8th Worlds Gaming. All right, we're gone. Bye-bye.
There you go. Well, it's going to leave us there on that cliffhanger. Super bad. Well, I don't know. Hopefully Vikendi is going to be
Based
super
on a
good.
true story. It's based on a true story. Same thing with
I'm trying to remember what
Inception.
happens in Super Bad. I can't even... Yeah, Inception, I watched it when I was like 13, 14, didn't really get it. I guarantee if I watched it again now at 22, I'd be like, wow, this film's so good. But, you know, that's what time does to us. But yeah, I think actually we are going to be here to talk about the game just for a few more moments as well, Dave, as there is a slight issue. I think one of the players couldn't connect to the server or something. So with that being said, we can actually break down a bit more of Vikendi because there's a lot to talk about here, Dave, due to the fact that a lot of these teams in the top 8 still have 38 games played. Wildcard have 40. They're currently, I believe, second or third after Loops and B4 have taken over them. But they're still, you know, we're looking at Trem Coretta currently in 9th, right? Omen Elite are currently in 8th now that Queso went up one. Again, Omen Elite, they played 40 games. Trem Coretta have 2 games to try and make up that 15, 10-point lead. So Vikendi, Erangel, can it happen? And for a lot more of these teams as well in the top 8, these are the kind of games before we get to the over halfway mark where you have to make your presence known.
Yeah, and you know, Omen Elite, they're sitting out here today. They have their 40 games, but honestly, I believe it was yesterday the term clutch tay, yeah,
The 1v1, yeah.
Was coined, and honestly, I agree 100% with the swap out and you know bringing Zute back in because the last week of PMPL scrims is kind of when they started to practice with Telly on in there. So hey, they are slowly but surely on the up, on the incline.
Yeah,
You know,
I
they're
think
right
that's true.
there
That's a
in
good point
8th
to make,
place.
actually, yeah.
Yeah, so in 8th place, they need to make sure to maybe get another chicken dinner or two. B4, 6 kills here so far. But you brought up Vikendi, of course, it's very important. But I feel like Erangel is the most important one, especially with the current climate in Miramar. You know, Miramar is going to be on the back burner for the time being. So coming into today, we had a total of 35 games to go, all right? 21 of those games are Erangel, so that's 60%. 60% of the matches.
Think of it like that. Yeah, gosh.
Yeah.
Actually, you're right, Dave. Yeah.
So you got to
obviously
frag
teams like-
out.
Yeah,
you got to
like
win.
teams like Loops and B4, that's perfect.
Exactly. So these squads that have a proven track record on Erangel, oh, they're just going to shoot up the leaderboards even further.
I think as well, Dave, the first week or so, we used to speak about Cloud9 being better on the not-so-played maps, right? The Sandhawks, the Vikendis, the Miramar, and sometimes there's a Erangel where they would struggle. You know, Beowulf would die early in the rotations across the map, and then it would all just go downhill from there. Although we're starting to see Cloud9 come out in 11th, so maybe actually playing more Erangel, they've got more confidence on it, and things are looking up for them, because ever since Miramar's been out, Cloud9's gone from 14th to 11th, and that ascent up the leaderboards is slowly but surely coming, because now they're only 3 spots away from Worlds, potentially.
Yeah, Cloud9, whenever they get the zones, they do pretty good. They do pretty good, of course, with every squad. But Cloud9 definitely one of the teams that have been impacted by bad zones the most, at least in my opinion. So if they can get the zones, and if they can not be in the sightlines of Pedro from B4, they were caught off guard last game, though, for sure. I mean, they had vehicles as cover, and every time they would pull up, like Adder pulled up to get the revives, Pedro was already spraying with the DP, trying to get the vehicle explosion. Meanwhile, I forgot who they were fighting, but on the other end, was it the Knights? The Knights were also taking.
I think it was the Knights. Yeah, the Knights were in all the fights in that game, weren't they?
Yeah, and they won,
Yeah, fair.
too. So it's even crazier that like they weren't just like if Team Queso would have won last game. All right, Kalaris mentioned it. Team Queso, they had those yellow compounds since like Circle 2. So we would have been like, oh, Team Queso, you know, great positioning, but really, you know, they just got favored time and time again, and they had the hard cover. But you know, since the Knights won, they didn't have really any hard cover. They were constantly fighting since the very beginning of the game, and they were like pushing everybody. Every single opportunity they had, they would make the push, try to get a point, try to get 2 points. So really aggressive.
I think one of the issues for the Knights, especially in Vikendi, has been the zones, right? We always speak about the zones, especially on maps like Vikendi, where it is a little bit smaller and the zone can make a major impact. I think for the Knights, not getting those northern circles, that we've had one northern circle so far, and they wiped out 2 squads in Cosmodrome. I think it was like Lazarus when they were shooting down against a helicopter, and it was Kultur as well. So they do actually play really well when, they do play really well when the zone favors them, but every single zone bar one of Vikendi has been southwest, and that's exactly where Tribe drop or Ace drop, X-Quest Gaming drop. I mean, Cloud9, they drop Vahar. That's a very southwestern position. Just below Vahar is where we see B4 drop. Again, B4, southwestern side of the circle. They're going to be loving it if Fortune keeps paving the way for these southern circles on Vikendi.
I mean, we might have a southern circle, but I'm hoping in the case of the Knights, especially with that last game that they had, they're averaging around 10.5 points per game. So all the teams in the top 6 right now kind of hovering around 10 or more points per game. And hopefully, you know, the Knights, they do like to drop Cosmodrome, like you mentioned. I want to see them drop there, and I want to see these zones go there, because it is such an interesting spot to finish the game, because there's all different types of angles, different types of terrain, the ups, the downs, the tunnels.
There's an underground part too. There's so much to it.
Very interesting plays could be had there in Cosmodrome. So we'll have to see. And I think, what was it, on the pre-show, Hot Juke said, oh, if we get a game in Cosmodrome, everyone gets $10,000. Something crazy like that. I got to go back and watch it.
I mean, you can't be one to take advantage of, you know, predictions, right, Dave? Or David?
People are still DMing me, clean stash Dave or clean shave Dave. Maybe. You know, I have nightmares, though. I have nightmares about shaving mustache.
Speaking about Cosmodrome as well, Dave, also just next to Cosmodrome to the east, you've got Trevno. We know that Queso always drop towards Trevno, and they make really good use of it too. If it's a southern circle, they always rotate, towards the eastern side of the map. They come down, and then they rotate west inside towards Winery. But typically, you know, there's Kultur, there's X-Quest Gaming that are waiting towards Hot Springs, that are waiting towards Cantras. That's been really awkward for them in terms of rotations for Team Queso. So, you know, I hate to use the zones being annoying for teams, but it really has been quite strange. It's always been centered to around Quarry, around Dino Park in the southwestern side. But besides that,
Team Queso. Okay, you go on.
oh no, after you, Dave.
I was saying, Team Queso, they kind of lost their fire, right? I feel like it's a block of cheese in the freezer, and we want that nacho cheese. And I really feel like Miramar in particular was one of the strong suits for Team Queso because they drop Hacienda, they always have the Golden Marauder, always right smack in the middle. That was kind of like that reset for the squad. Team Queso, a great squad when it comes to rotates. They, just like you said, just can't catch a break here today, and hopefully they're not losing like that flare, that flame within them to continue on, because like we mentioned, we got about 30-ish games to go. But Alex, I think we're going to send it to a quick break while we set up this lobby.
Cool, well, we'll see you shortly, guys. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. Hopefully everyone's connected to the Vikendi map and we can actually get along with things swiftly, as we still got another game after this as well on Erangel. And of course, like always, I'm going to be joined by David, Mustache Dave. Dave, what's it going to be today? Or Super Bad?
Super bad.
That's crazy.
Mustache Dave. Call me Mustache Dave. But welcome back, everybody, all the viewers on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. And just a reminder, tomorrow, Snods, Alex, Mother's Day. No, Father's Day. Father's Day.
Are you okay?
It is Father's Day, though, so happy Father's Day.
We've had to film for 3 minutes. You've lost your mind.
No, I was right, though. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. So just reminding everybody, just in case they forgot to snag up a present or whatnot. So you got a couple hours to go.
There you go. There you go. Although, got a couple of hours with the current situations of the world, David, it's going to be hard just to walk out your store and walk out and just get something from the store. You're going to have to order it in. That's going to be a lot more than a few hours, no?
You craft something. You get some glue,
There you go.
you get some
That
pasta,
counts.
some
Remember
paint.
that.
Yeah, you know, you craft something. It's about the thought. It's the thought that counts, you know? You can't put a price on the priceless items in life, you know?
You can't. Well, during that 5-minute break, I actually went back and looked at the one of the Vikendi games we had very recently, looking at some of the drop points for a few of these teams. Well, all of these teams, really. And one of the most surprising things that I saw, Dave, was that only 4, sometimes 5, but mostly 4 teams drop towards the northern side of the map. And apart from that, everyone else drops below Goroka, which basically goes to show a lot of these teams are going to be based towards the southwestern side. And yes, it seems like they're also believing that there's some juju going on right now with these southwestern circles that seem to always be centering around Dino Park almost, or Jurassic Park, as Claris likes to say.
Yeah, definitely some juju. I mean, I can smell it from here. And then looking back at the actual scrims, though, we had 80 games, and almost, you know, I want to say 2/3 of those games, Circle 1 would favor Port. So it's definitely a big change when it comes to checking out the circles from scrims to the circles now in PMPL, because when we get those Port circles, that means there's about 30 to 40% of it in the actual water. So I'm actually pleased that we're not getting those circles, just because it allows the players to have a lot more options when it comes to the early game looting and rotating.
Well, Dave, let's find out where that first circle is going to be. Also for Goroka, it was actually Omen Elite that did drop towards Goroka, and obviously Omen Elite aren't going to be playing today, which means that Goroka is going to be completely open, and with this plane path as well being directly just through the center of the map from the northern side to the southern side, Goroka could be a great place for teams like Ace One, teams like Grunto to try and hot drop.
Or
and actually
Team
Grunto might do it.
Yeah. So, I mean, pretty much the name of the game here today is these teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboard, they're kind of scooping up the loot locations of those squads like Wildcard, those squads like Omen Elite, Trap Gaming, Call 2, because they're not in the actual game. And circle number 1 is going to be flirting with Port, but not necessarily centered on Port. Pretty solid. Goroka. I mean, you called it. You called it, Alex, and looks like Grunto are going to be going that way.
Yeah, so are Alpha 7 though, so we may get a hot drop here towards Goroka, Krakas, Dobro as well, are all really important parts of the map to have. And for C9, currently 11th now, who've made their trajectory upwards on the overall standings, having this circle is brilliant because they can actually try and do that B4 play where they camp out towards Movratra, towards Vihar. They can take their vehicles as well if they want to go more central towards Dobro or maybe towards a compound by Goroka. But either way, they can use that game plan of let's just guard the southern side of the circle towards Vihar, wait to see if the circle does go more towards the coast or more towards Goroka, and then they can rotate off of that.
Yeah, exactly. And this is perfect for Cloud9. You know, they got their loot location. It's going to be right just south of the zone, and there's a plenty of vehicles that they can easily scoop up, get in, and just go a little further north on into the actual zone. And utilizing that coast as well, because you know nobody can be past the coast in the water. I mean, sometimes we see Call 2 or even Team Queso going for some really crazy boat plays, but for the most part, you already know the water is going to be free and clear, so you don't need to worry about those angles.
Interesting to see that no one's going to be taking Villa. We see Wildcard Gaming drop Villa every single time of Vikendi. Wildcard Gaming aren't here. It's an exceptional spot to have right now with the circle, as it does lead out from Castle. There's no one there right now. Maybe Trem Karata are going to be making their ascent towards Villa. But instead, it seems like Grunto have gone towards Krakas, and actually it was Alpha 7 that managed to win the hot drop location onto Goroka.
taking it over. I mean, Grunto just kind of, going a little further into the zone, which is smart because they probably saw Alpha 7 in the parachutes. They probably saw them in the sky. They were flying on by. And personally, Grunto, last 2 games, not the hottest, especially with the come up that they've seen here in this week. I mean, like we said, they doubled their points pretty much in the last 2 play days that they had the opportunity to play in, getting 1 chicken dinner each of those days. So in order for Grunto to continue their upward trend, they definitely, in these last 2 games, they definitely need to get 1 chicken dinner just to kind of continue on with their journey here on the overall leaderboards.
Speaking of journeys, Loops are already rotating away from Milner. And they're going to be rotating currently past C9, although it seems like they have actually managed to slip past C9. I think maybe Cloud9 thinking, do you know what? Let's not take that early engagement as it doesn't really work out for us typically at the start. So they are going to be staying towards for half an hour, but Loops are going to be rotating really towards the center of this circle. And that's exactly and precisely where Tremcaretta are as well. So we might have some unusually early exchanges on Vikendi, as we always say it every single time we cast this map, Dave. It's about the 20 to 21 minute mark where teams actually start dying. Before that, it's just someone gets knocked, someone gets revived, someone gets knocked, someone gets revived. And in between that, it all comes down to rotations. Because there's so many compounds and there's so many terrains to just try and traverse through, you've really got to be smart with your rotations. And I think Loops are probably the best team that we've seen at it so far on Vikendi. Although Caster's curse. Tremcaretta nearly just stopped. Would have looked like an idiot then if Loops just blew up then, as I was saying.
They're safe, though.
They're safe for now, yeah.
And kind of to go along with what you're saying about the rotations and, playing it smart, one of the ways to kind of play it smart, like we see with Loops real quick, is not all piling in one vehicle. I mean, it sounds like a pretty basic rule of thumb, but surprisingly, especially at the pro level, a lot of teams, they don't even utilize it half the time. We've seen multiple times where there'd be a whole team in one vehicle, and we really haven't seen like the whole vehicle explosion or whatnot, but it's just that risk factor being there. I mean, all it takes is 1 or 2 enemies to just see your vehicle riding dirty out there, spray it down, and there you go. You're done. Your whole team is taken down and out, based off of, just one silly mistake that can easily be corrected. So Loops right back over there using 2 vehicles. Rolex out here, though, trying to connect onto Raven in their vehicle.
Yeah, but he's fine for now. He's got this little rock here he can hide behind, but he has given away his location to the Pittsburgh Knights. They know that there's going to be a team actually even closer inside Goroka than the Pittsburgh Knights currently are. Again, though, it's this checkmate position where both teams have such solid compositions and compounds to utilize that there's no need to risk it. You're inside the center of the circle, you're 5 minutes in, you can have this standoff and this square off with these 2 teams, but for now, just focus on what's around you, not necessarily what's in front of you. As behind the likes of Alpha 7, we've now got Tempo Storm, B4, and Enshame Gaming rotating in, as the Pittsburgh Knights have also found Grunto here towards Grakas, who are rotating southern, trying to get in towards Goroka.
Trying to get in, trying to push their way on in. I mean, they are going to be as center as you can pretty much get here in this zone number 1, and especially after winning last game, they're going to be feeling really good, getting that nice, steamy, moist chicken dinner. They need to make sure to safeguard themselves. Pedro, the top fragger from B4. Ever since we got onto the cast, B4 has just been having a challenging time
Do
here.
your best blank impression. Give them some.
Oi, mate. So harsh.
I think this circle's decent. I think it's decent for tempo right now. I can't do it. I tried.
There's only one. There's only one. One of a kind right there.
It's true.
So.
He is very unique. He's a very unique chap, isn't he? Well, what's also unique is going to be Kremril Batiste, who are making a very late rotation. Actually, Team Queso making the rotation away from Trevno before we saw it from Kremril Batiste. So those teams are going to be rotating just past Port, and actually we might see those teams try and take control of the northern half of the circle, as really towards the outskirts of the circle it's completely barren. All teams opting to go for this centralized approach. Do you think that's effective, Dave?
I mean, it is
climate?
if you can make it, right? If you can make it without losing 1 or 2 members, and you could just kind of, camp it out and just vibe out and just have a good old time. And you know, make sure not to get your head knocked off or lose your helmet, because if you are right in the middle, of course you find the safety and the comfort of a compound. But if you're peeking and you lose your helmet and there's not a helmet in that building, there's not a lot of wiggle room to go and continue looking for one unless you take a fight with somebody. So you got to really be careful. I mean, once when you find yourself a nice, comfortable spot, you light that fire, you stand by the fire, you warm it up here, especially here on Vikendi, it's so cold. You just kind of want to wait it out. And another important thing to note, as we saw Kevin there at the end, and Grunto right here, is these vehicles. You want to make sure they're positioned where, if, for example, the Knights all the way up there on the high ground, they can't pop your tires, you know, because if your tires get popped and you get a hard shift, running on foot here on Vikendi could just feel like years. I mean, it is such a hard map to just be on foot because it's so large. So you got to make sure these vehicles are tucked away nice and safe.
Ooh, C9 have found themselves a really good spot, actually. They rotated up from Vihar. They came around the western side of the circle, which meant they completely avoided Trem Caretta and Enshame Gaming on their rotation. And now they're towards the central southwestern side of the circle. And actually, if the circle does shift slightly towards the south or east, they're going to be in a very good position. Unlike Mazexis, who are rotating inside the center. As you said, if they can get inside it, then fair play, you can have it. But you still have to barge your way through. And Enshame Gaming are waiting to try and deny that, as Mazexis are now split. Darius admits they have to rotate now towards Emraz and Vega, but they are going to come into the line of fire, potentially from Garcia, although it seems like the road is just covered under the lines of sights of these windows.
Yeah, and I don't realistically see them making the push. The thing is with Mazexis is they might have been followed. I see XQ not too far from them. AZ, HZL also in a vehicle of their own. We can see on that mini-map in the top right-hand corner, Team 17, you know, kind of driving right past Mazexis. Might have even spotted them out as we see those squad mates from Mazexis looking down south. All these teams waiting for the next zone to pop. But this is Vikendi, Alex, and a lot of the early zones on Vikendi, you know, especially if we get such a decent one here in the first one, they're not too harsh. And yeah, pretty much going to center up once again. Team Queso all the way out there on the coast. Besides that, like, this answers your question pretty much. Like, why did teams center up so early on? Well, look at the zone. And I wouldn't be surprised if we have at least two more that are similar to this one.
Yeah, it's true. Team Queso now making the rotation past Krakasas, Kremril, Batiste. I think they spotted out Team Queso when they're rotating through port, and they've actually just left a little bit of a larger gap now between those two teams. So Kremril, Batiste are going to be following up behind Team Queso, which could make for a really interesting crash onto a compound, potentially, if Team Queso weren't expecting Kremril, Batiste to be lurking directly behind them here in the northern side of the circle. But towards the south, it's Team Solid and B4 that are currently the furthest teams away, although for B4 we know that that's a part of their game plan. However, for Team Solid, typically they like to get inside the center of a circle and camp it.
Camp it out, man. Camp it out. You know, bring your marshmallows, bring the chocolate and the sticks with the graham crackers, so you just make a s'more. Hopefully you've had some s'mores in your life.
I have. I've tried one s'more. Didn't really like it though. Yeah.
Only once?
Yeah, I know. It's an American thing. It's an American thing.
Damn, I feel bad for you, man. S'mores are like, that's it. That's like the pinnacle of life here in America. Like, yeah, like if you had a s'more, you know you made it.
Really?
Facts. Ask the chat. Chat, let us know. Let Alex know
How
the
good
s'more
s'mores are. Yeah. Then again, this whole map looks like a s'more, doesn't it? With these rocks and all this snow. Either
That's
way,
probably why you didn't like your s'more. That's probably why you didn't like your s'more. We nailed it. We found out. If your s'mores looks like rocks and twigs, then you must have dropped that marshmallow when it was melting. And
that's the thing, because when I had s'mores, this is really off topic, and there's about to be a firefight, so I'll make this quick. But when I had s'mores, I remember there was a piece of, I did it on like a twig or something, and when I took the marshmallow off, it had some dirt on it, and I put it in the s'more. When I ate it, I just remember thinking like, wow, this tastes so good, but it's so disgusting.
You ate a dirty s'more, man. You ate a dirty s'more. I feel bad for you. Well, wait, let's get Alex a new s'more, a clean s'more. And getting back on into this game real quick, all these teams, I mean, it's early game Vikendi. All these teams found themselves a safe location. We got 16 squads. We're about 13 minutes almost on into this game. Nobody opting to move because, you know why? There's no reason to.
Exactly. There's no reason to. There's no point to put yourselves at risk, especially as All these teams have 4 players alive besides B4 who lost their star player, Pedro, very early on versus Tempo. So Tempo being the only team so far with a kill into this game, as they are going to be very close towards Villa. And actually Tempo and B4 might be one of the teams that are going to be forced to move when we do see this next circle, as it is about to shift.
Yeah, so it's going to shift here, and all right. All right. Let's see. Big surprise coming. Big surprise coming. Better hold on to your seats.
Woo! More of the same. More of the same. Yeah, everyone's safe here. Everyone's safe. You did call it, Dave, though. You're expecting it to be more of the same in these next 2 circles. And yeah, for B4, for Team Solid, they're going to be happy with that. And then towards the north as well, Kremro Batiste, they're going to be feeling safe there towards Krikas, especially now as Team Queso have rotated out of it.
All right, well, hey, this just gives me a nice little opportunity to talk about and recap some backstage info that I've been, I like to talk to.
You got to save it for Kendi. Save it for Kendi.
Save the story time with Dave for Kendi here. So speaking with Russell from Lazarus here.
Okay.
They're not top 8 yet, and Russell said by the end of this week they want to see the team in that 10th place position at least. So going into last week, they're set up pretty well in order to breach that top 8. And the thing that Russell said has been really impacting them at least is they get a lot of knocks. The whole squad, all the way around. They get a lot of knocks, but they're not able to get the thirst. They're not able to get the finish. So, for example, yesterday alone, Russell lost about 5 points when it comes to kills, just not able to get the thirst because they take these engagements and then they get easily distracted and kind of caught off guard, and those slight moments allow the enemy who's knocked to kind of crawl behind a rock, crawl behind a tree, and get into some safety for the revive. So Russell said that the squad is going to make sure to focus on getting the thirst after they're knocked, and that should boost them up into that top 10 position by the end of the week. And these are the words, the wise words from Russell right there on what they're looking to work on here.
I mean, if it's just one game, you miss out on 5 points, you times that by 40, and suddenly your whole season looks very different, even if it's just a few kills here or there per game. So, yeah, really good point to make. Obviously for Lazarus, they've had good performances on Erangel, specifically, which is going to be great for them, seeing the new Miramar 2.0 changes, and we're going to be seeing 3 Erangels a day. So that could be a way for the likes of Lazarus to climb the rankings. I think for C9 as well at 11th, I think it's a similar story for them. Get more comfortable on Erangel, and if you are a team that's towards the bottom half of the leaderboards, maybe just put all of your eggs into one basket and really focus on getting your Erangel up to the top. And then when it comes to Vikendi and Sandhawk, play a bit looser, have a bit more fun, and then try and score those points on those 3 games every single day.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this pretty much makes your job as a squad who is looking to make improvements a little bit easier because maybe you don't have to focus on Miramar. Maybe you don't have to focus on studying and reviewing Sandhawk or Vikendi. Focus 100% of your time and your energy on improving your Erangel matches, because that accounts for 60% of the remaining games to be had. So if you could frag out, if you can get top 5 60% of the time, that's going to be a huge amount of points here.
Yeah, we should be seeing the circle shift in just a moment as well, seeing which teams it's going to be favoring. As towards the north right now we have Kremro Batiste, Team Queso, which I've already mentioned. Then of course towards the southern side it's Tempo Storm and Team Solid, as B4 have actually rotated a slightly bit more towards the northern side here of the circle, just east right now of Garoka. So for B4, it feels like they're trying to find teams that are rotating inside the circle. They just can't find any. Everyone's in the center already, Dave.
Yeah. And that's where they found their success in the first 2 games, though, by playing the edge and just making sure that they have the whole team alive in that late game. And last game, they were on a rotate, and they were trying to send it a little more center, and then that's when they ran into Cloud9, kind of picking 2 of them apart and forcing B4 to have their last 2 remaining members kind of go separate ways just to kind of recuperate those points and try to rack them up as much as possible. But talking about teams looking for points, we got Alpha 7 over here. They're getting a lot of information right now into Lazarus. Here comes Irish on the snowmobile. Oh, able to get on out of harm's way.
He's still alive, actually. So Lazarus now know that Alpha 7 are going to be in close proximity. Team Queso have just wiped out a few players. I believe it was Criminal Batiste. I could be wrong on that front, but let's go back to the action here with Lazarus. Yeah, Alpha 7, they know exactly where Irish has been lurking. Irish going to be dropped there by the micro Uzi of Lucatas. And now for Alpha 7, they're going to try and come back into it by fighting back. Or not, as Lazarus, they've lost one player, and now with that, in a 3 versus 4, and they have to cross the road, and they know that there's an extra player here towards the right side flank, which can cut off them if they try to leave. Lazarus may just try and wait this one out and hope that Alpha 7 rotate more central.
I mean, they're in the zone. Both these teams are in the zone, and Lazarus losing Irish already. You know, they might not have all the information. They mid-tech all the way out there on the off angle and the rocks. They might not want to push out of the safety of their compound and maybe just, you know, kind of bait it out and let Alpha 7 come to them in a sense.
Yeah, precisely. But we still see a few shots being taken, but no team's really hurting too heavily, as this is going to be, I believe, the phase 3 circle. And yes, it is. And that's perfect for XQuest Gaming. C9 as well. Wow. Trem Caretta then towards the center northern part. Just north of them is going to be Pittsburgh Knights. Next to them, though, they are fighting Grunto, it seems, as Jagger is so close to OQ and Sana. And then towards the western side, Criminal Batiste, they're going to have a little space there just next to Loops. Although I wouldn't really want to be neighbors next to Loops.
No, I don't think anybody wants to be next to Loops. Unless Loops invites you. Unless they invite you over to the potluck with the chicken pot pie, then you come over. But besides that, you want to avoid them at all costs. And here comes Lazarus, riding deep in this Zima, going to be hugging the blue zone right now, trying to rotate around everybody. Grunto, though, versus the Knights.
See on the minimap, we could see on the minimap, couldn't we, Dave, the fact that these two squads were so close in terms of distance, and they both had to rotate inside the circle, as Lazarus, who made that long rotation, the vehicles are now going to be here to try and pick apart Grunto. Those are 2 shots there that are near perfect, as it's going to be Bucky, Sana, and Sixleth. All 3 going to be dropped here as it's down to Q. Oh, yeah, Sana has actually been dropped. It was low HP when I called it. Now down to 1 player. Q has to revive 3. Bucky and Sixleth are close to him, but besides that, his teammate Bucky on the floor should be killed momentarily, as Lazarus are just trying to scout out the rest of these players. You can see Q's just waiting, hoping that Lazarus leave him be, but Lolo is trying to convert these kills, as so is Minu as well, so there's going to be extra points here for Lazarus, as the rest of the team have to get inside this zone.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy too. Grunto, they were kind of opening up that engagement with the Knights, and right behind them, Lazarus making the pull-up, getting the distraction versus Grunto. And the Knights, instead of third-partying this one, they know it's on the outside of this next zone. They said, hey, let's just use this opportunity to actually get on into the zone, and they'll come to us. So we'll see how that one ends up playing on out. Team Solid over here making the pull-up here onto the edge of this new zone. Get peppered right now by Charmaine.
Yeah, we finally, and also B4 as well, who are close. But we've finally hit the 20-minute mark, and this is where we actually get to see some action, as the teams really in the first half have to focus on their location and their rotations, and then the second half is just an all-out brawl in the open of the snowy fields of Vikendi, as B4 have found themselves no kills so far, as I think without Petra they may try and play this one a little bit safer and go for less duels and engagements, but as I say, that they are going to be in an exchange right now with Kevin from the side of Team Solid, but he is the last remaining player here from Team Solid, as we do have Mezexis going out in 15th, and of course Grunto were taken out earlier in 16th.
If anyone can do it, Kevin could do it. Kevin just needs to win this fight against Levi. Just needs to make sure not to get backstabbed by Charmaine right there in the woods. And B4 going to use this opportunity to peel on off. B4, like you said, they lost Pedro, but B4, they're driving right on into the trap from Tempo Storm, trying to get the run over on HH24, not able to do so.
Yeah, now Spec and Rain, well, they can make it poor on these B4 players. It's going to be Levi and Maxon who are going to be left crawling and eventually going to be left into 2 conversion kill points for the side of Tempo, as Kevin is still alive, actually. Fair play. Fair play, he's still here, as it's down to Mixera now, the last player remaining for B4. I think that was XQuest Gaming. Yeah, it's going to be XQuest Gaming who are gatekeeping the southern side of the new circle that we have. But maybe I'll touch on that in just a second, as J7, well, he doesn't want to give me any time to break down the overall game. He wants me to break down the micro game, and that's going to be the micro adjustments that he's making on his scope, as Russell is dodging, darting around these trees, but you can't dodge bullets, especially from the Pittsburgh Knights, as Lazarus now out in 14th, and that's their season rank as well.
Especially from J7. I saw a montage last night from J7. popping off here, popping off. So the Knights still going to be alive, still going to have 4 up after that one. Alpha 7 tossing out some volleys, tossing out some grenades, trying to connect onto Ace. Cap trying to heal on up right there. Here comes the push up from MidTech. Cap popping up with the AKM. Ooh, connecting onto MidTech.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it's going to finish those. We have seen Alpha 7. Yeah, it's going to be Rolex who's far away, so Lukatas is really going to be isolated here on an island as Ace have found the drops and the kills onto the side of Alpha 7. That's MidTech and Abdu have both been killed. So a 2 versus 3 here for Ace, but forget about that for now. B4 out in 13th. Wow.
B4, yep, 2 rough games in a row, 2 rough games in a row. So like we said multiple times, they are going to have one more game to go, which is Erangel. Hopefully they'll focus on that one. Team Solid also taken out of the game, sent back to lobby for a nice little water break. Ace over here, they got the hard cover behind the Dacia. Dacia still ready to rock and roll. Knights all the way out there on the outskirts. Here comes a push from Loops.
No, it's a third party. This was going to be Trem Caretta versus Team Queso, but instead, oh my goodness, Loops, they came to the third party and they found more than they could have bargained for. They wipe out Team Queso, and all that's remaining up these little steps is going to be the remaining players of Trem Caretta. And it's going to be 3 as Mufasa has been kicked off the server. He's been dropped down. Now then, Swagwin as well, going to be revived, but they need time to heal up these players. Look at the HP, it's 50% and it's 10% as well for another one. So for Loops, they have to just take the pain meds, group up together, maybe go for the pre-fires as well if they have some weaponry up close. But actually, more kills have been found against Loops too, because they're down to Federal and Kirilho. Although Kirilho, as the player that I want to be, as one of the last 2 remaining players, because Loops, with the confidence that they have right now, oh, they are going to go for the 2 versus 3. And with that grenade, that's going to be kicking things off. That's going to be the opening mechanism to get inside the store, but the smoke actually going to be denying it for now. But the pre-fire, oh, it's not perfect like it usually is from Kirilho. Federal now has to try and make it a 1 versus 2, but he's going to be falling back here to try and revive his teammate who has to come crawling down the steps of defeat. Again, we reset. It's going to be a 2 versus 2.
Here comes Swagwin.
Knows that the timing could be perfect if he catches out Loops. Oh, wait, what? Did he jump out the window? I think he jumped out the window and just caught them reviving. Loops are going to be taken out in 8th.
Tough call, but Loops were also killed. Loops were also killed right there. I believe the Knights just getting a nice little angle on that first floor. Maybe that door was open and, you know, just bopping them right there. So Team Caretta winning that engagement right there. I mean, defending, but at what cost? Because they spent so much time over there. They are going to be on the outskirts of that next zone. Blue zone's going to start pushing in right now. The Knights behind them, the Knights in front of them. The Knights trying to pretty much gatekeep them. And then not only that, we got C9 down there to the south. But XQ, they got the rocks, they got the hardcover. Across the street is Charme being bombarded by grenades, bombarded by mollies, and to make matters worse, the blue zone right on their tail end here.
Ooh, they are inside the zone, but it's Ace who are at the top of the hill. This could be the game for Ace. Maybe it is. Ace have 3 players up right now, as they have got 1 player drop. That's going to be Quinn Abala. He's going to be killed. Oh no. Casters, what is this, Dave? Anytime we mention a team, they all just die. And
you mentioned Ace. Hopefully they don't die now.
Well, I mean, they just lost the player, so now they're down to 2. Nunez has just been knocked as well by Trem Caretta, so now it's all down to, I think it's Cap or maybe Quinn. Yeah, it is going to be Cap. Oh dear, the last player remaining for Ace. I spoke too soon, but X-Quest Gaming, they've still got 4 alive, and they found out where Trem Caretta are going to be lurking with the remaining 3, as they have actually dropped down Senap. Cloud9, they have Beowulf standing, but uneven, still needs to be revived. So really, out of all of this, X-Quest Gaming, definitely the team's on top right now in terms of favorites.
Yeah, they got the whole team up. They have 9 kills so far. They pretty much have the whole zone to themselves. So they just need to make sure to not allow anybody from their hardcover, like Cloud9 behind that rock, to pretty much get into the zone for free. Cloud9, they have that rock, but Team Caretta right behind them with 3 up as well. So if there's going to be a squad to really contest XQ, it has to be Team Caretta, just based off their numbers alone. And Cap probably going to be, you know, just healing it out right now from Ace.
Exactly. He made us try and see if these teams just kill each other off, and it seems very likely now as Beowulf is the last player standing for the side of Cloud9. X-Quest Gaming still with 4, and they're still landing these shots, connecting the bullets as Cloud9 eliminated. I believe Ace is found. Yeah, Ace has been found too. It's now down to 2 teams. It's the 2 from Trem Caretta. It's the 4 right now from X-Quest Gaming, as Daifan knows it's a 2 versus 4, but 2 of his teammates are dropped right now, so it's really a 2 versus 1, and Seneb has to be picked up too. They know precisely where Swagwin is, and really right now for these 2 standing players, they can just try and quarantine around him, go around the flanks, and Swagwin, he may actually go for the revive. No, I mean, even the zone as well, there's not really much he can do there. It's going to be Trem Caretta out in second, and that's XQuest Gaming with the win. And at that, what is it, 8-13? I think that's 15 kills as well, so 35 points for them is fantastic. Oh, we mentioned it, Dave. Omen Elite, if they're watching this, they don't want Trem Caretta to do well. And lo and behold, they've come second, and they've got, what, 7 kills as well. So I think they may be taking over them in the leaderboards. We'll find out shortly, obviously, with Kalaris, but Dave, that's going to be gut-wrenching for Omen.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be another game. First, 4 circles, pretty quiet, not much happening right there. But then, you know, it just started popping on and off right there. And I'm surprised, you know, congrats to XQ, but I'm kind of surprised that Shifan got so aggressive there at the end without getting that revive on their squad mate. Of course, you always want to have as many teammates up and alive as possible, because you never know. You never know when, you know, that other enemy just might hit those. But hey, huge game for XQ.
You never know. Do you know, Kalaris? What do you know?
Not much, to be perfectly honest with you, other than XQ came in at like a bulldozer when it came to this game. They took out Tempo Storm so quickly. I don't even know what happened down towards the side. I don't think we fully saw a fight.
I don't know either. It will just happen like that. But that's for Kendi, isn't it, though?
Yeah.
It's just 20 minutes of just watching each other, and then 20 minutes or 8 minutes of just absolute annihilation of all these teams. And I think we saw 14 to 8 teams in a matter of 2 minutes. So yeah, obviously action was going to be missed there.
Yeah, Vikendi, a lot of focus on that late game. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm going over to Seven as well as Jukes here to bring us the breakdowns of what is going on in this game. I think studiously put here by Snods, of course, gentlemen, with Vikendi. We're seeing very passive early starts to all of this, Jukes, but towards that late game, you've got to be super on your toes when it comes to actually taking the fights.
That is Vikendi in a box right there. Just because of all the cover that this map has, it's just so easy to be able to just kind of hang out, as well as, for some reason, Vikendi, the zone doesn't really like to hard shift that much to the late game. It just kind of just gets smaller and smaller, so you just see these teams just kind of holding off, and then towards the end is where you're just forced to just get into the action. But XQ Gaming with a stunning performance right here with a good solid 15 kills. That we saw that zone hard shift onto them finally. They used that position to their advantage, and obviously XQ, these guys have some great gunners on their team, able to use it to their advantage and be able to get a good solid win.
I believe their averages on Vikendi were already fantastic, if not the best. So for them to get another 35 points here on Vikendi 7 is just fantastic stuff by them.
Yeah, and from stuff that I'm able to recall, I think that was one of the first maps too. Thinking back at the start of the tournament, that was one of the first maps where they kind of just stood out for us, and then they started some momentum and they kind of lost it. So it's good now to see that, hey, that's 2 days so far already that XQG is doing good. And Trem Caretta, you got to give Trem Caretta for a cow some pretty much some credit there, being in second place, because they did get into a fight with Loops Esports that we're going to be able to break down in a little bit.
They got into a fight, they did. We've got 9th through 16th up down towards the bottom here. Quite a few kills coming in from Lazarus, as well as Team Queso, who were able to post up 6 points each up towards the top of our second half. Tempo?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about Tempo. It's something you were mentioning there to the casters that we were even watching the game. We're like, all right, Tempo's about to go ahead and go up against XQG. Keep a close eye on it. This is going to be a great fight. And then all of a sudden, we blinked and all the players from Tempo just disappear off the map. We were like, wait, did that just happen? We had to even ask the replay guys, wait, did you guys catch that by any chance?
It was like, yo, Tempo about to get in this fight, and they're gone. You know, what a crazy, that just shows you like how much having a prominent position in a map like Vikendi can be utilized in such a big way, because we've seen Tempo and XQ go at it, you know, quite a bit throughout this entire tournament, and these fights are kind of close, but man, XQ had a really good solid positioning there and just were able to take Tempo out quick.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the team stats coming in for XQ. Let's see how much damage they were able to put up. Across the 15 kills, I can only imagine it's going to be quite high. They were shooting at quite a lot in this game, and it will be 2,000 damage, not as high as I thought it was going to be, but they were able to pick up 5 kills elsewhere aside from their knockouts here, Duke. So good stuff by XQ.
I mean, man, 15 kills. To be able to put on a performance like this, I mean, it's so consistent to be able to see them do that at this stage, because earlier on they were struggling, and now they're able to put out these kind of games to where they can be able to get a lead in the late, because right now I was nervous if XQ was even going to get close to qualifying as it started out here in the PMPL, but now they're putting it on a show and doing great so far.
Yep, very nice indeed. As we look at how this circle kind of downsized towards the end, once again, it is Vikendi. We're seeing a lot of central play here from these teams, and that's kind of what it affords them, right, Seven? There's a lot of decent terrain to be able to have cover from a lot of different angles, a lot of compounds kind of in the middle of nowhere, in the snowy kind of tundra to be able to just camp out on as we take a look now at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments. What do you think, Seven?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just me, but for some reason, Vikendi reminds me a lot of Miramar in regards to just how the terrain works. Obviously, this one has a lot more snow in it.
It's a bit colder.
in comparison to Miramar. But what do you guys think about that? Do you agree or disagree with that? Because I always thought that for some reason, Vikendi just, the play style of it just resembles Miramar so much.
Jukes?
You know, personally, I feel it's more like a Sandhawk, but with just more hills, you know? Like for some reason, like just, you know, I definitely totally see you as far as like the terrain, because there are certain areas that are more open, but here for some reason, just Vikendi, just so much cover, so many rocks, hills, trees. It just reminds me of that. It's like instead of using grass to your advantage, here they use all those little dips and divots, and man, they just become so huge, especially in the late game.
There's a lot of rocky like areas as well, as you're mentioning, as you can already see here. Just a great opportunities for cover. I really think, and this is actually just not even an esports thing here for a moment, I really think they learned a lot of lessons from some of the other battlegrounds and then applied it to Vikendi, and it kind of, you can kind of see it in motion there. I feel like sometimes we're getting too heavy central play, and maybe that is a little bit of an issue sometimes with Vikendi, but as soon as, you know, eventually it's Battle Royale, everybody's gonna have to fight eventually anyway, so you're surviving, and it's just kind of delaying that mid to late game as opposed to canceling out completely. Is that fair, Jukes?
I think so. I think it also messes with certain players' play styles, because I think some teams, especially ones that like to be aggressive early on, that's what kind of gets them in the motion of being able to perform like they normally do. And Vikendi shuts that down completely. It's just you have to just stay still and basically chill out. Like, you know, I know it's kind of like ridiculous to even say, but yeah, you can see these players' fingers just kind of getting cold, and they're starting to get antsy, just going to warm up to finally get into a fight. And then towards the end, they've been waiting for 20 minutes, boom, it's just done. So I think it's one of those maps that's just definitely a game changer for all these squads.
Yeah, definitely. A very different play style to play. Let's take a look at the total damage then that comes out along this game and see how the other teams are going to go up against XQ. And it will be XQ that's dominating the headlines here for the moment, but Pittsburgh Knights were able to survive for quite a considerable amount of time. Didn't get as many kills as I thought they were going to hear, Seven, but they certainly had a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, we kind of seen that a couple times. I believe it was Erangel where we saw Inshami get a bunch of damage and not enough kills, and I think it kind of happened here the exact same for Pittsburgh Knights. You do get a good angle on teams, so you are able to go ahead and cause a lot of damage, but sadly you're not able to go ahead and just get those extra kills. And Moy, do you want to go ahead and get those extra kills? Because teams like Loops Esports, teams like B4 are just running away with it whenever they do actually end up getting a chance to get a win. So hopefully in the future, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Pittsburgh Knights is one of those teams. Listen, they already got a win today. We do have Erangel. One more.
We do.
Anything can happen.
Just as a small aside here, in third place in terms of the damage and kills, etc., and points coming in, Ace1 actually posting up numbers here, Hot Jukes. And this is a team, obviously, that we've mentioned many a time, has not got themselves a chicken dinner yet. However, it does feel like Vikendi might be their opportunity to strike. We've seen them in multiple late game situations on Vikendi, maybe just ironing them out. Maybe that's their map for the future. What do you think?
It could be. You know, for a second, I thought they had a really good position. They just seem to be getting crashed on constantly. And I think that could be just a subjugation of how they've performed so far in the tournament, because they get into a fight, and the second we see them get into a fight with another kind of like team that's in the middle of the pack so far on the leaderboards, boom, third parties all over the place from them. And as you can see, there's a third party going on right now with Loops and Trem Carreta having to get into it right here. I know that you were taking a quick look at this one, Seven. What are your thoughts on this fight?
Yes, some Brazil action right there as we're able to see Loops try to take on Trem Coretta. And Trem Coretta, I think they played this so well by having a player there towards the stairs, just watching and being cautious, right? And right here, as soon as they're able to go ahead and pick up a player, guess what that player does? Jumps out and starts shooting right away. That pre-fire was just money, and it worked out perfectly for Trem Coretta. And that's one of those teams that, even though they're currently not towards the top, I mean, they currently are 8th place, but we've seen some wonderful stuff out of them. And right here, Jukes, I know you wanted to go ahead and tell me a little bit more about XQG.
Yeah, I mean, XQ Gaming, they have just really developed in these recent few days here. And you can see they had a really good, solid split. But Shifan, he always likes to be on his own in situations because that's just confidence. He has total confidence in himself as a gunner to be able to make it happen. So look at him running in the off angle. Love that little scene switch as he goes to this rock and being able to finish it off on his own. A lot of players would wait for their squad, just kind of be able to do it together. But Shifan getting it done, and with the amount of kills they have, I mean, heck, they're definitely something to fear, that's for sure.
Mate, they didn't have any cars. That's the answer. They just had to send one up the front without a car, without a vehicle. Let's take a look at those overall rankings. B4 still sits up towards the top here and Loops in 2nd place. XQ now moves up above Wildcard with 1 game in hand. I think you guys, who thought there was 5th? I think 7 thought Wildcard was going to end up in 5th. I think that's going to be pretty close in terms of this position so far, unless Tempo Storm does not have the best of games coming up now. 7, what do you make of the rankings so far?
I mean, we do have Tempo Storm coming into Erangel next, but they just been very unlucky with certain rotations and also getting third party whenever they start pushing on another team. So anything can happen there. And something to actually disagree a little bit with what Mustache J was saying in regards to XQ Gaming there towards the end of the game. I quite enjoy Shifan being so aggressive and not really kind of waiting to go pick up his other teammate. I enjoyed that aggressiveness because he knew that he had other teammates that could just take care of that.
Yeah. And I mean, those kinds of disputes as to how people are playing are totally valid and warranted across all opinions when it comes to this game, because there are so many ways to play PUBG Mobile, which is so good to kind of see and get yourself to the chicken dinner, get yourself to the win towards the end. So I like that. I like these discussions that we can have amongst one another. It's very cool to see. So
we all play it differently.
Yeah, we do. Some go for the 0 kill challenge, you know. Sorry.
Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. I love that challenge, right? That's my challenge. #1 pro noob.
Challenge. It's a good challenge. I enjoy it. I enjoy it as well. Let's take a look at the schedule. We've got one more game coming out for you today. We have a lot of fun here on the show, don't we? We have a lot of fun. We have got Erangel on the way now. It was almost a Pittsburgh Knights back-to-back there. They were doing very well for themselves. However, XQ comes in and ruins that party, and B4 Prior was able to get the back-to-back. So, Erangel once again. I like it. I like it a lot. Jukes, talk to me. Talk to me, friend.
I love it. I love it. You know, I'm ready to see this last game of the evening right here. This is a big opportunity for teams like PK, who you see big names like Wildcard, all these other teams, they're currently, you know, sitting out today. So this is their chance to be able to push themselves up a little bit higher on the leaderboard. Because after today, the playing field's even. Everybody's played the exact same amount of matches here. And one thing I did notice on the leaderboard is Cloud9's now in the top 10. You know, they seem to be in the bottom for quite a while. So now they have been able to kind of sneak their way in to the top 10. So every single team needs to have a big match here because every point matters going forward.
Yeah, it does bear repeating that, of course, after every single week, today is technically our last day of week 2, that there is bonuses involved as well. So if you're placing high during that week, you're getting yourself extra cash as a team as a whole. But also, after this game, it really gives us a good indication as to how potentially things might shape up in the near future when we're kind of all done and dusted, Seven, because everybody's played the same amount of games. You get a good indication of where people actually sit right now, and there's a very good chance that one of our top 5 becomes the PMPL America's champion, because they've already got themselves that cushion and are gonna be able to try and continue that through into the next week.
Yeah, and at the moment, looking here at the points, honestly, all the top 5 teams are so close in points. I think the only thing that kind of separates some teams here and there are just, it comes down to kills, honestly. So anything can happen. We have seen teams like XQG before, once again, being in first place, dropping down to, like, I think it was 8th place at one point, and now they're starting to pick it up again. So anything can happen here. If you're not watching, I highly suggest go ahead and set out an alarm and watch every single day of the PMPL Americas.
Yeah, definitely so. And then, of course, after all this is said and done, we have World League coming up, and the top 8 will be going to that as well. And not only World League West, but we have World League East as well. So I'm very happy to see both. I'm very happy to see how the Asian representation from All in the East is going to be doing as well, because they are money. They are very, very good when it comes to this video game. I think it's fair to say. Jukes, coming up, I mean, are you excited for World League? I can only imagine.
Oh, I'm pumped for it, man. Oh, I can't wait to see it here because, I mean, every time you get the best of the best from the entire planet fighting together as a, you know, it's so interesting to see the dynamic change. You see squads that you've known for so long change strategies completely, meta shift, all kinds of things. Even myself as a previous player, you look at certain teams and you just learn. You watch and learn as you go because, like you mentioned, these players in the East are no joke. So man, I am way too hyped for World League. Don't even get me started.
I'm ready for the trash talk, all right? That's all I'm ready for. I've seen a lot of regions. I see my people from India on YouTube right now saying, oh, NA is not that good, and then people from NA saying, oh, India's not that good. Just went into a world. Then you'll be able to see what the teams are going to be able to actually do. And India, to be fair, does have some really good teams this season around, I personally think. And I can't wait to see what's going to happen.
All right,
I bet you all the in-chat IGLs are ready right now. They're just like, oh, come on, baby. I'm ready to see some plays.
Look, see, they're so excited. They won't shut up. Go away. All right, I'll get you after this. We are ready to go over to our commentators here as we bring on Snods and Dave once again to round things out for day number 10. I am leaving. Enjoy, boys. Erangel is yours.
Oh, wow, there you go. Get to start things off with myself and Dave. So it's going to be the final game of today. Obviously, this is the important one, as Kalaris has just mentioned. It's really the crescendo of week 2 because all these teams would have played their 40 games, so we can start to get a more realistic picture painted of the overall standings and the overall scoreboard to see which teams are pulling ahead. Not really when, because obviously sometimes you have teams standing out and then other teams overlap them. But now we're actually going to have that solid 40 across the board here, Dave, so we can see definitively who's the best so far and who we're going to be hedging our bets on going forward into week 3.
Yeah. So, you know, like you said, who is the best after 40 games? Not only that, who's at the very bottom, right? Because they definitely have the opportunity to bust a 360 and, you know, just surprise everybody and really try new strategies, techniques, maybe a new drop location. Because if you're not top 8, you gotta do something. You know Tempo. You know they go Pachinki. You know Tribe go Rawsock. If you really feel like your team can beat them out early, go drop them. Go take their spot. Go get their loot. Go get those 4 points. Because if you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, I'm talking 19th. I'm talking 20th place. You got nothing to lose, Alex, in my opinion.
It's true. And all you're going to gain is experience in fights versus better players in theory. Therefore, it's only going to make you a better player. I think that's one of the things that I was really excited to see from Ace 1, where week 1, they were really passive. They were scared to take fights. Then week 2, they were like, okay, let's step it up a gear. They went from 19th to 14th. I think they're still around that 15th, 16th mark anyway now. But even so, it gave us something to get excited about when it came to Ace 1. Let's see it from teams like Grunto. Let's see it from well, we kind of do actually, even in the last game, right, with Alpha 7. But let's see it from Team Solid, who are on our screens right now, was Mafioso. He's stuck in quite an awkward situation here.
I guess he's taking my advice. You know?
A little bit too, just a little bit too much.
A little too much gaming going on right now. It's
Drop
a 1v2.
with your team.
It's a 1v2. Hey, if Mafioso can pull us off, though, think about it. Think about the highlight clips. Think about all the hype coming out in the chat. Mafioso, no helmet. Got that pump action ready to go. Ayala cooking his grenade.
Yeah, so it seems like they know exactly where Mafioso is, and oh, that was actually a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. I think it was Axel from behind him. Yeah, actually, you can see it on the minimap on the top right. You can see how towards the flank Axel was in that window, and now Mafioso is going to be a very easy kill for Ayala. But not before he loots up, though, Dave. Got to loot up. Yeah, okay, make sure there's nothing else here. Okay. Oh, there's someone on the floor. Let's kill him. There you go. That's the first kill already found for Team Queso. So they may actually end up, after week 2, even higher on the scoreboard than they already are, considering how good their week 2's been, contrasted to week 1.
Yep. So it's going to be 1 point in the point bank right there, Ayala. Hopefully, at least for me, we'll see them continue to use that VSS. You want to get that extendo, though, because at least for me, 10 bullets in the mag just doesn't really do it. But
Spam it.
yeah, we do have the VSS God, though, in the lobby. I don't know if they're still the God of it, but Carnage. I was going to say Sixless. Sixless definitely putting that gun on the map here, but we really haven't seen much use from these players with the VSS, and hopefully we will moving on forward.
I just remember Carnage had the VSS in one of the first weeks, and you were saying how amazing he was with it. So I was just trying to, back up your own words. But
hey, they got to fight for that title, man. Only one person can have that title.
That is true. Depends on the map. We'll leave it at that. Depends on the map, right? Well, where are actually Gronto? Usually they're towards the southwestern side. Yeah, actually they're going to be towards Ferry Pier and Primorsk. But with the plane path not really opting for teams to allow them to go towards Ferry Pier, where have Team Queso gone? They're going to be towards Mansion right now, as the first circle is towards the central eastern side of the map, just towards Prison and Shelter, really the central points of that. I mean, typically you'd see Omen Elite here in a circle like this, but instead, Cloud9 have gone towards Milton. I really like that change from Cloud9 instead of going towards South Georgia Pool.
I mean, it's free. It's free. Omen, they're not in today's games. And what is this, like the second game in a row on Erangel where Circle 1 has Milta Power in it? So, I mean, you could loot there, you could relax there, you could do whatever you want there in Milta Power. There's so much loot to be had, and, especially with Omen sitting on out, no one's going to be contesting it. Loops, they are going to be over there in the Shelter area. Like you said, Team Queso in that mansion. Loops, pulling it up with each other, making sure we got the gas, making sure these buggies are suited quite well moving forward.
Ooh, Pittsburgh Knights has always seemed to be in the early excursions as... Yeah, okay, we are back now, so it is going to be Bucky who's going to be dropped there. I believe it was J7. Either way, it doesn't really matter who it was. It's the same kill point across the board for all four of these players. There's now Carnage going to be in the vehicle, just going to be allowing for J7 to be mounted there. And this should be the kill. So that's going to be Gronto starting off really sore here, losing a player before even entering the circle. This is just their rotation from where they dropped.
That's the thing. When they drop in the same spot every single time, you're kind of predictable. You're kind of predictable on your rotations, and the Knights taking advantage of that.
Ooh, what can Ace 1 take advantage of here? This is Kremru Batiste. These are all teams rotating away from school now towards the western side of the circle, trying to get inside the center of it. As Kremru Batiste aren't actually going to be opting for the drive-by shooting. No, instead they're going to be nice and polite. Say, look, you go to your compound, we'll go to ours, and maybe we'll see each other in 10 minutes.
I mean, you got to know how to pop those. And Cream not feeling confident right there. If I'm Ace, though, I might want to take this one. Oh, look at this. Right in 30.
Oh, my God. They've all just hopped out the car. They've all just jumped out. Oh, my God, like a portable firing squad. And now Ace is going to be feeling that pain. And, yeah, they're going to be losing their first player already. 0. Damn. That is not good here for Ace, and they're the team that, I mean, Lauren was backing them, I was backing them, we were hoping to see more from them, but it felt like the start of week 2, they had this, rekindled fire, this new energy, they were fighting all these teams, and then suddenly it just all went quiet.
Yeah, I mean, in what we just saw there is kind of why. They had Cream, ran their sight lines, and instead of trying to take the fight to Cream, get some points on Cream, they just kept driving, and got caught in the process by Mazexis. I mean, if you see some enemies out there in the open, go for the fight. Go for the fight if you're down there at the bottom of the leaderboard. You got to get these points.
Gamma, I mean, he's out in the open right now, but the only points he's giving is to Ace 1. But they're not actually able to land the shots. Yeah, they didn't actually land the bullets, so Gamma's fine. So for Mazexis, they still have that 1 kill lead up against Ace, and now they know the compound that Ace are lurking in. So this means that Mazexis can try set up shop in the center of the circle in a position where they don't have to fight Ace. Although they know that Ace are down a player, maybe they go for the 4 versus 3 crash on the compound.
And look at this, Gamma pushing across the open field. No cover. Ace not even taking shots over there. So, like, what is Ace doing? They know there's an enemy right over there, about 100 meters away, but instead, they're over here opening up a car dealership.
Pittsburgh Knights in a conquest with ExtQuest Gaming, as Tempo Storm as well, of course, was Pachinki. They've already actually rotated out Pachinki, I think because of how close to the edge of the circle Pachinki was. And of course, David, we know how hard it is to rotate out of Pachinki. Therefore, I think they made the smart decision to leave Pachinki early, seeing how the zone is starting to shape up. Although, Trem Caretta are going to be rotating through Pachinki now, so Tempo may meet their maker very shortly.
Getting stinky in Pachinki. And Charme right here on the cliffs, on the Pride Rock of Prison, trying to set up that trap. Some teams, they might look at Prison and be like, oh, there's some good loot there, but it's a death trap. There's only one way in and one way out, and Charme looking to capitalize on that. Loops on the outskirts right now. Oh, Becker with that VSS still.
Ooh, only 10 bullets in it though, so not quite as prolific as it could possibly be. As you said, here towards Prison, it's going to be in Charme, but 20 bullets there for their VSS. That's going to be more effective, but Trem Caretta, yeah, I mentioned it before, they're rotating out Pachinki and Tempo Storm were waiting for it, but they weren't actually ready to capitalize off of it. Maybe Tempo thought that they were the most western team, and probably weren't expecting to hear Trem Caretta just zooming past them, but...
Oh, look at this!
Oh, let's look at this. This is a 4 versus 3, remember, Cap does manage to dodge that grenade, but it does do about 10% of his health, so he's going to be using his painkillers and his med kits for now, as the Molotov goes out towards the right side of the compound to deny Nunez to go for the peak to try and catch Emrez and Darius off guard from the side. But now Mazexis have got this position, proximity around the premises, and now for Quinn, he has to make sure they don't get flanked towards the right side. Nunez has to make sure they don't get flanked towards the left side. Zexis, they just have to make them nice and supple here. Try and get those grenades in, land them, get a drop, get it down, and make it a 4 versus 2. But they may just do it anyway, trying to find Nunez inside this smoke. As it is about to fade, but they have the... Yeah, they are going to go for the pre-fire. I was about to say, they know exactly where he has to be lurking, so the pre-fire comes through. Now 4 versus 2, and you can see Mazexis just put metal to the floor as they're going to be pushing even harder. As Quinn goes down, as does his teammate, it seems, Cap in just a few seconds as, yeah, up the stairs they come, and down to the grave Ace go, as they are exiting out in 16th.
Yep, and Ace, they had 3 up, but they pretty much took that engagement one at a time. I mean, we saw, who was it, Cap jumping out the window instead of staying on the second story with their squad mate, you know, defending, I guess, the stairwell. Very questionable, very questionable. But we do see Mezix. They are going to be in a center position now in that compound. Team Caretta on the outskirts of this one, trying to still take this fight with tempo.
Yeah, I mean, they have a compound, but Mufasa was probably scouting towards the hill to try and get information as to where Tempo Storm had rotated to, but it seems like he's, yeah, bitten off more than he can chew. As Trem Caretta now take a hit early on. This is great news for Cloud9. This is great news for Omen Elite.
Yeah, and looking around here, it looks like Tempo are going to be peeling back off. You know, they had their fun. They were able to take some shots, but they got their eye on the prize here, and that's to keep all their vehicles functioning and ready for this next zone to pop up. Looks like the Knights are going to be just north of Milta, taking a look around. You were talking about them earlier. You wanted an update on Cloud9. Well, there they are, Alex.
Yeah, currently in 10th. They were on the second leaderboard for the whole, really, entirety of the PMPL America so far. And this is the final game of week 2. So how fitting would it be if they could actually get a really strong game and performance in here? Because remember, Dave, they're only about 15 points behind Omen Elite. So Omen Elite were in 8th. And then we saw, gosh, I'm trying to remember the name of the team now. We saw a team take over them, and I mentioned it the last game. But we're trying to see if maybe Cloud9 can get a high-scoring point finish here on Erangel and try get up towards that 9th or 8th place, try qualify for Worlds, as that's what we expected. But then again, Zute now and Omen Elite, come week 3, Dave, there is going to be such a brawl for that 8th place.
Yeah, a lot of people with that hype train behind Omen Elite. And this is what we were talking about earlier on. Ace, they were supposed to defend what Mezix is doing right now. This is the same exact story, except for it's Mezix versus Team Caretta.
Yeah, it's true, but this time for Mazexis, they can just wait patiently as they are in a very, very good position inside the center of the zone. And they are next to Trem Caretta, as you said, but obviously they did lose a player, so they're not going to be getting too audacious as they have hemorrhaged a player down. And then towards the north, we now have Team Solid starting to rotate past Mansion, where we see Team Queso lurking. So there could be a little bit of a firefight there if Pepe is not ready for it.
There he is, trying to take some shots out there in the distance, trying to pop some tires. Pedro,
spots the cheeks. He sees the
Pedro
cheeks.
With the bolty.
Oh, he's trying to slap it. He can't. He can't. Now he sees Darius as well. Oh, and he sees maybe Gamma. So
he sees everybody.
Yeah, he sees everyone. They know what's going on. B4 know what's going on. But then again, remember, this is the new zone, and B4 are now in it, and they're in it to win it. So they're actually going to be rotating towards the south, and that's where we see XQuest Gaming. But they're quite split. HZL is on his lonesome here.
Uh-oh. B4, they're on the rotate here. They're tunnel vision on Mezexis right now, but we see on the mini-map, XQ are right on top of them, and B4 kind of split up right now.
Yeah, remember too, the Pittsburgh Knights are going to be rotating inside the zone momentarily, and when they do, they're going to be meeting these three teams that are all fighting towards the western edge of the circle, as towards the east, Tempo Storm have now made their rotation away from Trem Caretta, and now we see Granto as well, the remaining three players, just rotating out schools, so they're going to be finding themselves probably towards the northern side of this circle.
Garcia looking for somewhere, looking for some safety. We see in the kill feed, Dudu popping on off right now. Loops have a nice little spot. They can secure themselves a nice garage for their vehicles, but they need to make sure these vehicles don't block them in, because I've seen squads get locked in the shelter with vehicles. So Dudu over here on the outskirts, tossing a smoke right now, trying to make sure they're not detected.
Yeah, or digging their own grave in that case if they do lock themselves in. So, in Sharma Gaming though, maybe realizing that they got the kill up against Corral, they're going to be like, oh, Kaoski. And now with that, they're going to be falling back. So Loop's taking heavy damage early. As they are now
trying
down.
to take out Mezexis. Everybody wants a piece of it.
Yeah, they were like, right, should we take out Mezexis or Loops? Okay, let's go back a little bit. DJ, wheel that one back. Let's go back to where we were before and see if we can have an advantage there. Oh no, Mezexis are firing back. Now Mezexis are forcing the likes of Encharme inside a cave.
This is getting me worried. We got Encharme pretty much blocking one of the entrances to the shelter. We got Loops blocking the other entrance. I mean, we might see these squads actually fight in the actual shelter underneath, and that would be insane. Rolex on the outskirts right now trying to get a snipe going on the Team Solid.
Yeah, he is trying. It seems like he landed a bolt action shot onto Kevin because his health has been taken down to about half HP. But for Alpha 7 right now, they're towards the northern side of the circle. They're inside the circle. I mean, really, it's only Team Solid that are near them, so if they can wipe out the remaining three players, because, of course, if you remember, Mafioso from Team Solid was the first player to die to Team Queso, so 4 versus 3 for Alpha 7, but then again, they're inside the zone, so they may wait patiently here and just edge guard it for now, as we're 15 minutes in, 15 teams in, there's no rush here for the zones.
Yeah, and they have a nice hill that provides really decent cover for them. So in Charme, we do see them in the shelter. They are going to be on the stairs of the tunnels right now with a little 2-2 split going on right now. All these squads waiting to see where his next zone goes. Lazarus already near their vehicles, ready to straight up send it. Tempo over there on Potato Hill. Next zone goes on up. B4, XQ, Team Caretta, the only 3 squads in it.
B4. Can
they needed it.
3, yeah, can they make it 3 chicken dinners in a row? They've had 3 Erangels in a row, but that was over the course of 6 games because they won the first game on the next day. But to make it 3 chicken dinners in one day and get to 7 chicken dinners in total.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. They'd be poised to take the whole thing at that point as Mezexis. They found another squad. It's going to be Team Solid this time, who are trying to make the rotation inside the center of this new circle, but unfortunately with a new zone comes new opposition. As Team Solid have just found out, I think it's Pepe, yeah, it's Pepe and Proza who are crawling around here. Oh, they are going to be alive, but I don't know for how much longer here, Dave. All they have to do is send in the grenades, send in the artillery to finish off the job, as Pittsburgh Knights and Tempo Storm get into a bit of a kerfuffle here.
Yeah, we pretty much we got fights erupting everywhere. We got 4 teams on top of each other over there in the north. You got the Knights and Tempo right now trying to throw grenades at one another. A huge fight over there. Lazarus with the possibility of third partying everybody right now in this dip. Lazarus, they need to push on into the new zone as well. It's going to get hectic here, Alex.
Yeah, I think Lazarus are just waiting for Russell to rejoin the group, and then they're going to be pushing over the hilltop. But once they do, as you said, they're going to have a really strong vantage point to shoot down onto Mezexis, Team Solid, and Trem Caretta as well. Ooh, as I say, that Nitsu going to be killed off by Beowulf. Where are C9 right now? As I can take a look at the mini-map.
South. All the way south.
Okay, yeah, I couldn't see it for a second. It's because they're on top of a farm right now towards Krembril Batiste, really far down in the south.
Yeah. Oh, the vehicle's smoking already. Here's that fight. Hey, you called for it. Here's the fight.
Here we have it. It's Krem, Real Batiste, who have 3 players up, and for C9, they've currently got 4 up, but Beowulf is currently being revived. So it is a 4 versus 3 here in favor of C9. And those are the live season statistics as well, and you can see 15 points or so behind Omen Elite, who are currently in 9th. And for C9, if they could try and get a squad wipe, if they can try and get towards that second or third position at least, then they're going to be very, very happy going into week 3.
Ooh, third party.
Ooh, it's
from
a Lox. Yeah, he's still alive just about, but it seems like there's more people that want to get into this action.
Beowulf still bleeding on out right here. Adder tossing some smokes. Now there's 3 down for Cloud9. Things are going the wrong way with the duo up there on the high ground from XQ, third partying.
Wow, yeah, XQ and the player there from Criminal Batiste managing to catch a few of the players from C9 off guard from the windows, and Beowulf is about to bleed out and actually going to be finished off by the grenade there from Criminal Batiste. It's Italox that kills Beowulf, and we know what happens with C9. If you cut off the head, the rest falls. You kill Beowulf, and it seems like C9 start to fall apart, but instead, Criminal Batiste, they may leave C9 just to the zone.
All right, that's interesting. Oh, Lazarus, wide rotate over here to the west. Will be crashing into the Knights.
Yeah, the Knights are going to be the ones laying down the law here onto Lazarus. They have the high ground. Irish has been dropped earlier. Russell about to be dropped too, trying to go for the heel behind the rock, but he's stuck between a rock and a Jagger who's on top of the other rock face. So that's going to be the Pittsburgh Knights just making quick work here of what's left of Lazarus, as the remaining player, Minwoo, going to be rotating away and going for that lone wolf mission of trying to snake his way to some placement points.
Yeah, Tempo right to the north of this as well. I mean, Tempo were pretty much throwing grenades back and forth onto the Knights, but then, you know, Lazarus trying to get involved as well. Lazarus down. They're out. So J7 going to be back there looking for the revives on the squad mates. But Tempo repositioning, trying to cut off the Knights right now.
Yeah, there isn't really too much space in this zone. I mean, how are you supposed to fit 13 teams into the open fields of just north of Farm? I mean, I don't think there is even, how many compounds are there? Not too many. I mean,
I don't think there's any. I think there's just rocks and trees.
Yeah, exactly. So then it comes down to terrain. Who has the best terrain? And I think Tempo have a really strong spot here towards the western side of the circle, although they are in a firefight right now with Pittsburgh Knights and Gronto. Although on the other half of the circle is Team Queso here versus the likes of Mazexis. But then again, there's Enshame Gaming, there's Loops as well, who are just getting shots now onto Enshame. So 4 teams, and 5 as well if you include Team Solid, all fighting it out here towards the eastern side of the circle and the northern side as well.
And it's kind of like a crossroads. That road is the highest elevated point between those 3 teams, and they all have their own little dip that they're going to be popping up, taking some shots, and tossing some grenades. And now there's a 4-way fight actually at this road. Team Queso getting involved.
Yeah, Team Queso trying to stop Mazexis rotating away, but thankfully a few of the players from Mazexis do get away, but at a cost. Vega has been dropped by Ayala, who was slightly more forward than his teammate Marco, so he had a better drop on them, and now Marco can crash. But maybe Team Solid can crash the wedding here as...
Oh, Marco, one grenade, come on.
Oh my god, this grenade could be perfect. Let's see. It's going to go in through the window, but Marco... Oh no, Mazexis, they push out. Marco's been caught off guard, but the grenade lands. The grenade lands, and so do the bullets here from Axel. But where are Team Solid in all of this? They're watching the fights happen, but they're going to be allowing these teams just to kill each other off as towards the high ground there. The ridge line is B4. It's Mixera firing shots down onto the road line as the smoke is deployed to try and allow for the crosshair from Axel to get the revive onto Marco, but it's going to be really close if he can manage it. As Mystic now trying to cross 2, but I don't think he's going to be able to manage it. No, he's not. Team Solid finally make the play.
Yeah, if I'm Team Solid, we saw about 4 to 5 vehicles on that shack where Team Queso are. Blow them up. Make some explosions. Easy on the rotate, running right on into Grunto.
Yeah, they are. B4. I mean, they find easy from Express Gaming, although it's not quite easy to rotate when you're on your lonesome and you're all by yourself, as it seems like Team Solid are going to be by themselves. What was that there from Axel?
They're on top of one another.
Yeah, just, I mean, to put the 2 in his name, lined up both those players, and that's going to be sending Team Solid out in 10th. And now it comes down to this. 1 player left for Express Gaming, who had 15 kills on Vikendi and took the chicken dinner. And then you've got 4 right now for Tempo, 4 as well for Pittsburgh Knights, and for C9, they're going to be out as well. So, oh, wait, they're out in the open. Yeah.
Next zone.
Wait, what? C9?
Next zone. Look at this. All these teams are in the south. Only Team Queso up there to the north and Team Carreta. C9, no cover. You called it, Alex. There is like no cover. Just the terrain. You really got to know your angles here.
Yeah, C9 out in the open, taking out in 8th. So I don't think they're going to be able to muster up the 15 points. I don't think actually at all. So Omen are safer now. They're going to be happy watching the rest of this as the Pittsburgh Knights. How many have they got left? It's 4. But they aren't exactly in the best position, probably the worst position, because they have the furthest amount of distance to rotate, and they're going to be sandwiched between 5 teams. And the other two teams, Team Queso and Trem Caretta, are just left alone on the northern side of the circle. Oh,
Oh, look at this.
yeah, look at this.
The
Tempo
1v3.
now. Yeah, exactly. Oran trying to take out 3 of the players from Tempo, and I think he's done
got
it. I think he's done it. What?
1v3.
I think he's
Now
done it.
just
Spec is still alive. Rain is still dropped. I don't think the conversion killer's come just yet. Oh my goodness. Ran has just done a marvelous thing here for Grunto Esports. But Spec, he can try and come back into this one. Manages to... Oh no, he doesn't. Actually misses the shot there onto the conversion. Gets the kill though onto Q. He's now downed. So we do have Ran still alive. He took out 3 of the players from Tempo. Can he try and get this last one? Yeah, this last one now as this Tempo versus Grunto here inside the western side of the circle as Rain still has to be revived. So for the likes of Spec, he has to move quick.
Yeah, Spec, no respect right there. No respect trying to get those thirds, trying to get those points, especially after that 1v3. E4 in their vehicles, trying to make the crash, trying to make the pull-up. But the Knights from behind, throwing grenades on them.
Queso taken out to the northern side in 7th as Pittsburgh Knights managed to catch the drop onto B4 from so far behind. I mentioned it that the Pittsburgh Knights had the longest distance to travel, and maybe B4 weren't expecting them to rotate in so late as Pedro is still alive, but he is going to be crouched down, lands the shots there onto Jack. I'm actually going to be dropping them there with the headshot, with the Scar. Carnage here just surveying the lay of the land here, trying to see where these players are that are crouched and prone inside the blades of grass as Mixera going to be inside of smoke now, and this may catch off these 2 players pushing out from Pittsburgh Knights. Mixera spots out Carnage, does go for the pull of the trigger, and now he can try and get the conversion kill quickly as he's the last player alive here. These kill points are really pivotal here for B4, as I think that's going to be Loops who got the kill still. No, it's actually J7, so J7 going to be eliminating B4 out in 5th as Loops are going to be killed off. That's Becker by the play zone, but they still have 2 players left for Loops.
2 players up. Dadin, pretty hurt, bleeding on out here. Vit2K trying to get on top of this rock, trying to get some sight lines over onto the Loops members, maybe even get the thirst onto Dadin over there. Loops, they are going to have a crate if they can manage to get on over there. Ran, still alive from Grunto, the 1v3 god right now. But the Knights on a steamroller, 10 kills so far. They got the loot here, but they do not have the zone.
Yeah, there's only 2 players as well. The only team with a lot of players is really Trem Caretta, who are going to make their rotation inside the center. But this is really audacious here from Trem Caretta, and that's exactly why. Carrillo, the remaining player for Loops, goes for the second grenade. Hopefully that's for him, the conversion killers. Loops are now eliminated out in 4th, but no, Senab does live. He manages to crawl away just about a meter away from the shrapnel there of the grenade. And now we're down to the 2 players of the Knights and 3 players there from, well, I was about to say there's 3 teams left and there's 3 players left for Trem Caretta, but no, Grunto are going to be finished off as well. So we're in the 2 versus 3. It's Trem Caretta here up against the Knights as J7 now rotating down the hill. But this is so crazy. How are these shots not connecting? J7 is still alive, but the vehicle, yeah, it's going to be blown up. And now Raven has to come down from the skies from above to finish off the remaining 3 players here from the side of Trem Caretta. Remember though, 1 player, Vitsu, has been dropped. Yes, that's it. It's the headshot there from Raven. That was perfect. And now in a 1 versus 2, he's onto low HP. The grenades, actually, the shrapnel damage might just finish off the job that Trem Caretta started. Maybe the run over? Oh, no. I don't know if it happened. No, it was killed by the AKM. Oh, so close to the run over there to finish it off. But either way, Trem Caretta are going to be so happy. They found themselves 10 kills. The chicken dinner, that's 30 points for Trem Caretta, who I believe are now 8th. Yeah, they were the team that took over Omen Elite. The 8th, and actually, are they ahead now in 7th? I'm not sure.
I mean, so many changes today on the leaderboard. Sanab right there from Team Caretta, 6 kills to themselves. The Knights have been really consistent here today, especially on Erangel. Extremely important for the squad.
Yeah, gosh, and Kalaris, this is before week 3's even started, and that's going to be tomorrow, but it's all shaping up, isn't it?
That's right, it definitely is, and it's great to now get that true lay of the land with all 40 games played for all of these teams. Dave, looking at this Trem Caretta Furacao, they seem to be able to sneak in some of these Erangel wins from under my nose, and it's great to see them get themselves another one here. I mean, some of the performances they put off on Erangel have been fantastic, and this one's no different.
Yeah, I mean, they played that one well, and not only that, they kind of started to rack up a lot of kills when they were third-partying that engagement between Grunto and Tempo Storm, which was insane, but they had around 3 to 4 members up there just playing the edge in the late game, and it paid off big time for them.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Dave, you go watch Superbad again, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. We are bringing back on 7 and Hot Jukes. It's his favorite film. I can't help it. We have the gents here. Interstellar gentlemen, indeed. 7 looking at this. Trem Careta Furacao getting themselves yet another win here on Erangel on the board. And when it came to the very last moments, it was pretty much done and dusted. They had strong control over the circle.
Yeah, and I should mention they have had some great performances this year on Erangel. Now, that is their 3rd win, and that's actually going to go ahead and propel them a little bit more on the leaderboard. That's good to have, especially coming into the last week here of the tournament. You can't ask for anything better, honestly, especially with a team that's just right there, right? Just barely qualifying.
Yeah. Duke, thoughts?
I mean, yeah, you look at Trem Careta Furacao. I think that's a team that, in my eyes, has been kind of like one of those silent killers. You don't really talk about them a lot, but man, when they show up big. And in this map right here, they got it together and got some clutch points for their team, and that's why we see them in the top 10 so far consistently. And man, 30 points. Damn. That's a performance right there for sure.
Very big indeed. Pittsburgh Knights come close to getting themselves a second chicken dinner for the day, though. 25 points go their way with the 11 kill points that they racked up. And Grunto, once again, getting themselves the big shot. If you look, 7, at week 1 to week 2 for Grunto, it is parallel, just a complete different direction that they've been going here in the second week.
Yep, absolute night and day. We have seen a lot more consistency from them, and it's something that we even mentioned at the start of the day. Now they're able to go ahead and get top 10 a lot more, and that's good because even if they don't end up being in the top 8, they're gonna be playing spoiler for some of the other teams that are trying to qualify there in the top 8. I know one of the teams that we're kind of looking forward to go ahead and push up was Temple Storm, and today was just not their day. XQ Gaming started off really strong today, and then they just kind of fell off a little bit more. And Alpha, I think Alpha was one of those teams that kind of has surprised me as well. A team that started very strong in the tournament. They even did good on Miramar. They even did good at the start when we started doing the 3 Erangels a day, but right now they seem to just be falling off.
Yep, not too bad at all. So Trem Careta Furacao get themselves the win here, and they'll steamroll on. Let's take a look at the numbers that they were able to put up here throughout this last game on Erangel. And again, with the conclusion of day 10, every team has now played those 40 games. We have almost 2,000 damage coming in here for Trem Careta with the 10 kills, 7 knockouts. So again, a few steals here and there, Jukes, as you were mentioning whilst we were talking about some of these fights going on.
Man, the way they ended that match, they just ended it in style. It just shows that they have a ton of confidence. I just think that they just don't seem to have that consistency that some of these other like top teams that we normally see. But man, when they show up big, and with 10 kills, 7 knocks, when they get a good position and their whole squad works as a unit, they get it done. For me personally, they kind of remind me of like Tribe Gaming, you know, like a team that's got a lot of talent, and in certain positions when all the players know exactly what to do and they do work as a squad, they're so effective. It's just sometimes they just seem to be a little bit mixed up and get caught out early. But man, Trem, if they get it down, they could definitely be a team to worry about, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think I like watching how they're able to rotate into some of the later circles. I think that they're quite decisive about picking a very specific spot and being able to make it work. But here's Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments here for our final game of the day. 7, talk to me, friend.
And something to actually go off a little bit of what Jukes was saying in regards to Trem Careta is the confidence, right? Remember what happened in Vikendi before this match. They went up against Loops Esports and they won that engagement. So that's bringing you a lot of confidence, especially going into the next game. And it showed off and they were able to go ahead and pick up the win, as we're currently seeing some of the highlights here. Miss X is just getting very unlucky, man. It's one of those heartbreaking things that we've seen over and over again.
Yeah.
Teams are now starting to push them more. They see Miss X is down, they knock on a player and they're like, you know what, let's go for it. But to be fair, Miss X's did end up wiping Ace 1.
I mean, Shax can give you a little bit of cover if you're in a desperate need, but sometimes, Jukes, when you get those little Shacks, a nade is the end, and when you have to run out, spray down is the end.
We saw that one player from Azexis cocking that nade back and try to throw it in there, but you know, another member from Team Queso, the comms came out, were able to get him caught out. I feel for this team so bad because when they get a good spot, they always seem to just work so hard for it, but man, they just seem to get pinched by so many teams. And speaking of pinch, we see Raven, the last member from this from Pittsburgh Knights team, getting caught out by Trem Careta. Man, just what a game, what a game.
Yeah, definitely. It's nice to see Pittsburgh Knights get themselves a win on the board and then get themselves the second place. I would have loved to have seen a double-double, since we have B4 getting themselves the double, but that's how it's going to play out here with Tremcaretta picking it up at the end. Let's take a look at the total damage here throughout this group and see how that's been able to stack up here throughout this game, of course. As you see, Pittsburgh Knights really does rule the roost when it comes to the amount of damage that they were able to do. Over kind of on the east-southeast side of these circles, 7, they were popping.
They were popping, and another team that actually surprised me besides Pittsburgh Knights was Team Kessel, being able to get 8 kills and 1,300 damage. And something that to notate in regards to Team Kessel is they landed somewhere completely different. Usually, even if the plane path is nowhere near Primors, they'd like to go ahead and just try to make it there, at least get into a car and try to make it that way. And this time, I believe they ended up landing somewhere up north of Jasnaya. So interesting, different tactics there from team. And to be fair, I love seeing that, because remember, these teams are kind of getting used to playing with each other. They played months already of scrims, and now we're going to be playing here 80 games as well. So it's good to see different tactics. Another one that comes to mind is Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm so used to go ahead and just landing on Pochinki and nobody challenging them.
Yeah.
But what's going to happen if they actually make it to World Leagues? What's going to happen if somebody's actually going to go ahead and take over Pochinki and they're not going to be that comfortable? I want to see some different strats from them, hopefully in the future. That way they know, hey, it might not play out like this. Let's not get too comfortable. Let's go ahead and test something completely different out if we can.
Jukes, what do you think about that?
I think that is a extremely good point, because, man, I know some of these other squads that are around the world and where they like to land, and one that comes to mind when it comes to Pochinki is a team like RRQ, you know, and I personally faced them myself, and I saw them hold some angles that I've never seen before at Pochinki. I was like, where was he at? Okay, all right, I guess he could get up there, you know. So it's going to be interesting to see as we get into Worlds, some of these teams going in there, their spots that they think they're theirs, maybe they won't be for long. So I wonder if teams that are up ahead, I mean, I don't think so here because there's so much money on the line. But yeah, like one thing I want to just mention as we get into the highlights here. Look at this plane path and drop. This is the first time I've seen so far in the PMPL. Every single team is pretty much all grouped up at the start of this circle right here. So they're all sharing loot, fights going all over the place. You can see Mazexis trying to hold OP dip in the shack right here. Crazy fight between Team Kessel. Oh man, this game was just insane.
7.
Yeah, and right here, Team Kessel was the player that was actually trying to throw a grenade in there. He was able to throw it, but then he got knocked. But guess what? His teammates had his back, and that was so nice to see, as we're going to be able to see the perspective here from Texas. They thought, oh, we got this. Nope. Guess what? Axel and the other players from Team Kessel got that. And right here, this circle, I believe there's not going to be a single team inside that circle besides just one player of XQG. That I actually enjoy seeing those kind of last circles, because it makes teams think on their toes of how they're going to go ahead and rotate.
Yeah, definitely so. And here are some of the final moments. And just to go back on what you guys were talking about when it comes to World League and the grander scale of everything. Yes, this is the PMPL Americas, but yes, there is another stage to all of this as well. And I have seen teams in the past get complacent about the lobby that they're in and kind of ease into the fact that that's how things are, but don't get comfortable. You have to constantly be able to adapt in a game like PUBG Mobile. And look at that. Speak of flying up the rankings. B4, 500 points after 40 matches. That is
on the dot.
Perfect, absolutely perfect by them. What a performance so far. And they are just ahead of Loops by 6 points. Those two are standing tall and above XQ with 466 points at the moment on Wildcard. We had our predictions, but they fall down to 4th. And for me, Jukes, that's kind of a win in my book for a Wildcard, considering where it could have gone today.
Oh, I think they're really happy after this one right here, because sitting out, I think they were definitely worried about how far they were going to go down. I mean, we pretty much all predicted it was going to be 5th or 6th, but here, to land in 4th place, this is solid for them. Not bad at all. I mean, you know that these teams definitely want to end up at the top 3 because there's a significant prize pool. I mean, first place is $50,000 here, you know, but at the same time, that's not that bad of a difference. I mean, it's still only, you know, 40, 50, 60 points, 2-3 wins, and that'll cover it right there. So, man, the one thing I'm looking, though, is at the rest of this leaderboard right here. If these squads want to try to make top 8, they have to make a major adjustment here. Now, I don't think it's going to be as far as dropping on other teams, but as far as their play style, how they enter fights, they need to definitely go do their homework and make some adjustments if they even want to think about making the top 8.
What do you think, Seven?
Yeah, I think it's a solid point, and one that comes to mind is Tri being in 11th place right now. They are 50 points away from being in the top 8, and I think that's one of those teams that I hope they pick it up. We've seen them in first place at one point in this PMPL, so we know they got the skills. They have won a couple of games. I think they have actually went ahead and won 2 games. So I wouldn't be surprised if now watching this, getting a chance to see this leaderboard, which is going to be so helpful for a lot of teams, they're able to break down a lot of stuff, and something to go ahead and give some credit to is teams like Cloud9 and teams like Omen Elite. Now they're in contention there. I believe they are currently 9th and 10th place as well. So good to see those teams at least being there. And one of the things that I've been mentioning throughout the tournament is that you don't want to go ahead and play catch up. As long as you're able to go ahead and keep it short there, you will be able to go ahead and reach them if you get consistent.
All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. A huge pleasure being with you once again. We'll be back tomorrow to bring you all of the action. Tomorrow is when week 3 actually begins, so we're actually going to have group shuffle once again, similar to how we had between the transition of group week 1 and week 2, as everything gets shaken up in terms of how the seeding has gone from the placements we have here so far. Thank you very much, gents, and thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world here for day number 10 of the PMPL Americas. Tomorrow we are back, same time, same place, where the race to first place for that final week here of the PMPL America truly begins. We'll see you then.